in listen-only mode.
All right. Court is in session. Honorable Yvonne Gonzalez-Rogers presiding. Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Lady Stevens.
Go ahead and call the case. Go ahead and call the case.
Calling Civil Action 20-5640 Epic Games, Inc. versus Apple, Inc. And counsel, please state your appearances. The mics are on at the table.
Good morning, Your Honor. Catherine Forrest for Epic. Good morning, Ms. Forrest.
Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Moskowitz for Epic.
Ms. Moskowitz, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Samantha Bowie for Epic.
Hey, Ms. Bowie, good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Lauren Cross for Epic. Good morning, and Mr. Sweeney, good morning. Mr. Rudd, good morning. Mr. Dorn, good morning. On the Apple side.
Good morning, Your Honor. Richard Dorn for Apple, and with me today is Kate Adams, the General Counsel of Apple, Heather Grenier, the Head of Civil Litigation, and Kate Caso-Hauer, the in-house counsel.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Karen Dunn for Apple. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Jennifer Brock for Apple. And Jennifer. What is your last name again? Brock? Yes, Your Honor. Brock. B-R-A-C-H-T. Okay, welcome to the courtroom. I think I saw you yesterday, but it may have been after the morning session. Yes, Your Honor, that's correct. Okay. Mr. Elkins, good morning. I think I always say it wrong. But...
Mr. Spalding this morning, Your Honor.
Mr. Spalding this morning. Okay, sorry. And so we have our witness back, and then, okay, so it looks like perhaps Mr. Manfredi. Good morning. Ms. Behringer, good morning. Good to see you. Okay, let's begin as we always do. Ms. Forrest, anything on your list of issues?
Yes, Your Honor. There are three things, two of which I'll handle, and the third will be handled by my partner, Lauren Moskowitz.
Okay.
The first is simply that we've got now the binder of deposition designations with counters. There is a stipulation that the parties, I believe, are all but agreed on. I haven't actually received a signed copy of it from Apple. We could hold the binder until we've received that in case there are any changes, but I told Your Honor it would be here this morning, so I wanted to be able to offer it.
I was hoping it wasn't going to be a 3-inch, but okay.
I think that's 4, Your Honor.
I think, yeah, it's got the documents in it, Your Honor, as well.
Okay. So, and then what is the time designation, Ms. Forrest?
The run time is 1 hour and look at the exact minute.
Okay, so an hour for Epic.
It's yes. Let me just sort of make sure we've got the exact time.
1 hour and 3 minutes, Your Honor. Okay.
For Epic, and then I think just how many minutes for Apple? It's very little.
I'll find it.
I'll find the time for Apple, Your Honor.
There's a small amount of time for Apple as well.
Okay.
Would you prefer I hold this until the stipulation is signed?
Sure, that's fine.
All right. The second issue, Your Honor, has to do with a document that we found last night after the testimony of Mr. Schiller, and it relates to the small business program. I don't want to say much more about it because there's an issue between the parties as to whether or not it's privileged, at least in part. We've conferred on it, and I think there's agreement that, I'll hand it up to Your Honor, that it's the PX marked by two. On the other pieces? Yes. All right. So there was an agreement on a piece of it not being privileged. That agreement has been withdrawn, I understand now, from Mr. Dorham. Our view of PX 1902 is that while it has as the top email the general counsel of Apple, Ms. Adams, the information under the very first paragraph does not appear to be privileged information. Indeed, it starts with a phrase that is suggestive of not being asked for legal advice. I do agree that the paragraph below that, under privileged and confidential, there's one paragraph beginning with the word there. I believe that is privileged. However, the email below that from Mr. Schiller, consistent with Judge Hickson's ruling on some other documents relating to the small business program, we don't believe is privileged. And
so I haven't read this yet. Is there a debate about privilege? If there is, then what I would suggest is, rather than me reading it, we ask Judge Hickson to rule on it in an expedited way. And if you're agreeable to living with his decision, then it can be redacted out to the extent that there is privilege, so that it's not considered by. I mean, look, I can read it and then not consider it. We do those kinds of things all the time. But if you're concerned, then you can send it to Hickson. If not, I'll just decide. But how do you want to proceed?
Yeah, I don't have any problem with it going to Judge Hickson. So long as, if Judge Hickson has a portion of the ruling that allows me to question on at least a portion of the document, if my examination of Mr. Schiller has concluded that I would be able to examine Mr. Schiller after the fact on the document, it would be very limited. It happens to fit in with something that I would be dealing with, obviously relatively early in my examination, but I'm content to avoid it for the moment.
So what page are we, what page?
Yeah, Your Honor, if I may be heard.
No.
So the discussion this morning, I was presented this document about 15 minutes ago. I accept counsel's representation. They found it last night. The first email in the chain.
The one at 12:46 a.m.?
Actually, Your Honor, I'm at the back of the chain, it's the first in sequence. It's from Mr. Schiller. My proposal to counsel, subject to an agreement, was that we would permit this first note to be used with Mr. Schiller.
The one from 1:32 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Then the next email in the chain is from Doug Vetter, who is an in-house lawyer. He is adding a gentleman named Kyle, who is also an in-house lawyer. Mr. Schiller then responds with reactions and further input to these communications from Doug Vetter. There is then a note from Lisa Jackson, who is in the government affairs area. And last in this chain is an email from Kate Adams, the general counsel of Apple. So from our perspective, there's at least an argument as to the first note from Mr. Schiller, which he claims is an update. After that, it is a back and forth between in-house counsel, and to the extent Mr. Schiller participates in that back and forth, that doesn't make it any less privileged.
And just on the substantive points, since I really hadn't said much on the substance, our position would be that the Mr. Vetter portion of the email to which Mr. Doran has pointed, which is on the bottom of page ending in 817, that is not reflective of legal advice. That the fact that a lawyer is on something can, in certain instances, not necessarily mean that it's either giving or soliciting legal advice, and that it's not. And certainly the portion above that from Mr. Schiller appears to be simply just a recitation of a plan relating directly to the small business program.
Well, I certainly agree that simply having a lawyer's name on a document does not make it privileged. When there's a back and forth with lawyers within the company which are capped with observations from the general counsel, that falls pretty squarely within the four corners of the privilege.
Okay, hold on just a minute. All right, I reached out to Judge Hickson. Let's see if he's available in response. Okay, what next?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we do now have the time for the Apple portion of the deposition designations, and it's 32 minutes.
Okay.
So it's 1 hour and 3 minutes for Epic and 32 minutes for Apple. I will now turn it over, Your Honor, to my colleague, Ms. Moskowitz, who has an issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lauren Moskowitz, again for Epic. A couple of issues with respect to the next witness and the documents that were disclosed and demonstratives that were disclosed by Apple in connection with that.
The next witness is
Mr. Schmid, Michael Schmid.
And who is Michael Schmid?
He works within the App Store Business Development Group.
Okay.
Your Honor, before we launch into this, could I request that these issues be addressed prior to Mr. Schmid's testimony when the attorney who is most succeeded to discuss these issues is available?
Okay. How much longer do we have with? So give me the thumbnail, Ms. Moskowitz.
Yeah. Thumbnail is they're moving to admit Mr. Schmid's declaration that was submitted to the court in connection with the preliminary injunction, which is just classic hearsay and is not able to be used by Apple. A big issue is about the demonstratives that they disclosed to Mr. Schmid, and the thumbnail is that it appears that they're going to use Mr. Schmid to do what they couldn't do on redirect and couldn't do with their revision on Mr. Hitt's written testimony. And they're going to use Mr. Schmid to walk through what can and cannot be done on websites when he was never disclosed in the initial disclosures or anything along those lines. And this is a surprise, and it was dumped on us yesterday for the first time. So he's not a proper witness to be talking about what can and cannot be done on websites within.
I've received lots of evidence like that.
Yes.
That is, we walk through the Fortnite website. So yes, I'm not sure I agree with you on that topic.
Yes, well, he was not disclosed as a witness with that subject matter in terms of what can and cannot be done on a web browser. He is a business development employee who works with developers, and his initial disclosures were focused on his relationship with Epic and his relationship with developers. And he was not disclosed as having personal knowledge of what can and cannot be done. That was Mr. Hitt's expert testimony. He was disclosed on it. He was examined on it.
One doesn't have to be an expert to figure out how a website works. So, and frankly, I have lots of questions still. So I might give you some time to prep on cross and require that he come back, but I'm not sure that I would strike that on that basis. The declaration, that sounds like it's not appropriate. So,
and Your Honor, Mr. Schmid he works in developer relations. He is well versed in all aspects, as one would expect, since he works with gaming developers in the different elements of games and how people access them. And to suggest that he somehow wasn't disclosed to be able to address the topic, which is his core competency as an employee of Apple, would be a very fine read.
Yeah, there seem to be some discrepancies in terms of what the Epic witnesses have said can and cannot be done and what is in the record. And I'd just like to get clarity. So I would probably allow the second, not the first.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, we're at 8:15. Looks like I have at least one of the full reporters now. Is that Mr. Allen or Mr. Cisco or both? I guess I see two now. All right. Welcome to the courtroom, gentlemen. All right. Let's continue. Yes. Mr. Schiller, if you'll come back. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Okay, let's hold on. I understand, counsel, that there is a problem with one of the phone lines. Well, if the Warriors had played last night, I'd have the Warriors to talk about. even though none of you are local. When I tried the, I had a 4-month criminal VICAR, so case of violence with RICO, a prison gang case. The Warriors, that was the year that the Warriors were beating everybody, and so that's how I relaxed in the evening, if I was able to go home and see the Warriors.
I grew up in Richmond, and all of my sports loyalties remain local, so I've enjoyed these years.
Well, I grew up in San Antonio, and for a very long time I was an avid Spurs fan, but it's kind of hard not to.
I've had no problem
with
the
Warriors, and I was a guard, so Steph Curry's a great athlete to watch.
Great. I've had no problem hating the Dodgers for 35 years. So.
Yeah, I still don't understand when they can't make their free throws. They are free. Just takes practice. Okay, still not any work.
I think Rick Barry would agree.
Yeah, our coach made us, you couldn't leave the gym until after practice. You had to be tired while you were practicing your free throws. Could not leave the gym until you hit 10 in a row.
Well, I have a West Coast basketball story, which is that my daughter's a basketball recruit down at Claremont.
Oh, great.
Yeah, and she's a junior. They've missed a couple seasons, 2 seasons because of the pandemic.
I was going to ask, are they playing outside or?
No, they'll be able to pick it back up again, and I think the eligibility now has gotten a little sort of wonky. People get a little extra time if you're able to.
Okay.
Classes work that way, but it's tough on the kids.
What year is she?
She is as a lot of kids, took a semester off, but is a second semester junior.
Okay, we are back on. We now have it. Okay, so we'll start the clock running here, Warren, at 8:21.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Your Honor, just cleaning up a couple of exhibits, I don't believe that I need to enter Exhibit 5567, which was one of the 2 Fortnite emails, and I would make that motion now.
5567, no objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
And then, Your Honor, secondly, is the excerpt from the video, which we handed up yesterday, which is Exhibit 3462, and I would also move that exhibit into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I just checked my notes. I had admitted 5567 yesterday, so today I will admit 3462.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Shelley. Good morning. You have up in front of you the demonstrative that we finished the day with yesterday, and I believe we had discussed these various innovations and investments up through the Play Kit. Sir, are you familiar with ARKit?
Yes.
And when was ARKit released by Apple?
In 2017.
And what does ARKit do?
It is software technology for app developers to build applications that take advantage of augmented reality within their applications.
And how do developers use ARKit?
Well, there are a number of ways. Advanced developers can take advantage of the APIs in ARKit to build their own applications. And with ARKit, there's a number of advanced technologies that allow for placing computer-generated imagery in the real world as seen through your iPhone's camera. And it does many very technical, cool things, like what's called people occlusion. So, for example, that means that if you're throwing a ball in space and it goes behind a real person, the graphics of that rendering of that ball will go behind the person that you see, and that's all handled by ARKit.
And Mr. Schiller, I'd like to show a demonstrative of ARKit and ask you please to narrate what we're seeing.
Yes. This is an app in the App Store called Animal Safari AR, and it allows you to place real life-size animals around you in your yard, in your home. So what we're seeing here is an example of a user would be holding up their phone and looking in their yard and placing a lion, a penguin, a zebra, and there even an elephant that's properly lit by the angle of the sun, casts some shadows in the ground. In this learning and playful app, you can feed the animals the appropriate kinds of food and learn what they look like.
And can you tell us which parts of that video were real and which were augmented reality?
Yes, everything you see in that app is real except the animals. So the ground is your patio, the yard is your yard, with these animals now placed within them.
And is ARKit relevant to game developers?
I believe so.
And does ARKit improve the attractiveness of the Apple App Store as a digital transaction platform for games?
Yes. Yes.
And have any new versions of ARKit been released since 2017?
Yes, we're up to version 4 of ARKit.
And so how often has it been updated?
Every year.
Next, or actually skipping over Core ML for a moment, we see Reality Kit and Reality Composer.
Yes.
When were those two APIs released?
Almost 2 years ago now, in 2019.
And what do they assist developers with?
So these are further advancements in our tools for augmented reality. Reality Kit is technology you would place in your app to make it easier for the developer to take advantage of these ARKit capabilities.
Can I interrupt? I have heard back from Judge Hickson, and he is able to deal with this issue this morning. So if you could have lawyers from each side join his dial-in, I can give you that number right now. Can I tell them they'll be here there in about 10 minutes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. So his dial-in is 888-684-8852. Passcode 2925506. His email, you can send him the document by email.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do you need the number again, or you have it?
I have, Your Honor, 888-684-8852, and the passcode of 2925506.
That's correct.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may. Thank you.
So I believe you were discussing Reality Kit and Reality Composer. Can you please describe those?
Yes, those kits. These are both advancements for ARKit, and they allow it to make it even easier for perhaps the most, not the an advanced developer, someone who perhaps hasn't worked with 3D objects before in their application development. So Reality Kit is a library, a framework that you would put into your application to then make it easier for you to use AR without having to write all of that yourself. Reality Composer is actually an application, a tool that you use as a developer to construct the 3D scene that you want to use as augmented reality. So it's a tool that runs on the Mac, on the iPhone, on the iPad, and you use it to assemble the scene you want in your application.
And do Reality Kit and Reality Composer, are they relevant to game developers?
I think so, particularly younger developers or smaller developers as they're getting started and want to learn to do 3D augmented reality applications in games.
And the Reality Kit and Reality Composer make the Apple App Store more attractive as a digital game transaction platform?
I think so.
And let's circle back, sir, to Core ML. First of all, are you familiar with that API?
I am.
And when was it released by Apple?
In 2017.
And has Apple continued to invest in improving Core ML?
We have.
And can you describe what Core ML does, please?
Yes, the ML stands for machine learning, which we've spoken about briefly a bit yesterday. It is a branch of augmented reality, of artificial intelligence that allows you to write software that would be very difficult to do with traditional software programming techniques. These are tools that help software predict what may happen and then respond appropriately for the user to help them do things not possible with traditional software. A simple example would be you want your application to look through a photo the user took and help them find pictures of their dog or of dogs in general. So what you do with machine learning with this advanced software, you create a model. And then that model says, here's a whole bunch of pictures of dogs. You now, as a software, know what dogs look like, and you put that in your app, and future photos of other dogs that can then predict and say, oh, there are more photos of dogs because of the machine learning library you've created.
And is Core ML relevant to game developers?
Oh, I think so. I think we're going to see more and more uses of predictive machine learning technology in different kinds of experiences, including games.
Sir, I'd like to show you a demonstrative of Core ML and ask you to tell the court what we're seeing.
Yes, this is a really fun app to help somebody who's a basketball player become a better shooter. And what you do
I did not know this was coming.
I did not know you were going to be possibly interested in this. It's called Home Court. You hold the phone up, and we're seeing what the phone is seeing. It is watching a shooter shoot across the court, just taking shots. And in real time, it's able to see the person, see the basket, see the ball, measure the arm angle, the leg angle, the release angle of the shot, how long it takes to release the shot, how fast the shot is going, what height it is that the shooter is at when they release. These things would be impossible for a coach to measure in real time while someone's shooting. Probably have to go back and analyze video for hours to do this. And now on the iPhone, with machine learning technology, the developer can create an app to do that right away in real time. And this is an app that's on the store. It's really great.
That was my next question, sir, is what we just saw from an app that is currently available on the App Store?
It is.
And what's the name of that app?
Home Court.
And has Apple continued to invest in improving Core ML?
We have.
And has the expense of developing any of these APIs and SDK kits that we've discussed, has any of that been allocated to the App Store?
It has not.
Sir, in looking at these examples and the other topics we discussed yesterday, have we covered everything that Apple has done to benefit app developers and App Store customers since 2008?
Oh, definitely not.
Can you just give us an overview, please, of the types of efforts that Apple makes to benefit developers and users?
Well, of course, we make hardware with features that are designed to help developers and users have new experiences, new capabilities. Every year we advance those. We have core software features, as we see here, and many more that are designed to assist developers as they create whatever their vision, their dream is of applications and tools for users. It all adds up to all of us as users, over 1 billion people, having better software, better experiences that we can have on our devices. We try to bring these out in ways to help developers create them with documentation and training. We put on events, as we've discussed. We have people assigned to assist in developers. We actually do consulting engineering, where we sit down and help them with their code. We have a lab for helping with user interface design to help them make better-looking applications. We have tours we do around the world where our teams go around in country to help make sure developers can learn directly about these technologies. We've built facilities around the world. We've talked about our accelerator labs. We have schools we've created to help in both the high school and college level around the world, in Brazil and Indonesia and Italy and China, everywhere we can to help create the next generation of developers to unleash their visions in the world. There's a very long list of things that we try to do to help with app development.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller. And does Apple take steps to protect its investment in this intellectual property?
We do.
And what does Apple do toward that end?
Well, there's patents and copyrights, of course, to help protect the technology.
And, sir, do you personally have any patents for your work at Apple?
Yes.
And can you describe that, please?
The first patent I was involved in was for the iPod. Working back on the iPod, I helped come up with the idea for the wheel that we use as a user interface design for iPod.
And why was that of import or use for the iPod?
When we were working on the iPod, the previous first-generation music players only held 20, 25 songs, and you had little up and down arrow buttons you would click to move along the list of songs to play them. When we came up with the idea for the iPod and were conceptualizing it, we knew we were going to hold 1,000 songs or more. Well, you couldn't use up and down arrows to move through your song list. So we needed the idea of something else as an input mechanism to find songs. And having an education in biology, I know that we have semi-opposable thumbs, and your thumb can rotate around. And that would be great for user interface for one-handed operation of a long list of things. And so it was my idea to come up with a wheel for the iPod.
And how was it, sir, that the head of marketing was involved in that fundamental of product design issue?
The marketing function that I've been responsible for over 20 years at Apple is in part of a group called Product Marketing. And Apple Product Marketing is entirely involved in the definition of our products and the creation of our products from the very first concept of it up to and through when we bring it to market. And product marketing works hand in hand with engineering on all of our products.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller. Your Honor, I pass the witness.
Cross.
Jonathan, I have just a moment to get my materials organized. I'll hand to counsel and to Your Honor's deputy a copy of the deposition transcript for Mr. Schiller.
Thank you.
All right, let's bring up, if we could, the slide that we just saw. Mr. Rudd. Good morning, Mr. Schiller.
Good morning.
The last time I saw you, it was over Zoom in February of this year. You recall that?
I do.
We had a nice conversation about AI.
We did.
Right? You know that I'm an AI aficionado.
Absolutely.
All right. So I want to talk a little bit about the conversation you just had with Mr. Doran. You just spoke about a host of APIs that Apple has developed, as you said, for the use with in a variety of ways for people to make apps.
Yes.
You saw that testimony just now?
Yes.
Now, you know there's a difference between a web app and a native app, right?
Yes.
And the tools that you've talked about are not tools that, by and large, can be used for web apps, correct?
Correct. Most of these apply to native applications.
All right. So let's go through those. Do we have, and maybe actually Apple's counsel, the hot seat operator, could pull up number 6. If you wouldn't mind, sir, I apologize. It'll just be easier.
No objection.
Thank you. All right, so we're looking at the slide that says innovations and investments on it, and I just want to go across the top. And by the way, just so that the record is clear, the reason that web apps and native apps have some differences is because the web apps have to be rendered through a browser, correct?
That's one difference. There are others.
And that Apple requires that web apps actually use WebKit, which is a set of APIs that is Apple proprietary, correct?
On iOS, we require the use of WebKit as the underlying rendering engine for web browsers.
And WebKit does not allow all APIs that are available for native web apps to be called upon, correct?
I don't think we do, no.
You don't, correct?
Sorry, I'm agreeing. Yes.
Okay, all right. So, for instance, SpriteKit, which is here on the top of this demonstrative of innovations and investments, that can't be used for a web app, right?
I don't believe so, but
okay,
I haven't spent
that's
much.
fine.
Okay.
Okay. Then Metal, I'm going to cover a lot of stuff, so I'm going to move through something relatively quickly. So Metal as well also is not usable for a web app that's rendered through WebKit, correct?
I'm not certain whether Safari itself uses Metal for accelerating graphics that are rendered through web apps.
You don't know. Okay. Okay. And how about Gameplay Kit? Do you know whether or not the native API, whether or not a web app can call on an API through WebKit for gameplay?
I do not know that they can.
All right. How about for Replay Kit? Do you know whether or not WebKit can call on an API that would allow that to be utilized?
I don't know that they can.
How about for AR Kit? Do you know whether or not WebKit will allow an API to be called upon that would utilize AR Kit?
I do not know that it can.
And how about for Core ML? Do you know whether or not WebKit would allow an API to be called upon that would allow Core ML to be used?
I don't know that it can.
And how about Reality Kit? Do you know whether or not Reality Kit has an API within WebKit that would allow it to be called upon as a web app?
I do not know that it can.
And the same one for Reality Composer. Do you know whether or not there is an ability through WebKit to allow Reality Composer to be utilized as a web app?
Yes, for this one, with Reality Composer, it's actually a tool, not a library for an app. And with Reality Composer, you create 3D scenes, and there's an element of Reality Composer that allows you to export those scenes for use in industry standard formats,
okay.
USPZ.
So for that one, you can.
There's use for that for any kind of application, not just native apps.
All right. So what you're saying under oath is that WebKit has the ability to call on a Reality Composer API. Is that what you're saying?
I do not. Reality Composer isn't an API. It's an application to create scenes.
And can it be called on through WebKit?
You don't call on an app.
Okay. So then let's just do it this way. Out of the 8, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7 of the ones that we just talked about, web app developers can't use.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Let's just put that to the side now. As long as we're on this topic, let's just do a couple of other little pieces. And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there are different browsers?
Yes.
Okay. And Safari is the Apple browser, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you are not aware of any study by Apple that compares the functionality of web apps to native apps, are you?
I am not.
And also, you're not aware of any store for streaming apps that's offered as part of the App Store, are you?
No, I'm not.
And you're not aware of any studies within Apple that have examined latency of streaming apps in connection with gameplay, are you?
I am not.
All right. Let's go now to something else that you spoke about with Mr. Schiller just now. I'm sorry, Mr. Doran just now, which is the IP.
Yes.
You've mentioned that Apple has IP.
Yes.
And that Apple has utilized this IP in connection with its development of a variety of the innovations that you've now spent quite a lot of time testifying about, correct?
Yes.
You're aware, aren't you, that Apple relies upon the innovations of many developers, many of whom are not Apple developers, in developing the very innovations and investments that you've shown to this court, aren't you?
I'm not sure what you mean by relies on.
Okay, that they utilize. That Apple utilizes, for instance, a variety of open source software in connection with the innovations that you've described to this court?
I'm aware that our Apple engineers take part in open source projects quite frequently.
And that they, in fact, Apple has utilized a lot of open source software and discloses it.
Yes.
All right, and that goes into all of these innovations that you've said are Apple innovations. Isn't that right?
I don't know that it's all of them. I know that we have on some. I don't know which ones specifically.
Okay, let's. You testified yesterday that you're familiar generally with the Apple Developer Agreement. Did you not?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up what's already in evidence at PX 2618, if we could, Mr. Rudd. And let's go there to Section 4. And let's go to the notwithstanding language under Section 4. And you see here it says that notwithstanding the foregoing, which is the information that Apple considers proprietary, Apple confidential information will not include, A, information that's generally and legitimately available to the public through no fault or breach of yours, B, information that's generally made available to the public by Apple, C, information that is independently developed by you without the use of any Apple confidential information.
And just a little slower.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And D, information that was rightfully obtained from a third party who had the right to transfer or disclose it to you without limitation, or E, any third party software and or documentation provided to you by Apple and accompanied by licensing terms that do not impose confidentiality obligations on the use or disclosure of such software or documentation. You understand that that paragraph exists in the Apple Developer Agreement that you testified about yesterday, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And there's also a similar provision in the Apple Developer License Agreement that you testified about yesterday. And let's pull up, Mr. Rudd, please, PX 2619. And let's look at Section 9 of that agreement. And under Section 9, Mr. Rudd, if you could turn to that. All right. It says, again, under notwithstanding, which appears in the middle of the paragraph there, that notwithstanding the foregoing, again, Apple information will not include some of the same things, but there's a difference that I'll read out. 1, information that's generally and legitimately available to the public through no fault or breach of yours. 2, information that is generally made available to the public by Apple. 3, information that is independently developed by you, meaning the licensee, without the use of any Apple confidential information. 4, information that was rightfully obtained from a third party who had the right to transfer or disclose it to you, the licensee, without limitation. Or 5, any sauce, capital SOSS, included in the Apple software and accompanying license terms that do not impose confidentiality obligations on the use or disclosure of FOSS. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And let's just turn back to the definition of FOSS, which is on page 2619.5. And FOSS is defined as free and open source software. And that means, quote, any software that is subject to terms that as a condition of use, copying, modification, or redistribution requires such software and or derivative works thereof to be disclosed or distributed in source code form, to be licensed for the purpose of making derivative works, or to be redistributed free of charge, including without limitation software distributed under the GNU General Public License or GNU Lesser Library GPL. You're aware of that provision, aren't you, in the Apple Developer License Agreement?
I see that here, yes.
All right. Now, there is a way to find the various license agreements that Apple has that touch the iPhone. Are you aware of that?
I'm not certain.
All right, but you spent an awful lot of time talking about sort of the innovations and the IP of Apple, correct?
Yes, I did.
And it's not a surprise to you that there is somewhere a disclosure of Apple licensing terms, is it?
No.
In fact, you can find it on your very own iPhone. And we can do that together. Let's go to actually PX1893. I'm going to hand out binders to the court and for counsel.
So I have one of two. Is that right?
It should be one of two. Oh, it's mislabeled. It's only one of one, Your Honor.
That's great.
There's fatigue setting in.
There's something to be grateful for today.
Let's turn if you would. Oh, the witness needs a binder. Your Honor, may I approach Mr. Taylor? And Mr. Schiller, I'd ask you to turn to what's been marked for identification as PX1893. Okay, this will all be digital.
It's a little tight for space up here, but yes, I have it. Thank you.
Do you have a page that is labeled Apple Open Source in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And at the bottom on the left-hand side, you see it says opensource.apple.com?
Yes.
All right. And do you recognize opensource.apple.com as an Apple portion of an Apple website?
Yes.
All right. And, Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX1893.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
And Mr. Schiller, are you aware that the Apple open source page that I have put in front of you lists the various types of tools and products which have some amount of open source software within them?
Yes, it looks like that, yes.
All right, and including, if we look at Darwin Technologies over on the far right, it actually says, beneath the easy-to-use interface of Mac OS is a rock-solid Unix foundation. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, that's one source of where one can find some reference to Apple open source utilization of software. But let's go to the iPhone itself. Are you aware, Mr. Schiller, that if one goes to one's general settings,
okay,
and scrolls down to legal and regulatory,
all right,
and then scrolls down again to legal notices,
okay,
one comes up with PX1891, which is in your binder.
all right.
All right, and have you ever taken a look at the legal notices that are resident on each and every iPhone that is sold that list the various licenses that touch the iPhone?
I don't recall doing that.
Okay. And let's turn for a moment, but you're very familiar with your iPhone, correct?
Yes, I think so.
And you would expect the information that Apple includes under legal notices to be true and accurate, would you not?
Yes.
Your Honor, I seek to admit PX 1891.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
Glenn, if you would, we're only going to go through a few of these. There's just dozens and dozens, and it's a big, thick document, but we'll just go through a few.
Dozens and dozens of pages.
Dozens and dozens of pages and of references to open source software.
Okay.
But we'll go through it with a witness so he can testify to it. Let's turn to PX 1891.9. You see at the bottom it says attractive chaos.
I see that.
All right.
Sorry, counsel, I missed the page.
1891.9. And it says, quote, permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of this software. Do you see that?
I do.
And then it goes on. Let's turn to another one on the next page, 1891.10, Stefano Barbato, Nemetic, the MIT license. Permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of the software. Do you see that?
I do.
And you would expect that to be true and accurate, correct?
Yes.
All right. In turn, just down the same page at the very bottom, Jesse Beder, B-E-D-E-R, permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of the software. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Then let's turn to a few others. Turn to page 1891.14. You see towards the bottom it says John J. Boyer and contributors, LibLouis.
I see that.
And it says LibLouis is free software licensed under the GNU. Do you see that?
Yes, and just a detailed GNU
GNU,
pronunciation.
right?
Yes.
Although I thought it would be helpful to sort of spell it out for a court reporter. And it says under that, everyone is permitted to copy and distribute verbatim copies of this license document, but changing is not allowed. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And turn to it's numbered page 1891.23 for Mr. Stephen Sellis for SQ Light.Swift.
I see that.
It says permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of the software. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Turn to page 1891.28. And this one is one of my favorites. Lassie, L-A-S-S-E, Collins for XZ Utils, U-T-I-L-S. And it states, this software includes code from XZ Utils, which is provided under the following terms. You can do whatever you want with the files that have been put into the public domain. If you find public domain legally problematic, take the previous sentence as a license grant. If you still find the lack of copyright legally problematic, you have too many lawyers. Do you see that?
I do.
Let's go on to the next one. Let's just do a couple more. 1891.30 to Sammy de Guzman, Road Geek. And it states, permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of the software and associated documentation files. Do you see that?
Yes.
And let's go to the Free Software Foundation on 1891.40. And it states, permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of the software. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then on the right-hand side of the next page, 1891.41, Royu Fu, R-U-O-Y-U, last name Fu, F-U, that permission is hereby granted free of charge to any person obtaining a copy of the software. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right, and it goes, you would agree with me that there are so many pages left in this document, correct?
There are.
And I've only read a few of the entries, correct?
Yes.
All right. you would agree with me, Mr. Schiller, wouldn't you, that Apple utilizes a lot of terrific innovation by third parties in the various products that it has made and distributed to the public?
We use many open source projects. I don't want to qualify terrific, or I hope they are. I don't know what the things you just read out refer to, so I don't want to qualify an opinion on them.
Ms. Forrest, can you tell me whether Epic is arguing that software is copyrightable?
No, Your Honor, Epic has no doubt that software is copyrightable. Epic has no doubt that there is some legitimate software that Apple has on its own that's proprietary. Our point is that Apple is taking total credit for all innovations, and there's a substantial, very substantial amount of third-party innovation, and Apple cannot differentiate. At this point, there's nothing in the record differentiating what is Apple proprietary IP from what is non-proprietary.
Okay, thank you. Proceed. And Mr. Doran, your perspective too is that software is copyrightable?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'd like to now sort of circle back to where I was originally going to begin today, but wanted to take up the various matters that had been raised most recently by Mr. Doran. Mr. Schiller, over the past decade, you would consider yourself to be one of the highest level executives at Apple, correct?
Yes.
And you, one of Apple's top executives, have sat through this entire trial, correct?
Yes.
And you've listened to all of the testimony?
I have.
You've heard the various themes and stories that people have been telling on the stand on both sides, all the experts, all the witnesses, correct?
Yes.
And you sat in the room with counsel every morning and at break over in the attorney's lounge and talked with them, correct?
Many times. I'm not sure if it's every time.
Okay. You sat with them many times in that room. I mean, you and I I've waved, correct?
Yes.
And you were head of marketing for a while at Apple, correct?
Yes.
Until you became an Apple Fellow, correct?
Yes.
And in your position, you were essentially a salesman, correct?
No.
Well, you were selling Apple products, correct? Not in a door-to-door way and not in a way of going into a store, but you were responsible for the marketing of Apple's products, correct?
Marketing, yes, but not sales.
All right, so let's start our time together now by cleaning up a few things from your testimony yesterday. You'll recall that there was extensive discussion that you had with Mr. Doran about two documents, PX79 and PX80. And I'll ask Mr. Rudd to bring them up side by side. And you recall the Goldman Sachs switching report, which is PX79, and being questioned on that?
Yes, I do.
And you recall that you were also shown PX80, which was a cover email from you for that switching report, correct?
Yes.
And that cover email is dated 20 June 2013, correct?
Yes.
All right, and you and I discussed these two documents at your deposition in February, correct?
That's right.
Well, actually, that portion of the examination may have been by class counsel, but I was present during that examination, correct?
You were.
Because we shared time, right? I only had 3 hours with you during that deposition, correct?
I don't remember the exact time.
We split up the time with the various class counsel.
Yes.
Now, you recall saying at your deposition about PX79, and that's the Goldman Sachs report, that you didn't recognize it. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And that you could not even recall if it had been sent around internally, correct?
That's right.
And then you were showed the email that is at PX80 that appeared to show you sending it around to various executives at Apple, and you said at your deposition you couldn't remember that either, correct?
That's true.
Okay. And you understand that you're here at this trial as a fact witness, correct?
I do.
Not an expert witness, correct?
Yes.
And you're not an economist, right?
I am not.
When was the first time, sir, that you looked at the report that is at PX 79, and devise the testimony that you gave on it yesterday?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that as inherently calling for attorney-client privilege communication.
I just want the date.
The date, I can tell you what I did. I don't know which day of the week it was.
No, why don't you tell me whether it was in the last week?
No.
It was in the last couple of weeks?
At least.
Okay. And
I'll be more precise. It was after a deposition.
Okay. And did you do it on your own, just thinking about it?
I did it after the deposition. When you say I do everything thinking about it, I'm not sure what that means. Let me
put it this way. Did you do it in consultation with counsel?
No, I was on my own.
Okay. All right. Now, since you testified about this document, let's proceed to look at it then a little bit further. And we're going to focus now on PX 80 first. And Mr. Red, why don't you please just pull up PX 80 so we can see that clearly. And you told other Apple executives that this was, quote, an interesting report. Did you not?
I did.
In 2013, correct?
Yes.
And it was an interesting report on the cost and methodology to switch from iPhone to Android. Do you see that?
Yes.
Those were words that you wrote.
They are.
And underneath that, you said in parentheses, iTunes and iCloud figure pretty big in the ability and the effort involved to switch. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And some of the individuals that you sent this to included, for instance, Mr. Jazwiak and Mr. Q, Mr.
Yes.
Fisher.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, sorry.
These are some high-level executives at Apple, correct?
Yes, these are some of my peers.
Okay. Let's turn now to PX 79, and that is the Goldman Sachs report. And you see on the first page of this report under implications, it states that our conclusion suggests the cost of switching platforms is significant. And indeed, it was not possible to transfer all of our content. Do you see that?
I do.
And yesterday you testified about all of the ways in which there had been changes in the industry that now allowed switching, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And they say that for Goldman Sachs in 2013 that the cost of switching platforms is significant. And now it goes on, the explicit switching cost of our switch totaled $79.85. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And now you testified yesterday at transcript page 2848 in the non-corrected version of the transcript, Your Honor. A later corrected version came out.
That's fine.
Okay. That there was a way somehow of switching movies over. You could stream movies.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure that's exactly what I said.
You don't think that one can switch over movies, do you?
Well, when you said stream, I thought I said yesterday, I talked about how today you can now stream TV shows and movies through many services.
Right, but if I downloaded from my Apple TV and I purchased a movie,
yes.
That happens all day, every day, correct? At least Apple hopes so.
No, it's, again, I think very few people do that anymore. It's much more streaming service for
I must be an outlier. Buying movies. So if somebody buys a movie, they're offered for sale, are they not?
It's possible, yes.
Yes. And in fact, they're offered for sale or rent on Apple TV, correct?
Yes.
All right. And so the world will now learn that you don't expect people to actually buy them because you're expecting them to use other services.
I'm just saying that's what most people do now.
Okay. All right. So, but it can be done. People can buy them, and people can then have them resident in their iTunes account, correct?
Yes.
And they cannot move those to Android, can they?
I don't know if they can or can't.
They cannot move them to Android, can they?
Again, I don't know if they can or can't.
Let's find out from Mr. Q and see whether or not you disagree with Mr. Q. Mr. Q is who?
Eddie Q is Senior Vice President for our Internet Services team.
And you respect Mr. Q?
Absolutely.
And you would expect that he would have accurate information on this question of whether or not movies can be switched between an iPhone and an Android, don't you?
Yes.
Okay, let's listen to Mr. Q.
Putting aside the reasons why, did you ever try to move your library of movies and filmed entertainment from an iPhone to an Android?
I did not, because I know that doesn't work.
Do you disagree with that testimony of Mr. Q?
No.
Now, you know, even though you don't expect people to buy movies anymore on Apple TV, that they are offered for a price, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand up, Your Honor, what's been marked for identification as PX817. And if I may approach the witness as well as Your Honor. And just for humor, Your Honor, I did put My Cousin Vinny as the first.
I think it's a great movie.
So last night, I didn't have any time to actually watch any movies, but I did actually go and look at what one could buy on Apple TV. And so let's take a look at PX1817 together, Mr. Schiller. Do you see, do you recognize this page as an example of a movie that could be purchased through Apple TV onto one's and put in one's iTunes library?
Yes.
And it's offered for buying at $14.99, correct?
Yes.
And if you turn to the next page, which is 1817.2, you see there's another movie, Emperor, and you can buy that for $14.99 as well, correct?
Yes.
So it's, we're now up to $28, $29, $30, correct? Okay. And then you can actually, the next one, I just picked these randomly, was Deep Blue Sea, maybe number 3. And that's PX1817.3, and you can pre-order that for $9.99, correct?
Yes.
And then the next one on page point 4 is The Invisible Man, which you can buy for $14.99, correct?
That's one option. As you see, there's another button as well.
Yes, I understand. I'm only focusing on buying.
Okay.
Now, Monsters, Love and Monsters, you can buy it for $9.99. Do you see that on point 5, page
Yeah.
point 5? And then on page point 6, Chaos Walking, you can buy it for $14.99.
Yes.
And for whatever reason, it doesn't look like you can rent that one. The next one, The Marksman, 1817.7, you can buy that for $19.99. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next one is Top Gun. That's buying for $7.99. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then the next one is Paper Tigers at 1817.9. You can buy that for $14.99.
Yes.
And John Wick 3 on point 10, you can buy that for $7.99.
Yes.
And under Monster Hunter, point 11, you can buy it for $19.99. Correct?
So yes, I was just turning the page.
Okay. And the Hitman's Bodyguard, you can buy that for $12.99 at point 12.
Yes.
Okay. And then Interstellar, you can buy for $14.99 on page point 13.
Yes.
And then there's actually a whole section where you can buy all kinds of movies for different price points, and that's on the last page at point 14, correct?
Yes.
It wouldn't take very much, Mr. Schiller, would you agree, to exceed $100 in the value of one's iTunes filmed entertainment library, correct?
If that's all you choose to purchase, yes.
And that cannot be moved to Android, correct?
No.
No, it cannot.
I'm sorry. No, it cannot.
And let's talk about for a moment the iCloud service. The iCloud service is an Apple service, right?
It is.
And there are other cloud services, correct?
Yes, there are many.
But the iCloud service is Apple service, right?
Yes.
If I'm an Android user, can I get the iCloud service, not another cloud service, but the iCloud service?
I don't believe so.
And so if I'm in a family with Apple iPhone users, but I choose to have an Android, and let's say we've got 4 people in the family, and we share an iCloud storage account, which can be done, correct?
Yes.
I, as an Android user, cannot share that iCloud storage account, correct?
That's true.
Okay. Now let's go back to PX80. And let's, again, focus on the bottom portion of that page where it says iTunes and iCloud figure pretty big in the ability and the effort involved to switch. Do you see that?
I do.
They still do, don't they, sir?
Not the same as at this time.
All right, thank you. Now, let's move on.
You want 18, 19 in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted. It's actually 18, 17, sorry.
Now, there was another document that you testified about yesterday, a couple of other documents. And you testified about them at some length, which is surprising to me because you didn't know anything about them at your deposition, so we'll talk about those.
Yes.
Let's put PX 417 up. Okay. Now, do you recall telling me at your deposition that you didn't recall your thoughts around this email at all?
That sounds familiar.
Okay. And you said you didn't recall the specific thinking around this moment at all. Remember that?
I do.
Okay. And so I said, so it would be fair to say that as you sit here, the only thing you can tell me is what's written on the page, correct?
True.
And you agreed with that, right?
I believe so.
All right. But yesterday you had a recollection of a variety of context.
Yes.
All right. When did you come to that memory between February and 11th and today?
After our deposition, a few of the documents that you showed me were curious to me, and I went back in my email and I looked and I tried to recall and recollect what was this about and what happened.
Okay.
And so a few of them, I remembered a few things.
Okay, good. Let's go on to, you had, I guess it maybe happened with PX 882 as well. Let's take a look at PX 882. And by the way, the fact that I used them during my opening was not part of what spurred you to want to have a recollection about them?
Absolutely not.
Okay, all right. So PX 882, now you recall Mr. Doran asking you some questions about this yesterday too, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I used this document also in my opening, correct?
I don't recall if it was in your opening.
All right, let's highlight the phrase, the whole plan there, Mr. Rudd, if you could, in the third paragraph. The same as throwing out the whole plan. Right there you go. Okay, you remember that I had referenced that in my opening?
Yes, I do recall that.
Mr. Doran had said, had sort of talked about my opening and that portion of it yesterday when he was questioning you on this document?
Yes.
Okay. Now, like the documents we've just seen at your deposition on February 11th of this year, I put this in front of you, and you said you didn't remember this email. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then I specifically pointed to the language about the plan, and you said you didn't recall your thoughts at the time and could only refer to the words that were on the page. Do you recall that?
Absolutely.
Okay. But at some point between February 11th and today, you've had a recollection. Is that right?
Literally after the deposition, I wrote down the words, the whole plan. When you said that to me, it really stuck in my mind. And then I went up and looked at this and said, what is she asking about? What whole plan? And I read over this again and tried to recollect what happened here, and I remembered part of it.
It's a memorable phrase, right? The whole plan.
You certainly brought it up to me, yes.
Yeah, and it's stuck in your mind.
I just wanted to remember what happened in this time. I
wanted to make sure
for a decade.
You wanted to make sure you knew how to explain it.
I just wanted to remember what you were asking about.
You wanted to remember you wanted to learn how to explain it.
No.
Okay. All right, let's go on. Let's pause a little bit on PX 882. Now, you said in this document, in the second paragraph, if we could highlight that, there are many APIs out there for apps, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned some that were then competitors of yours in 2008. Sun has Java on the iPhone. Well, you're saying when you read the whole thing. There are many APIs out there for apps. By the same logic, Why not let Sun have Java on the iPhone? Why not Adobe's Air? Why not Microsoft's Silverlight? Why not Qualcomm's Brew, et cetera, et cetera? Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, you knew at the time that you wrote this that Sun Java had competitive APIs, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying here.
All right. And Adobe Air was a competitor with APIs, correct?
No, again, that's not what I'm explaining.
And Microsoft Silverlight was a competitor with APIs, correct?
Again, you're not explaining what I meant by this.
Okay. Since you didn't understand, and maybe you've had a recollection about that as well, but at the time of your deposition, you didn't remember any of that. But
we didn't talk about those terms in the deposition. I'm happy to explain them now.
Well, your counsel can go back to it. Now, what you were saying in this email was that Apple only wanted to support its own API, correct?
In addition to the web, yes.
Okay. And your intent was to drive your cross-platform competitors out of the app business, wasn't it?
Absolutely not.
All right. Let's turn to another document. I want to stay with this idea of Apple's plan for a little longer because I agree with you. It was a memorable phrase. And I want to make sure that we don't think that the two documents that we've just seen are the only documents on this topic. So let's put up PX 890. Okay, do you recognize this document as a document that you wrote to Mr. Jobs?
Yes.
And you wrote it on or about 30th of June, 2008, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 890.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
And you say in this document that in the first paragraph, when they have contacts in their app, these are the only contacts on the iPhone and not a merge of contacts from Google, right? I think it would be a really bad idea for something that looks like contacts to have contacts not on that iPhone and could lead people not using our contacts app at all. Two people not using our contacts app at all. We may want to limit this in the license. Now, you were concerned about users not using an Apple app, correct?
I was concerned with users opening up a contacts and not seeing the contacts from the contacts app in that list of contacts, and I thought that would be a bad experience.
You wanted them to use the Apple Contacts app, correct?
I was more worried, as I said, with the first part, which
But it's not.
It makes no sense.
Okay, so you didn't. It wasn't about the Apple app.
No, that really
okay.
wasn't.
All right. Now you wanted to limit the ability to use the Google app in the license, correct?
I'm not sure which license I'm referring to there. We had both.
It was a license, correct?
A license.
Okay. So you wanted to use Apple's license to prevent a third party user from using a competitor's app functionality, correct?
No. Again, I thought they may want to.
If the answer is no, that's not what you were after. That's okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this was all about not using a competitor's product, was it not?
No, this is about having contacts that make sense.
Right. You don't think it was? It'll in the document. It is what it is.
Yes.
Let's go to another one. We've got more. Let's turn to PX 879. Mr. Rudd, could you please bring up PX 879? Now, this document is a document that you wrote that was back and forth between you and Mr. Forstall, correct? Copies to some others.
Could I have a moment to look at it?
Yeah, sure.
He's looking. Are you going to offer this one?
I am going to offer this one, Your Honor.
No objection. Mr. Dorn, no objection.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, no objection.
Admitted.
I just need a moment to look at it. I don't recall this off the top of my head.
And if it helps you at all, I really just want to talk to you about just a little piece of it on the second page, bearing the Bates number at the end, 592, and then to the first page.
Sure, we can try to do that. I was just trying to recollect the situation where this occurred. It's been a long time, and I haven't looked at it since 2008.
But you see, on August 5th, 2008, Mr. Forstall said to you, I called but didn't get a hold of you this evening. Do you see that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then on the first page of PX 879, you say, you start your email to him, I didn't get any call. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then you go through what is essentially a debate about app distribution, correct?
I don't know which part are you referring to?
Okay. Well, let's go to paragraph, the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, 6th paragraph down. It begins, you're right, Android will be completely open. Do you see that?
I do.
Now, this is August of 2008, correct?
Yes.
And these are your words, correct?
It appears that way, yes.
All right, and you say, you're right, Android will be completely open. It will also be open source and may be free to handset makers to change and ship. I don't see how we can have anything like their license and business model. Those are your words, right?
Yes.
And you were referring not only to the license, but to the business model, correct?
Of licensing and operating system, yes.
And you say, why does it make sense to say that unlike Android, the iPhone OS won't be open source, won't be licensed to other handset makers, but the marketing language around documentation and sample code is going to kill support for us? Doesn't make sense to me. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. And then you go on, and you say, this feels to me just like the argument earlier this year around app distribution. Do you see that?
I do.
That was the back and forth as to whether or not Apple would open iOS to third parties, correct?
No, I think that...
It's not. It's not. You don't think it's about a debate about opening it up to third parties?
No, it's about state education program.
Okay. Well, this feels to me just like the argument earlier this year around app distribution, correct?
For education classes.
Okay, only for education classes.
I believe that's what I was referring to.
It wasn't a debate about opening up, you're saying, app distribution to third parties generally.
No, I do not believe so.
At this point in time, August of 2008, did Apple have any intent to open up iOS to third-party distribution outside of the App Store?
Not that I'm aware, I recall, no.
Now, let's go on, because we've got some more. Let's go to PX 505. And now Steve Jobs writes this to you on the 10th of October, 2008, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer PX 505.
Excellent.
All right, it's submitted. And Forstall, remind me, who's Forstall again?
Mr.
The Senior Vice President of Software Engineering.
Okay, thanks.
All right. And the subject of this email, can you get the subject line?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. Is Google working to target iPhone ad market? Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Jobs says to you in the second sentence, well, actually, the first sentence we can read in, actually, the more energy they devote to iPhone, the better, and the more dependent they are on our choices, the better. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Jobs and you and Apple wanted third parties to be beholden to Apple at this time, didn't you?
No, that is not what he's talking about.
You and Mr. Jobs and others at Apple were basking in what was now, early in 2008, your power to destroy another company's business, correct?
No.
Because the next part of the sentence says, for example, we could choose to provide an ad API for developers using a Microsoft platform, ad platform backend, and where would Google be then? Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. You weren't basking in the power to destroy another company's business?
No.
Okay. But this is October of 2008, correct?
Yes.
All right, let's move forward in time. Let's move to 2009. And Mr. Rudd, can you please put up PX2316? Now, PX2316 is a document from you to Mr. Jobs dated 20 November 2009. Do you see this?
Hold on one second while I open the binder to that.
Sure.
Yes, I see this.
Okay. Your Honor, I move to admit PX2316.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
And now it's 2009. It's late 2009, correct? All right. And it's still relatively early in the App Store's history, which was launched in 2008, correct?
Yes, just over a year.
All right.
Yeah.
And you're still discussing the plan to keep iOS closed, correct?
No,
You're still discussing the fact that iOS was closed, correct?
that app distribution is through the App Store. Yes.
Okay. And that app distribution, the plan was to keep app distribution through the App Store, correct?
Again, I don't want to create some master plan you keep trying to bring up, but that's what we are doing.
You don't think it was a plan to keep the App Store the only place where people could get apps?
It was one of the many decisions we made.
You don't think of that as a plan? Does the word plan make you uncomfortable?
No, you just keep going back to that sentence you used earlier of the plan, as if that was one special plan that you refer to.
Now, in this document, PX2316, you say, well, actually, we'll start at the bottom. The bottom of this email is a user of apps, a complaint from an app user, and let's highlight it, Dear Steve, who is complaining that the app review process is preventing him from playing two of his most frequently used apps, correct?
Yes.
And if you turn back then up to the top of the page, your response is a philosophical one. And you say in the second paragraph, in the end, it all really comes down to whether we will ever open up the iPhone for developers to distribute apps on their own, bypassing our store, correct?
Yes.
And those were your words, correct?
It is.
All right. And then you say in the two paragraphs down, also last year, we rejected the idea of publishing rules and guidelines used to review apps. It's very long and complicated, but I think there will come a time when we are better served to publish them than not. At least we would be more transparent, and some of the issues would be reduced, not all. Do you see that?
Yes.
And in fact, you did publish then the first version of the app review guidelines, correct?
Yes, we did.
All right. And Jason, can you please put up PX56A, please? And can you find that in your binder, Mr. Schiller?
Yes, I have that.
Okay. And in 56A, if you look at the last page,
Is 56A different from 56?
it is different from 56, Your Honor. I apologize. It was to try to make sure we had at one point during the deposition process the complete set. This is a 2010. It's the first version of the app review guidelines.
Okay, so I know I have 56 in evidence. Are we looking for 56A in evidence as well?
Correct, Your Honor. I was about to.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
You see on the last page, Mr. Schiller, that there's a date at the very bottom, Apple 2010?
I do.
And if you turn back to the first page, does this appear to be the first published version of the app review guidelines?
I believe it is.
Okay. And you see the second bullet from the bottom. It says, if your app is rejected, we have a review board that you can appeal to. if you run to the press and trash us, it never helps. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
And this year was what year?
2010 from the last page.
Thank you.
Now, over the years, you would agree with me that Apple stuck with its decision to keep apps available only through the Apple App Store, correct?
For native apps, yes.
Okay. And it was apps that were a key to selling iPhones, correct?
Certainly very important feature of iPhone.
Okay, so let's go to 2016 and see what happens over the years. So we're going to now move forward 3 years. 3 years after the Goldman Sachs report, right? That was 2013?
Yes.
Okay. We're in 2016. And do you recall that in October of 2016, you sent to 3 of the highest level executives at Apple an article talking about iMessage as the glue that kept people stuck to the iPhone? Do you recall that?
I don't recall those exact words.
Okay. Let's try PX2356, Mr. Red. All right. You see the subject line of this is subject. iMessage is the glue that keeps me stuck to the iPhone, and it's The Verge.
I do see that.
All right. And The Verge is a publisher, a periodical, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're Mr. Schiller who's sending that, correct?
I'm sending this news publication, yes.
Yes. And you're sending it on to Mr. Jazwiak, correct?
Yes.
And what was his position?
Vice President of Product Marketing.
And Mr. Federighi, and what's his position?
Senior Vice President of Software Engineering.
And Mr. Q, what's his position?
Senior Vice President of Internet Services.
And they were all part of the executive team, correct?
Not Mr. Jazwiak at that time.
But he is now, correct?
He is now.
And in fact, all 4 of you are still at Apple, correct?
Yes.
And all 4 of you are among the highest level executives at Apple, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this is 2016, and in 2016, you sent to those individuals an article that said, iMessage is the glue that keeps me stuck to the iPhone, correct?
Yes, I sent this article to them.
All right. Now, let's fast forward to 2019. Yes, sir. I did, Your Honor, please. Thank you.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
Let's move ahead to 2019. And we've now had the App Store in existence for more than a decade. Is that right?
Yes.
And the App Stores have been increasingly sophisticated in how it does business, correct?
Yes.
All right. And, Apple is also a company that's gone through some changes during that time, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you know that by 2019, Apple had already been found to have violated the antitrust laws in connection with a price-fixing case, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that was the eBooks case, correct?
Yes.
And we're going to come back to this perhaps, but the eBooks case, you recall, the judge suggested that high-level executives were directly involved in the conspiracy.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant to the
It's certainly absolutely relevant, Your Honor, to this line of questioning.
No, all of that. Come on.
You understand that the court suggested that the highest level executives were directly involved in that conspiracy, correct?
Yes.
And you were one of the highest level executives, weren't you?
If by inference you're saying I had anything to do with the eBooks case, I did not.
Now, a monitor was appointed in the eBooks case, correct?
Yes.
And monitor wanted to interview you, correct?
I and many others, yes.
But you were one of the ones that he wanted to interview, correct?
Sure.
And you know that it took 1.5 years for the monitor to get an interview with you, correct?
I do not know that.
And you don't know that the monitor repeatedly tried to get an interview with you in particular and couldn't for over 1.5 years?
I do not know that.
So we'll get to that. And do you know that the monitor referenced the fact that he wanted to interview you because you were one of the highest level executives that had been referenced by the court in the eBooks case?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
I'm getting there.
Only, give us a moment to proceed. Overruled.
I don't know what the monitor said.
Okay. Now, you know that Mr. Q was a primary witness in the eBooks case, correct?
I believe so.
And you know that Mr. Q was specifically called out in the eBooks case as a participant in the price fixing conspiracy, correct?
I don't know exactly the language used.
All right. And you know that Mr. Q, let's pull up PX 402, it's in evidence. I think it's in evidence, Your Honor. With a 4-hour binder, I'm not sure if it stayed in or stayed out.
Yeah, I don't see it in there.
Okay. You know that Mr. Q had been part of the eBooks case, correct?
Yes.
And he said...
Your Honor, statements by Mr. Q were excluded by stipulation between the parties.
They were only excluded, Your Honor, from the 4-hour binder. They were not excluded from the case as a whole. And the point that I can make the point now very quickly. I'm on the last connection point.
All right, proceed.
All right. Mr. Q said that he would do what he did in the eBooks case all over again, but he'd take better notes. Do you know that?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know that he said that to the Guardian?
No, I do not.
You don't know that he said that to me in my deposition of him?
No, I did not know that.
All right. Now, you also learned to be more careful in your writing, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
By 2019, Apple has already been an adjudicated price fixer, and the notes played a role in that, and the executives involved were much more careful with what they wrote down and how they wrote it. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure what you're referring to again. I don't know what you mean.
All right. Well, let's turn to PX 842. Now, here we have what I think of as the ultimate plan. You see that it says subject, phishing emails are still managing to catch everyone out?
Yes.
And it's from Mr. Federighi to you, correct?
The last email on it is yes.
Okay. On the first page, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that's dated December 1st, 2019?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 842.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
Now, if you turn to the second page at the very bottom, there's an email from Mr. Cook dated December 1st, 2019. Do you see that?
I do.
And he says, what could we do that would give us a long-term competitive advantage for both enterprise and consumers? Do you see that?
I do.
All right. And then go up to the top of that page, and it says, or actually the page before, where it says Tim, our primary strategy here is to eliminate the use of user-entered passwords. And then it goes on and it says if the user doesn't know a password to enter into a phishing site, they can't be phished for it. Do you see that?
Yes.
Then it goes on the next page. We're doing this in two ways, the top of the page. Password auto-generation and autofill in Safari and auto-sync via keychain and sign in with Apple. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then go down just the next paragraph, just above Craig. It says, as for providing a long-term competitive advantage, while use of these features is likely to make our platform more sticky, the capabilities themselves are unlikely to be protectable differentiators because heavy users of Chrome and Google ecosystem are likely to have the Google Password Manager. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that most people, human beings in this world, have a hard time remembering their passwords, right?
Yes.
And you know that there are various kinds of functionality that can allow passwords to be saved on a device and then to autofill, correct?
Yes, there are many methods.
And one of the issues in switching between devices is actually being able to remember your password, because sometimes your app automatically comes up, it's got your password right there, or you've got the Apple iPhone facial recognition, and it sort of gets you automatically in. But if you don't remember your password, that's an issue in switching devices, correct?
I don't think that's much of an issue, no.
Well, you would agree with me that for most people, they might have dozens of passwords, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that the strong passwords that are auto-filled are generally a jumble of numbers and letters, correct?
By design, yes.
And you would also agree with me that when they are saved to a device, they don't leave that device ecosystem. So for instance, if I have an Apple iPhone and I pick auto-generating my password, if I switch to another iPhone, it will transfer automatically, correct?
Yes, we have that technology.
It doesn't transfer if I switch to an Android, does it?
No.
So unless I remember all of those automatically generated passwords, I am out of luck with every single app, aren't I?
No, you're not. You just hit reset password and set up a new password with the Google Password Manager.
50 times.
Well, again, I don't think you do it all at once. You do it when you need them.
You do it, but you've got to do it for each and every app. There's that additional step of having to press to get the find your password, get the email, comply with whatever that particular site's requirements are for whether it's a hashtag or a question mark or a capital letter or a number, all of that, right?
Or you use a third-party password manager that are cross-platform as well.
Right, now let's change topics. You own a Mac, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. You keep some personal information on your Mac, don't you?
Not much that I can think of now.
You keep a variety of personal information on your Mac, don't you? You told me that at your deposition.
I believe I said that all my information that's on my Mac is synced in the cloud, and it's kept in the cloud, and it's accessible by all my devices.
Whether it's on the cloud and on other devices, you've got personal information on your Mac, correct?
I can get to some from my Mac, yes.
And you keep some personal information on your Mac, correct?
Again, not much.
Okay, but you don't think that whatever the amount is on your Mac of personal information is endangered, do you?
Yes, of course it is.
You think, so you put that personal information on your Mac and you think you're putting it there and it's in danger every single moment?
I think there's risk with all technology, of course.
There's risk with all technology, of course, right?
Yes.
Including the Mac, yes?
Absolutely.
Including iOS, yes?
Sure.
Okay, all technology, right?
There's some element of risk with technology, yes.
Now, and you have apps on your Mac?
Yes.
And you get your Mac apps from where?
Primarily through the App Store.
The Mac App Store, correct?
Yes.
You have choice, correct?
I do.
You have the choice whether you want to get your Mac apps only from the Mac App Store, right?
Yes.
Nobody's forcing you to go to third parties to get your apps on your Mac, correct?
Some third parties are.
Well, if they don't have it in the Mac Store.
That's right. They may force me to go to their site to get one.
And if you could choose then whether or not it was worth it, correct?
No, I don't have a choice. In that case, I have to get it.
Well, if you didn't trust it, you might not get it.
Sure, I might not be able to use it at all, yes.
Correct? All right.
Yes.
That's a choice you can make as a human being, making a risk analysis, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you think people are smart enough, don't you, to make choices, don't you?
People are smart, but choices, we may not all know the trade-offs.
Now, you've followed this case closely, have you not?
Yes.
And yesterday you were asked about some testimony from Mr. Sweeney. Do you remember that?
I was.
And you followed his testimony correctly, correct?
Yes.
And you followed the testimony of Mr. Grant and the experts, correct?
I did.
I want to make sure that we are on the same page about what this case is about and is not about. And I'm asking this because yesterday you testified about the app review process and the App Store as if this case, if Epic won, would make them go away or fundamentally change.
Yes.
And you know that that is not true, correct?
I do not agree with that statement.
Okay. Let's just be clear. Mr. Rudd, can you please pull up our demonstrative first page 2. You know that if Epic were to prevail in this case, the App Store could continue to exist, yes?
Yes.
All right. And App Review could continue to exist, yes?
Yes.
And that IAP could continue to exist, yes?
Yes.
And that other competitive stores and distributors, they might, depending upon if we were to prevail and the judge were to so order that, they might be allowed, correct?
Or all from any vendor.
I'm
right.
just saying other competitors, other competitive stores and other distributors, correct?
Again, I'm not sure it's limited to that.
Okay, but there'd be other channels of app distribution, correct?
Again, I haven't heard discussion yet of what that is. I heard discussion.
I understand, but you understand
the recommendation.
You understand we're seeking to allow other competitive stores and other distribution channels, correct?
Sure.
And lastly, you understand that Epic is seeking alternative payment solutions, correct? To be
Yes.
available. Yes, right?
Yes, I figured.
But not to the elimination of IAP, correct?
Correct.
And not to the elimination of App Review, correct?
Well, for many of them, yes. Again, when you say App Review, right now all apps go through App Review. So
But
in this
App
model,
Review for any app in the App Store would continue to exist, yes? Apps
You're
in
missing
the
a
App Store.
checkbox.
Apps in the App Store.
Yes, in the App Store.
All right. Now, let's do one more thing. You watched my opening?
Yes, I did.
All right. You saw my little gas station slide?
I did.
I've made another one.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Did you like it, the gas station slide?
Thank you for making another slide.
Okay. All right. Okay. So here on this slide, we've got an example of, just for the IAP, a version of the gas station where we now have the gas station as the App Store, and the gas pump is different payment opportunities. And you understand, sir, that what we're seeking is that when the user leaves the App Store, they buy their app or get it for free, that when they go to the gas pump other times, that what we're seeking is the ability to have alternative payment opportunities, but Apple's IAP would always or could always be one of them. You get that, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now let's move on to something else. Now, a few moments ago, we discussed the App Review, the 2010 App Review guidelines, right?
We did.
Okay. And it's a pretty concise document. All the App Review guidelines are relatively concise.
I think so.
Okay. But you know, behind the scenes, there's something that's like a big, thick phone book that's called the App Review Guidelines book or something like that.
I actually have not seen that.
Oh, I've got one for you. Today is your lucky day.
Thank you.
All right, so let's get 101. Your Honor, I believe PX 101 is in evidence. I'll hand you a copy. It's big, and if you don't want to be burdened by it later.
So 101 is not in evidence.
It's not, okay. I had heard it was. Okay, we must have an error.
I don't see it on your list, and I've not admitted it in the
Okay.
last 2 days.
I can take care of it from here, Your Honor. I have a foundation. All right, Mr. Schiller, do you see that you are the addressee of the cover email from Mr. Shoemaker enclosing the AR guidelines on the 21st of April, 2010?
I see that.
All right. And this is PX 101 for identification. Do you have any doubt that you received this email with the
I
accompanying
don't know if
attachment?
there's going to be an objection, is there?
Yes, no, Your Honor, no objection.
All right, 101's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Schiller, do you recognize PX 101 as the book that provides additional resources in 2010 for app reviewers?
I don't recall receiving this. I see the email and don't have any reason to doubt that I received it. I just don't recall this.
Okay, in the first let's go back to the first page of it, and it says underneath, well, first of all, it says privileged and confidential. Why is everything labeled privileged and confidential? Any idea?
Well, I wouldn't say everything, as we've seen plenty of things shown us that aren't labeled privileged and confidential.
You weren't told to put privileged and confidential on everything, were you?
No.
Okay. Now you see it says, Phil, I was able to compress the file down to 9 megabytes PDF.
Yes.
You see that? Okay. Now, if you turn to base number page 650, you'll see, well, throughout the whole thing, it tells you different guidance. And among the guidance, for instance, is on page 650, apps that may need further investigation. You see that?
1 second, please. I see this.
Okay, and like the Dalai Lama and Tibet needs further investigation.
I see that.
Or apps that support Tibetan independence, right?
I see that.
Or Taiwanese independence, you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and turn to base number page 673 on the bottom.
Yes.
All right, and it says on the right-hand side, there's a yes and a no, and we'll look at the no. It says, do not submit to ERB. That's the Executive Review Board.
Yes.
And that was the board that would make some policy decisions about what could or could not go in the App Store if there was a question about it, correct?
Correct.
All right. And it says, do not submit to ERB, and then in the second chunk down, it says, porn or adult stars equal rejection. Do you see that?
I do.
And then underneath that, it says, sole purpose of app is sex. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it says, example, sex shops, locators. Do you see that?
Yes.
Sex toy catalog. Do you see that?
I do.
Escort services. Do you see that?
I do.
Actually, it's escort services locator catalog. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason they did not need to be submitted to the ERB was because they were going to be rejected, correct?
And I don't recall seeing this document. I assume that's what that means.
Okay. And you're familiar, generally speaking, with the content of the apps in the App Store, correct?
I don't mean to interrupt, Your Honor, but we have indicated that there are portions of this exhibit that we will seek to seal, so I would just ask that be addressed before this is posted.
All right. Absolutely, Your Honor. No problem with that. Provisionally admitted. Now, I was saying you're generally familiar with the apps on the App Store.
Generally.
There are a lot of them, but you're familiar generally with a number of them, correct?
Yes.
All right. And I want to clear up what kind of content is on the App Store and what kind of apps the app review process will allow to be on the App Store. Okay. Because we've talked about itch.io, you remember that?
We did.
And there's not a single piece of evidence actually in the record about itch.io, what's actually on the site, correct? You haven't seen any evidence, have you?
I don't recall that.
There was just some questioning by a lawyer that indicated that there might be sexually offensive content, correct?
I believe some specific content in it was referenced.
And there was no words because they were too offensive to be raised in court, correct?
That's what I heard.
All right. Well, so do you know anything factually about itch.io?
I have not looked at itch.io myself.
You've never seen it?
I don't recall that.
You don't know whether itch.io's content is better or worse than the content in the App Store, do you, sir?
I can't make a judgment of that sitting here today.
All right. Now, this is not a case about keeping sexually explicit content off the App Store, is it?
I wouldn't agree with that.
Okay. Now, when...
I would not agree with that.
Would not agree. Let's be clear about what's actually in the App Store. So I did some searches, and I am, as you know, my book is on algorithmic bias.
Yes.
And I'm now concerned about the algorithm that will be associated with my name forever. However, I have done some searches in the App Store, and we'll hand up Binder 2. Now, I searched a number of terms, and I'm going to assume that if you don't know the term, we can talk about it, we can define it. But if you turn first to PX1937, you can see that the first term I searched was BDSM, which is on the App Store.
Okay. Yes.
And do you recognize the pages that are associated with PX1937 as pages from the App Store?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. And I will represent to you that I didn't print off every page associated with the term. I just printed off some. Your Honor, I move PX1937.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And you see that on the first, let's look at the whole page if we could, the whole page. You see under the first one, kinky, whatever. It's kinky, whatever. I don't need to read it. It's on there. There's also an in-app purchase. Do you see that?
I see it says that.
Let's turn the page, and you see there's another one. They often have similar names under the BDSM, and the one at the bottom also has an in-app purchase, correct?
Yes.
And you can also at the top get a membership to a particular site for BDSM dating, correct?
I see that.
And then if you turn the page onto base numbered ending in .3, it says obedience, BDSM habit training. Do you see that?
I do.
And there's an in-app purchase one can get for that, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
Yep, and turn the page. And then there's another series of apps that, again, also have in-app purchases, correct?
Yes.
And then you turn the page, and there's another one on .5 that has another membership subscription.
Yes.
And the one at the bottom of that page has an in-app purchase, correct?
Yes.
And Apple's getting a 30% commission on any in-app purchase if it's digital content consumed within the app, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you turn the page, and there's some more, correct?
Yes.
On page .6 and .7, there's some more, correct?
Yes.
And .8, there's more, correct?
I see that.
All right, turn to the next one, PX1938. This is a search of the word escorts. Do you see that?
I do.
You recognize this and these pages as coming from the App Store?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I move in PX1938.
No objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
Do you see that the first result here is actually in blue, and it says add? Do you see that?
I do.
That means that Apple was selling the term escort on its search auction site, correct?
Yes.
And for escorts here, it says chat, meet, find, hookups, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it also has an in-app purchase opportunity, correct?
Yes.
And below that, it says there's another one, Eros, hookup, affair dating, and local hookups. Do you see that?
Yes.
And turn the page, and there's escort toys. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. And then let's just go on to PX1939. You recognize, I searched the word fetish. Do you see that? And do you recognize PX1939 as a series of pages from the App Store?
It appears to be.
Okay. And you see on the first page, it says the top app has an in-app purchase opportunity.
Yes.
And the bottom one is a subscription.
Yes.
And then you can just sort of maybe flip through the pages a little bit, but you can see that there are various in-app purchasing opportunities here. And if you turn to point 4, it says Pure Hookup Anonymous, and it says try our video chat at the bottom. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And at the top of that page, it says fetish dating. Do you see that?
So which page are we on now? 4 still?
Point 4, yeah.
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Yep.
And you can turn to just a couple of the other pages and just sort of scroll through them. They're all consistent with the same topic, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's turn to the next tab in your binder, PX1940, where I search the word pornography. You recognize these pages as pages from the App Store.
Yes.
And you see the first, on the first page, there's also in-app purchase opportunities, correct?
Yes.
And that's the sex position 3D, correct?
Yes.
And then if you turn the page, it's Lifestyle for Men magazine with in-app purchase opportunities, correct?
Yes.
And then there's also an in-app purchase opportunity in the one below that, correct?
Yes.
And on the next page, which ends in point 3, under a magazine, Candy Magazine, there's also in-app purchase opportunities, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move to admit PX1940.
No objection.
1940 is admitted, and 1939 in the event that I didn't.
And you see that on the next page, point 4, there's a private browsing, full screen incognito internet. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then there, if you turn to the next page, point 5, there's the adult bedtime story box, hot trending stories. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if you turn to point 6, it says VR tube. Would you recognize VR as virtual reality?
That's what those letters mean, yes.
It says VR tube, 360 and 3D video. Do you see that?
Yes.
And that also has in-app purchase opportunities, correct?
Yes.
All right, we can just sort of flip through the rest of that quickly. Let's go on to the next tab, PX1941. And here is the word that I searched was the word sex. Do you recognize the page and the pages that are in PX1941 as pages from the App Store?
It appears to be.
Okay. And do you see that on the first page it has sex positions 3D?
Yes.
And it has in-app purchase opportunities?
Yes.
And below that is down 18 plus fantasy, wild hookup and date. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it's also got in-app purchase opportunities?
Yes.
And then if you go a couple of pages forward to point 3, and it says Shake It, Chat, Meet, Hookup, dating apps. Do you see that?
Yes.
And also has in-app purchase opportunities.
Correct.
Okay. And then you can just sort of flip through the remainder. Let's go to the next. If we haven't moved that one in, can I move that one in, Your Honor?
1941, no objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Then let's go to an app that is on the App Store, TikTok. Are you familiar with the app TikTok?
Yes.
The app TikTok is often popular with a young adult, late teen demographic, correct?
Yes.
And it's, if you turn to PX1949, do you see that?
I do.
And you see that TikTok is, was on, do you recognize it as TikTok being on the top of the charts of the App Store?
For apps, yes, for free apps.
All right. Your Honor, I would move in PX1949.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, let's turn to what you can find on TikTok if you search some of the same words. Let's turn to the next page, PX1947. On TikTok, do you recognize this as what is returned for the result BDSM?
I do not. I do not use TikTok myself, so I can't say what it looks like, the TikTok screen.
You would agree with me that there's a variety of search returns for the word BDSM under TikTok, correct?
Again, this is your statement, not mine. I can't say whether this is true or not.
So, Your Honor, this is public record. I would seek to move PX 1947.
Any objection?
Your Honor, a variety of public record websites have come in through the parties on a variety of topics.
I don't have any reason to believe that this isn't accurate. Hold on.
And turn, if you would, to the next page, which is fetish challenge under TikTok.
Okay.
Do you recognize this page?
I do not.
Your Honor, we also move to admit this one on the same basis.
I'll admit it.
Turn the page, please, to PX 1950. Do you see that under the word sex on TikTok, a variety of content appears?
I see this.
All right. Your Honor, we move to admit it on the same basis. Let's turn the page to Instagram, PX 1895. Are you familiar with Instagram?
Yes.
And do you recognize PX 1895 as a page from the App Store showing that the Instagram app is available on the App Store?
Yes.
Do you use Instagram?
Not in a few years.
All right. Do you know that if you search certain words, certain content comes up? Puppies, kittens, things like that?
Yes.
Now turn the page, if you would, or actually, Your Honor, I would move to admit PX 1895.
No objection on this one?
No objection, Your Honor.
You turn the page to what comes up under Instagram. If you search the word sex, do you see that there are a variety of results?
Yes, I see that.
And if you turn the page to point 3 under porn, there's a variety of results.
I see that.
And do you understand that Pornhub is a porn site?
I do not know that.
Okay. Turn the page to point 4, porn stars. You see there are a variety of results.
I see that.
And point 6, under BDSM, there's a variety of results.
I see that.
Under point 7, under fetish, there's a variety of results.
I see that.
Under 8, under fetish, there's some more results. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with the website Reddit? The app, strike that. Are you withdrawn? Are you familiar with the app Reddit?
Yes.
And Apple carries Reddit on the App Store, correct?
Yes.
All right. And turn in your binder to PX 1894.
Yeah, 4 minutes.
I see that.
Do you see this as a page from the App Store where one could download Reddit?
It looks like that, yes.
Have you ever used Reddit?
Briefly, I tried it once, yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX 1894.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right, turn the page, if you would, please, to the second page of PX 1894, and you see that there are coins that can be purchased and avatar gear.
Yes.
Okay, and the next page, point 3, again, more coins that can be purchased. Do you see that?
Yes.
Flip ahead to point 5. Do you understand, have you ever seen this portion of the Reddit site, which is r/NSFW?
I have not.
Reddit not safe for work?
I believe that's what the letters stand for, but I have not looked at this.
And do you see that it's got 2.5 million members?
Yes.
And it says, for the porn lover in all of us. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay, turn the page. You see it says r/porn.
I see that.
And it's got 1.6 million members.
Yes.
All right. Turn the page. You see it's r/gone wild.
I see that.
And it's got 3.275 million members.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the way that people can protect themselves from content like this is through parental controls, correct?
That's one way, yes.
Turn, if you would, to PX 1890. You recognize this as a page from the Epic Games your website that shows parental controls?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX 1890.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Your Honor, this would be a good stopping point.
Okay. We'll stand in recess standing for 20 minutes. Thank you. I understand, by the way, that Judge Hickson made a ruling.
Yes.
We will move forward with his ruling.
Wanted to do because of the pandemic. You remember that?
Yes.
And that you wanted to help out small businesses. You remember that testimony?
Yes.
But really, the small business program was designed to help Apple out with regard to its competition issues that it was facing worldwide, correct?
I don't think those points are mutually exclusive.
It was in part an effort to help Apple out with regard to its competition law issues worldwide, correct?
As I stated, it was certainly a consideration of creating it was that we were hearing feedback worldwide.
All right. Yesterday you talked about the Epic lawsuit possibly helping out with pushing it over the edge. But in fact, it wasn't just the Epic lawsuit. It was a cascade of lawsuits and investigations that Apple was facing with regard to the App Store that pushed it over the edge, correct?
Those weren't my words.
Those are not your words. I'm just asking you a question whether or not you agree with it.
I don't know about a cascade. Certainly I mentioned there are internationally people talking about the App Store and the Commission Auto, and there certainly this case has been going on, and there is a pandemic going on. I think these are all factors that matter.
And you know, the pandemic is never mentioned in any of the documents about the small business program apart from PR documents, don't you?
No, I don't, because I had multiple streams of communication with my teams, so I'm not sure that that's true.
Can you think of a document right now, as you sit here today, other than a PR document that ever mentioned the pandemic as a reason for the small business program? Document. Just think of one document.
I believe I had communication with the team working on it, that this is one of the reasons that we're doing it, and I don't know which document that was.
So we'll search your name right now. I've got a very handy team right here, and we'll see if we can come up with a single document with your name on it to your team mentioning the word pandemic, other than a PR document. All right, we'll return to it now. Let's move on, because I want to talk about the 70-30 split and whether it would last forever. You recall that in 2011, you raised the question whether the 70-30 split would last forever, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that today the question is no longer if. Correct?
I'm sorry, could you say
At
that
the
again?
70-30 split that you used in 2011, whether it would last forever, today you know it's not going to last forever, correct?
No, I do not know that.
You know it's only a matter of time, correct?
No, I don't know that.
Let me hand out to the court and to the witness and to counsel another binder of materials. Now, your binder, Mr. Schiller, is organized by exhibit number, and we're going to go through it chronologically. So you're going to have to skip around. But the first thing that we're going to start with is PX 417, and I'd like to pull up on the screen and then highlight the language. Do we think our 70-30 split will last forever? Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then let's go to the next paragraph too. And then where it says, if someday down the road we will be changing 70-30, then I think the question moves from if to when and how. I'm not suggesting we do anything differently today, but only that whenever we make a change, we do it from a position of strength rather than weakness. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and those were your words in 2011, correct?
Yes.
And one of the thoughts that you had at that time, in the next paragraph down, Mr. Rudd, was amusing as to whether or not, just as a thought, once we are making over $1 billion a year in profit from the App Store, is that enough to then think about a model where we ratchet down from 70-30 to 75-25 or 80, even to 80-20, if we can maintain a $1 billion a year run rate. Do you see that?
I do.
And the App Store was wildly successful, wasn't it? And in 2011, it was already very successful, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. And it's been successful each and every year since, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, starting, if you turn to in your binder, PX 406, also already in evidence, that was the email from Mr. Q to you in 2009, responding to a request for information from Mr. Jobs about the App Store and whether it was making money. And Mr. Q told you in 2009, we're definitely making money, so we're fine, we can send, and Mark can send you the data. Do you see that?
He wrote that.
Okay. And you don't disagree that the App Store has been fine since 2009, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by fine.
Has it been profitable?
I don't know that it's been profitable since 2009.
You're responsible for the App Store, correct?
Yes.
And you've been responsible for the App Store for a very long time, correct?
Yes.
How is it that as the executive responsible for this major business in the country, you don't even know whether or not it's profitable? How can that possibly be?
Because it's not how I look at the business and not what I measure the team on driving and what we do for our customers and developers.
Doesn't anybody ever wonder, hey, is the App Store profitable? That never comes up.
No, it doesn't.
Doesn't it suggest to you that only a monopolist can ask if a major line of business is not profitable?
As we explained, Apple is one P&L. It all contributes to the profit of the company, and that's how we think about it.
Let's look at a press release that you folks released in 2017. So this does not go into any confidential information. And it's at PX 1932. Might be in the big binder. I think it's in the big binder, unfortunately. It's like the only one I think that's in the big binder. This is not in evidence yet.
Is this the one that said 102 on it on the front?
It's you know what, Your Honor, can I go and remove the excess binders and just take what he needs? Yeah.
Thank you.
And so we're turning to
1932.
1932.
And you're correct, it's not in evidence.
Okay.
And do you see that this is a press release from Apple dated June 5th, 2017?
Yes.
And we're now in 2021, correct?
Yes.
It's almost 4 years later, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You don't doubt that this is a true and correct copy of the news release, do you?
I do not.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move in PX 1932.
Any objection?
No objection.
Admitted.
You see on the first page, towards the bottom, it says in blue that Apple has paid out over $70 billion to developers since the store launched in 2008.
Yes.
And Apple got a commission itself from the billings that led to the $70 billion that was given to developers, correct?
Yes.
And if it's a 70-30 split, but sometimes it might have been a 15-30 split, it could be in the range of $20+ billion that Apple would have gotten, correct?
That sounds about right, yes.
Okay. So we're at least clear that by 2017, Apple had at least received about $20+ billion in revenue from the App Store, correct?
That sounds likely, yes.
Okay. That's more than $1 billion a year since 2008, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know whether or not the $20 billion plus that Apple got from the App Store since 2008 up to 2017 put the App Store within the realm of profitability.
I've not looked at that, no.
Because it can't be done, right?
I don't know how to start on that. I know many of the issues involved in that analysis.
So Apple can do accelerometers and machine learning and have some of the most sophisticated technology around, and it can't figure out if the App Store is profitable. Is that what you're saying?
I'm not saying can't, I'm saying hasn't. We haven't done that.
Because it's convenient not to, correct?
No.
No?
No.
You're facing regulatory actions all over the world where one of your issues is whether or not the App Store is profitable, and nobody can figure out how to determine whether it is?
We don't deny that it likely is. It's just we haven't managed the business that way. We manage it as one P&L for the company.
Okay. All right. In any event, you're aware that if we go back to your 2011 meeting, that was in PX 406, sorry, 417, PX 417, where it asked, do we think our 70-30 split will last forever? That the answer has got to be almost certainly no.
No, I don't know that for a fact.
Okay. So let's continue in our chronology of the cadence towards the end of the 70-30 split. Turn, if you would, please, to PX 1917. And actually, 1917. Okay, and you see that on March 13th, 2019, an app developer filed an antitrust complaint against Apple relating to control over apps in the App Store. You're aware of the Spotify complaint, correct?
Yes.
All right. And that was in March of 2019, correct?
Yes.
All right. Your Honor, we would seek to move in PX 1917.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Then turn the page, turn to PX 1908 in your binder, please.
No, I would just say subject to the standing order on hearsay.
Noted.
It's PX 1908. And you see that this is from an individual named Josh Rosenstock?
Yes.
And I don't know if all of the emails are redacted. If they're not, then don't put it up, Mr. Rudd. Otherwise, you can put up 1908. And you see that you are one of the addressees. After, that is Mr. Cook, Luca Maestri, he's the CFO?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Adams, she's the general counsel, correct?
Yes.
Yourself?
Yes.
Mr. Q?
Yes.
And Lisa Jackson, who is she?
She's head of our environmental affairs and government affairs groups.
The government affairs group. She
Yes.
runs the government affairs group.
Yes, I'm not sure if she did it this time, but she does now. Yes.
Okay. All right, and you see that you don't have any doubt that you received this on or about June 3rd, 2019, do you?
No.
Your Honor, I would move in PX 1908.
No objection? Admitted.
And you see here that in the first paragraph it states the House Judiciary Committee confirmed it's launching an antitrust investigation. Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see that if you go down 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs in that same email from Mr. Rosenstock of Apple, he says, separately speaking at the OECD in Paris, Vestager commented on the power of platforms and highlighted the need to keep that power under proper democratic control. Apple was not mentioned in her prepared remarks, but she raised concern when the very same business becomes both player and referee. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And this was sent to you as well as Mr. Cook and others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Turn, if you would, to PX 1907. We're now in August of 2019.
I see that.
You see that the subject is FAS, F-A-S, investigation of Apple, and that it is addressed to you as well as Mr. Cook and some others, dated August 8th, 2019.
Yes.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 1907.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Now, just for context, Mr. Sweeney's email, the first email during the summer that led up to Epic being removed from the App Store, happens in June of 2020, right?
I believe so.
And the Epic lawsuit comes almost a year later after this email that we're looking at, that's PX 1907, correct?
Yes.
Okay, it's almost to set the stage. Now, you understand that in this, at the bottom of the page in this email, Mr. Rosenstock is telling you and Mr. Cook, among others, at the very bottom, that Russia's FAS has initiated a case against Apple. Do you see that? The bottom of the page?
I'm looking for that. Hold on.
Right there?
Yes.
Okay, turn the page, and it says, you're informed, the agency opted for launching an antitrust investigation based on the corporation's operations in the iOS app distribution market. You see that, don't you?
Yes.
So the first time that you ever heard of an iOS app distribution market was not in the complaint in the Epic case, was it?
I see that it's in this email.
In 2019, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right, let's go to PX 1916. We're now into mid-June of 2020. And you became aware, didn't you, in June of 2020 that the European Commission had opened a formal antitrust investigation of Apple?
I believe so.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move in PX 1916.
There's a reservation, Your Honor, no other objections.
Noted. Admitted.
All right. And you understand, sir, that the European Commission's formal antitrust investigation that is referenced in this press release from the European Commission dated 16 June 2020 was to assess whether Apple's rules for app developers on distribution of apps via the App Store violate EU competition rules. You knew that at the time, correct? You learned that at the time?
I believe so.
Okay. Let's go to the next document, and I actually need the PX number for that. we can actually, I'll just move on. I can move on, Your Honor. I'm not sure that I even need it. So let's go to PX 2338. Do you see that?
I see this email.
And you see that we are still before the time that Tim Sweeney's first email during the summer of 2020 comes to Apple, correct?
Yes.
All right. So this is June 17th, 2020, and it's from you to several people, correct? All right. Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 2338.
No objection. All right, admitted.
And actually, we'd go back, Your Honor, to PX 1906 for one moment. This is the day before the document I just showed you, which is an email from, well, I don't show the emails, I guess, because they probably aren't redacted if they're not. But it's from an Anne Sophie Boland to Tim Cook, yourself, and other high-level executives at Apple, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's announcing to you that the EU had announced the antitrust inquiry into the App Store and Apple Pay, correct?
It's not announcing to us. This is a person who every single day just sends us press clippings of the news that happened the previous day.
Okay. And it's informing you of the inquiries into App Store and Apple Pay, correct?
It's showing us that story.
All right. Please seek to admit PX 1906.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right. We're back to PX 2338. And you learned in PX 2338 that there had been a lot of press around Apple's rejection of the developer Basecamp Pay app, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you knew that among the things that was occurring was that on page, base number page ending in 941, there was a reference in the associated articles to the EU, it's in the third paragraph down, the EU announcing that it was opening 2 antitrust probes into the App Store dealings and looking into the way Apple uses its platform to squash competitors. Do you see that?
Well, I see that that's a comment reference to this developer of the app.
Yes. And you see that on the last page, Basecamp, there's a quote from Basecamp, and it says, quote, "There is never in a million years a way that I am paying Apple a third of our revenues." Heinmeier Hansen said, quote, "That is obscene and it's criminal, and I will spend every dollar that we have or make to burn this down until we get to somewhere better." Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. So you knew that there was press coverage of the Basecamp Pay issue that was being raised against Apple, correct?
Yes.
All right. Turn, if you would, then, to 1922 in your book. Did I move in? I did. Are you at PX 1922?
Yes.
You see it's from you. I'm sorry, it's from Mr. Carson Oliver to you.
Yes.
And it is entitled Supportive Developers, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated 21 June 2020, correct?
It is.
That's 9 days before Tim Sweeney sent his first email, correct?
I believe so.
Apple's out looking for supportive developers for its competition issues before Epic begins its letters to Apple in the summer of 2020, correct?
Just reading this email. 1 second, please. There's nothing in here about competition issues.
Well,
it's about app review.
Let's start at the back of the email, okay? So let's go to the very last email. It's from you. Again, labeled privileged and confidential, as is the email above that from Mr. Fisher, also labeled privileged and confidential. And you say in your email, are there some other developers we could turn to quickly if we want to put something we would, and by the way, this is the way we received it. We don't have a better copy. We received it from production.
I don't know where you are.
I'm sorry, on the last page, page number page 926. I apologize. Are there some developers we could turn to quickly? And then below that, would someone from Fastmail be willing to speak positively about how we work to resolve the situation if we asked anyone else?
Sure. You just
okay, and then you see that, right?
Yep. Sentence of what this is about.
That's okay. Well, this is about the App Store work, right? You've got all kinds of App Store problems, and you want to show a positive story. Well, your counsel will get to it, and you can explain it. Now, let's go above there. You're going to see Matt Fisher, also privileged and confidential. And he says, same page, Mr. Rudd. We definitely have developers who would be willing to go on the record to support us if we want.
Yeah.
And then there's a list of developers that goes on for several pages. And then there is, in the very first paragraph on the first page, which is the email dated 21 June, Mr. Carson Oliver says, I've worked with Sean and Tracy's team to compile a list of developers that we feel are likely to provide public statements of support for Apple. In certain cases, where noted, our teams have helped them successfully navigate issues with app review policy. There are also a few developers provided by Alex's Arcade team, including developers with games in both App Store and Arcade, in case there's any interest including those devs too. If you're okay with this list, you can work with PR on developer outreach. Note, none of these developers have proactively reached out to us. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this was Apple's attempt to try and combat the press you were getting from the developer Basecamp, as well as the pressure that was building with the foreign and other investigations, correct?
I wouldn't connect it to any of those things directly. Certainly, we've been having criticisms about the App Store, as you have noted, and we had a developer reach out to me proactively and say, we love being on the App Store, would love to talk publicly, and so that led me to ask, are there other developers out there who would love to talk publicly about the App Store?
That's something
what this is about.
One of the reasons that you were doing that was because of the bad press from Basecamp that was raising the competition law issues directly and the other investigations, correct?
I don't know this is connected to Basecamp at all.
Okay. Do you think it's not related at all to the pressure that Apple was feeling with regard to the competition issues?
It has to do with everything to do with the App Store, and certainly some people are complaining about it, and we wanted to show there are also people who are really happy with it. That's all.
Apple was building its own cadre of developers, of supportive developers, correct?
No, it is exactly what you see in this email.
Let's go to PX 1898. Your Honor, I would move in 1922.
Okay, you want that in? No objection?
No objection.
You became aware, didn't you, sir, in June of on June 24th, 2020, that there were reports that the Justice Department and a coalition of state AGs were focusing on the company, Apple's ironclad control of its App Store. Isn't that right?
I don't recall this story.
Whether or not you recall the particular Politico story, you understand becoming aware in late June that the Department of Justice and some state AGs were focusing on the App Store and its policies, correct?
I don't recall if I heard that at that time or since.
You don't ever recall learning that the DOJ and the state AGs were focusing on App Store competition issues?
I know that the DOJ certainly had a hearing, and so I was very close aware of that. I know there have been a number of states where there have been questions raised about it as promoted by the coalition of fairness pushing for that, yes.
Okay. All right. But you don't recall this story in particular at all, or learning anything about it in June?
I don't recall that.
You don't think in that daily briefing that you were getting, where that person was sending you, the EU competition authority had started a probe, didn't tell you that the Department of Justice and state attorney generals were also looking at App Store issues?
Again, as I stated, we get a briefing email every single day. I don't remember which is in which one and when.
All right. Let's turn, I don't need to have that in evidence. Let's turn to DX4477. This is in evidence, I believe. If it's not, Your Honor, I would. It's in evidence? It's in evidence. Do you see that this is the
4477 is in evidence.
Thank you. You see that this is the email, the June 30th email from Kim Sweeney?
Yes.
All right. Let's just go ahead now and go to TX1896. And this is an email from you about App Store and competition staffing, dated 1 July 2020. Tell me when you're there.
Yes.
All right. Did you write this email to Mr. Sainz, S-A-I-N-Z, and then copying a number of others?
Yes.
And you did so on July 1st, 2020, correct?
It looks to be that, yes.
Your Honor, we would move to admit PX1896.
No objection.
All right. And Mr. Schiller, in this email, there is, in fact, a direct connection between the App Store and competition staffing, isn't there?
In the PR team, yes.
Okay. And you say, Fred, that's Fred Sainz, thanks, I do think we need to structure App Store PR to better help us for the year ahead, correct?
Yes.
And you then talk in the third paragraph about the GA/competition front. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is GA?
Government affairs.
Okay. And then below that, you're talking about who the particular staffing candidates should be, correct?
Yes.
All right. In the bottom of that page, Mr. says to you, Phil, we wanted to run some potential staffing additions for App Store and competition PR by you before submitting them formally in order to make sure we were aligned with the App Store's business strategy for next fiscal year. We met with Matt. Do you understand that to be Matt Fisher?
Yes.
And his leadership team, as well as Tracy Hanley, to understand the needs in the geos. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then if you turn the page, and it says at the top, we'd love to get your feedback on the structure and roles necessary relative to the larger App Store plan. Do you see that?
Yes.
And below that, it says, separately, the arcade team has suggested that we add a position to exclusively focus on influencers. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did you understand influencer to mean?
Influencers tend to be people who create blogs on YouTube and other social media channels.
All right. And this is not all in response to Tim Sweeney, is it?
I do not think so.
No. I mean, this is in response to a whole variety of building competition issues relating to the App Store, correct?
Well, yes.
Okay. Let's turn to PX 1897. And do you see that this is something that was sent by Mr. Sains to Mr. Cook as well as you and others?
Yes.
And it's dated July 29th, 2020, correct? All right, and this is before ethics lawsuit, correct?
Yes.
And you see that at the bottom of the page, it says that the New York Times editorial board had suggested questions to the committee, which was the committee that was going to be a congressional committee that was investigating and having big tech appear before it on competition issues, correct?
It looks that way, yes.
Okay. But the New York Times had suggested questions, listing only 3 for Apple. 1, why does Apple permit only its own app store on iPhones, correct?
Yes.
Right, and that's a question that's at issue here in this lawsuit, correct?
Sure.
And then number 2, developers are generally required to offer their in-app purchases and paid subscriptions through Apple's App Store rather than on their own websites where they may avoid Apple's commissions. Apple has threatened to remove apps that don't abide. How is this in the best interest of consumers and app developers? Do you see that?
Yes.
And that's also an issue in this lawsuit, correct?
Yes.
And then it says, and the next question is, some app developers have alleged that Apple uses the detailed data that it collects about app downloads to copy their ideas, and that the company favors its own apps in searches. Is this true? Do you see that?
I see it.
Your Honor, have I moved in 1897?
You have not, and the record's not clear. I did admit 1896, and assuming no objection, Mr. Dorn.
Only with the standing order, Your Honor, no other objection.
1897 is admitted.
Okay, and that, I mean, actually, now this was, look at the time, if you look at the time of 1897, you see that it's the 29th of July, 2020 at 2:14.
I do see that.
Turn, if you would, then to PX 1915. And you'll see at PX 1915, there's an updated, there's July 29th, 2020, 7:29 p.m.
I see that.
And you became aware, didn't you, that Tim Cook had testified in front of Congress at an antitrust hearing on or about July 29th, 2020?
I'm not sure the date of it, but I'm aware of that hearing.
And do you remember reading any press about it?
I don't remember any. I'm sure I read some press, but I don't recall it.
And Your Honor, you would seek to move in PX 1915?
No objection.
No additional objections, Your Honor. No.
Turn, if you would, to PX 1914.
I see this.
All right, and you see that this is an article that references a Korean investigation of Google and Apple's in-app payment system. Do you see that?
I see that.
In August of 2020, did you become aware that Korea had commenced an investigation into Apple's in-app payment system?
I don't recall when I heard about that.
But you did hear about it at some point?
I may have. I just don't remember specifically.
Generally speaking, do you recall that there's an investigation going on in Korea?
I believe I may have heard it. I'm not 100% certain.
Okay. Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 1914.
No objection other than hearsay, Your Honor.
I admitted with limitation.
Let's go to PX 1903. And you see there that this is an article referencing that the App Store was now being investigated in Japan.
I see this article.
And this is dated September 3rd, 2020, correct?
I don't see that date. Where should I look for that?
Well, Well, I'm wondering where I got the date, because
Well, I do see a date on the very bottom line, the website.
oh, you're right. It's in the website. It's under the URL.
There, yes, September 3rd, 2020 in the URL.
And you became aware in September of 2020 that Japanese authorities had begun to scrutinize the Apple App Store?
I don't recall that.
Do you ever recall becoming aware that Japan had started scrutinizing the App Store?
No, sitting here today, I don't recall this.
You don't recall writing a PowerPoint in which you specifically call out Japan as one of the big threats?
No,
App Store?
I don't even use PowerPoint, so I couldn't have written a PowerPoint.
Or do you recall receiving a PowerPoint that suggested that Japan, in fact, constituted one of the big threats?
I don't recall that.
Okay, we'll get there. All right, let's go on. I'm not going to move it in. Let's go to PX 1913. You recall becoming aware that Australia in September had begun its own inquiry into how Google and Apple run their app stores for Android and iOS devices.
Yes, I believe I've heard of this.
All right. Your Honor, I would move in PX 1913.
No objections beyond hearsay, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right. Now, you recall that in September, this last article that we looked at is September 8th, correct, 2020?
Yes.
So turn to 2389, and let's not put it on the screen because it's subject to a sealing motion. I don't know how much of it is subject to the sealing motion, but rather than take a chance, we'll just look at PX 2339 in our binders.
Yes.
Do you see that? And you see that that's dated September 9th, 2020, correct?
I do.
Okay. And you see that this is from you, correct?
The top sentence, it says thank you, yes.
Okay, and it says at the very top on the first email, it's from Phil Schiller.
Yes.
And the subject is App Store Analysis.
Yes.
And it's to Carson Oliver, among others.
Correct.
Okay. And then below that are some other emails, including one from Carson Oliver and some others that follow, correct?
Yes.
Including more from you.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know that this particular email was the subject of motion practice before Judge Hickson, correct?
I believe so.
And that you put in a declaration that you said that this was privileged, and he called your declaration mischaracterizing, correct?
I do not know that.
Nobody told you that?
I don't think I was told that.
Now, this email that is dated September 9th, 2020, is an email that is evaluating the small business program, is it not? The possibility of the small business program.
Yes, it's exploring some of the elements of a proposal for it, yeah.
Okay. And it was Apple's intent, would you agree, that what it wanted to do was to find a way to try and have the least financial impact possible on Apple while announcing the small business program?
No, I don't agree with that characterization.
And you don't agree that Apple looked at various ways of structuring look-back thresholds so that if a developer hit a commission rate and you had a look-back of a certain period of time and they hit the commission rate during the look-back period, they wouldn't get the reduction?
Well, that was about defining what is a small business and how do we measure that through sales of the App Store.
Okay, so turn, if you want, I would seek to move in to admit PX 2389, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, and turn to the second page of this document, sir, and you see it says in the first bullet, if a new developer were to exceed $1 million in the first month after launch, is this particular bullet Mr. Doran, subject to sealing?
I do not have the answer to that.
All right. Do you see that, I won't tarry on that. Do you see that first bullet there that begins with the word if?
I do.
A new developer, do you see that?
Yes.
All right. Would you agree with me that there were various scenarios that were being discussed about potential look-backs that would potentially reduce the number of developers eligible for the small business program because their commissions would hit the threshold at various look-back periods?
I think that was one of the variables we were looking at. It certainly wasn't the only one.
Let's turn to PX 1901.
I see that.
All right. And do you see that this is to you from Mr. Saines again, dated 13th September 2020?
Yes.
And that it concerns vetting various PR agencies?
I see that.
And it's vetting a number of consumer-focused PR agencies for support on the App Store. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then a couple of paragraphs down, it says MWW has the right combination of scale and media relationships to execute on the stories around developers and technology that we're trying to tell. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then if you turn the page, under scope of work, it says mining developer stories. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and then a couple of below that, it says telling app stories across verticals, wellness, parenting, gardening, home decor, etc. Do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, gaming isn't mentioned there, is it?
I don't see that there, no.
This effort here reflected in PX 1901 doesn't have anything to do with ethics, does it?
I don't know that it does, no.
Okay. Your Honor, I would seek to admit PX 1901.
No objection.
No.
All right. On the return to PX 1912.
And Your Honor, again, apologizing for the interruption, but for the record, I just wanted to be clear that we have requested sealing on all of PX 2389, which we just addressed.
So that will not go into the box.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, it's sealed.
PX 1912, are you there, sir?
I am.
And do you see that here is a press release from the House Judiciary Committee? It's the Antitrust Subcommittee investigation.
I see that.
And they had announced that they were completing a 16-month-long investigation.
Yeah, I don't recall reading this.
But you do recall becoming aware in about October of 2020 that the House Judiciary Committee, the subcommittee on antitrust, had completed an investigation, correct?
I don't recall exactly that, no, I don't.
You don't recall ever learning that the subcommittee on antitrust had investigated competition in digital markets that included Apple?
I don't recall this, I'm sorry.
Okay. You don't recall, not whether you recall this document, do you recall learning that the House Committee on the Judiciary, or otherwise called the Judiciary Antitrust Subcommittee, had completed an investigation into competition in digital markets?
I don't recall that.
Okay. Why don't you turn to PX 2752?
Is that in the same binder?
I'm not going to seek to admit the other exhibit, Your Honor, if he doesn't recall it.
That's in the same binder, I'm sorry.
Binder 2752.
No.
Oh, it's in a different binder. Which? Oh, in that one. You know, I don't actually need it. If you don't recall the investigation of the subcommittee and the report, then let's just move on. Okay, now.
And Ms. Forrest, I take it the subcommittee has not done anything after this, is that right?
They're doing a variety of things, Your Honor, but it hasn't resulted in additional public action at this time that I'm aware of.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, do we have 1904?
So four is not in this binder.
No, I'm going to hand it up, Your Honor, it was a late. Do you recognize what's been marked for identification as PX 1904, Mr. Schiller?
Hold on one second, let me look through it.
We've attached the metadata that we received from Apple to the back of this document, which shows you the custodian in terms of what was the production file that we received.
I'm sorry, I don't see that.
I'm sorry, the metadata is apparently a separate document. I'll hand it.
And my copy is not legible. I can stay on I can look at the screen, but if you could get me a legible copy later, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm going to assert an objection on privilege. The email is from Kyle Andier, who is in-house counsel for Apple on competition issues, to Phil Schiller with a copy to Doug Vetter, who was one of the authors of emails in the earlier exhibit, which Judge Hickson found to be privileged.
Well, Your Honor, the metadata that I have does not show, I don't know what metadata we handed over. The metadata I have does not show Mr. Vandier. Let me show you this.
Your Honor, I'm simply looking at the document I was just handed by counsel. So if there are now two versions of metadata, I really don't know what to do.
Well, Your Honor, why don't we save this?
We're going to take a break here in an hour. We won't be done, right?
I don't think he'll be done, and so we can save this and then resolve it. I did not intend, my metadata, I can show Your Honor, that I have on my page does not have anything other than just Mr. Schiller's name, and so I was unaware that there was metadata that had something different.
Okay, because the one you handed me is the one with Peter and Kyle Ander. We'll figure it out. Things happen.
That mine did not have that.
Okay, thank you.
Let's move on. And let's go to PX 2303. This is also subject to a sealing request by Apple.
2303.
Correct. Do you have that?
Yes.
All right, and do you recognize this document, Mr. Schiller?
It appears to be a presentation. We had many of them during the time working on the small business program.
Okay, and Your Honor, we would seek to admit and not have it go in the box, PX 2303.
No objection.
Admitted and it's sealed.
And I'm going to ask you not to read the numbers out loud, Mr. Schiller, but I'm going to point you to a particular page. And I want to look at the financial impact on revenue that's reflected on base number page 222. You see it says, it has some words that refer to potential financial impact.
Yes, I see that.
All right, and that's the middle of three sort of horizontal columns?
Yes.
Okay, and do you believe that number to be accurate?
At the time that this document model was created, I'm not sure it's accurate today, but it was then.
Okay. Let's go on to PX 1911. We're now in March of 2021.
Can you tell me, because again, my version is very light, the number in paren, there are two numbers and a percentage. Is there a dot in between those two numbers?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, in where it says of total, there's a dot in between the two numbers. Mr. Shirley, do you have that as well?
I'm sorry, I had already moved forward to the next one you asked me to go to. What number is it?
It's
I was on that page 2303.4. Mr. Schiller, I'm just making sure I understood the number.
Yes. 1 second, please.
And I was
Your Honor,
asking,
if Your Honor is asking whether there's a decimal point in the number in the middle entry, I do not see one.
Yes, let me show you what.
No. There were two numbers on that line. The number on the left has no decimal points. The number on the right, the percent does.
it does have a decimal point. Okay.
There's two numbers, one on the left, a bigger number, and then one on the right, a smaller number. The smaller number has a decimal point in it.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right, turn if you would please to PX 1911.
I see this.
All right, and you understand that in March of 2021, the United Kingdom's CMA competition agency also began an investigation of Apple over its operations of the App Store.
I did not see this story specifically, and I don't recall if or when I heard about this CMA investigation. I just do not recall this.
Did you recall at some point in time learning that the CMA had commenced an investigation into App Store distribution?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall ever learning about a CMA investigation of the App Store in any way?
No, I did not.
Nobody ever told you that the CMA is investigating the App Store?
There may have been not. I'm just saying, sitting here, I don't recall hearing that.
All right. How about Russia? Did you ever learn that, let's turn to PX 1930, did you ever learn that Russia has now passed a law that requires users to be allowed to put local apps on their iOS devices?
I have heard about a Russia law. I would not describe it as you just did.
You've heard that there's a law in Russia that requires Apple to allow the download of certain apps other than those which are Apple apps, correct?
No, that's not a correct description of it either.
What is the correct description of it?
There is a Russian law that requires smartphone makers to, as part of default starting up your iPhone, be offered a set that they define of Russian applications. And we have to build in a way to show users on the startup of a new device, here's a list of Russian applications you can get from the App Store. You always could get them from the App Store. It's just a prompt to encourage you to from the government.
So now there has to be essentially a prompt that is almost like a store within a store. It's a prompt that tells you what to go to for certain Russian apps.
No, it's nothing like a store within a store.
Are you familiar with a hearing by Senator Klobuchar that occurred in April of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, let's turn to PX 1910.
Yes, I'm there.
You're there? And what you learned in April or even before April that Senator Klobuchar was going to have a hearing?
I don't recall when I learned of it, but I certainly heard of it.
And you understood that it was going to relate in large part to app stores
Yes.
and practices in app stores,
Yes.
including distribution practices in app stores, including Apple's app store,
Apple's App Store, yes.
and including also the requirement of Apple to have developers utilize IAP for certain digital transactions.
And I believe IAP was discussed as part of it.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 1910.
No objection other than hearsay, aye.
Admitted. With that limitation as always.
And then turn to PX 1899. 1899. I've only got two more of these. And do you see that this is dated April 27th, 2021?
I do.
And then it's a Barron's article?
Yes.
And it's referring to a Russian fine of the App Store for abusing its, that it refers to a Russian fine of Apple for abusing its dominant position.
I see the article says that.
And that it states in the fourth paragraph down, Apple was found to have abused its dominant position in the iOS distribution market. Do you see that?
I do.
Did you learn of this fine by the Russian competition authorities in the April timeframe or May timeframe?
I believe so.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 1899.
No objections other than the standing order, Your Honor.
Admitted.
And the last one that I have here is PX 1909.
Is this?
You see it's dated April 28th, 2021.
I do.
And did you learn that the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, known by the acronym ACCC, had issued an inquiry interim report finding that Apple's App Store had significant market power in the distribution of mobile apps in Australia?
I believe so.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 1909.
All right. No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Now, the small business program was announced in November of 2020, correct?
Yes.
And it was pushed over the edge, not by Epic, but by a wide variety of judicial, congressional, and regulatory issues that Apple was facing around the world. Is that right?
Well, pushed by me specifically. If we wanted to say who pushed it, it was me.
I'm talking about the events. Yesterday you testified that Epic helped push it over the edge. And what I'm wondering is, isn't it more than Epic? Isn't that an answer that was too narrow? And that, in fact, what really pushed it over the edge was Apple's attempt as a PR matter to have something out there in the face of a cascade of congressional, judicial, and regulatory activity.
As I stated yesterday, the Epic was a factor that helped. It wasn't the only thing that mattered, and there has been scrutiny and criticism of the App Store that mattered from around the world, and other factors mattered too, like the pandemic. These were all contributing topics to doing this.
All right. Let's change topics. You aren't aware, sir, of any marketing literature that informs buyers of iPhones as to the amount that they are likely to spend on apps over the life cycle of their phone, are you?
I am not aware of any marketing literature like that.
And you're not aware of any attempt by Apple to give consumers the app review guidelines at the time that they purchase an iOS device, are you?
We do not send users the app review guidelines to read now.
Now, you spoke yesterday about privacy and about Apple's interest in privacy. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that privacy is important to Apple, correct?
Very much so.
And you're aware, aren't you, that for Apple's own apps, it tracks a large variety of user information, correct?
I'm not sure if that's a fair characterization or not. There is user data that we disclose as part of using applications.
You disclose Apple's collection and retention of that information, but users can't opt out of it, can they? Not for the Apple apps.
When you say can't opt out, of course there are many things you can opt out of.
The Apple collects a variety of information on Apple apps that there's a way that a user can find out what information is collected, but there is not a way for the user to opt out, correct?
Well, there's a way to opt out of many of the data types you're asked permission for, and you have a chance to opt out of many of the sensitive private data types, just like with any application.
Okay, you're saying that for Apple apps, like, how about for the news, that there is a way, a prompt that allows a user to opt out of the information collected by Apple for the Apple News site?
I don't know how all the prompts work on news. I know there are settings for personalization where you can turn it off. I'm not sure. I don't manage the news product, and I don't know all the settings of how you do that.
Okay, and let's just, we'll look at some documents here that will sort of walk us through this, but you're aware, aren't you, that Apple makes money selling advertising on its news feeds, correct?
When you say news feed, the news app has advertising in it with publishers, and I'm not responsible for that. I don't know the intricacies of how that works.
But you understand that Apple monetizes that in some way, the advertising?
I believe so.
Okay. And let's walk through some of the information that Apple, in fact, collects. So let's pull up DX4400, please. In the big binder. Go back to the big binder. We don't need the little binders anymore. Do you recognize?
I'm sorry, which binder?
The big binder.
This one.
Yeah, that should be in there.
4,400?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't have it in my binder.
Oh, it's at the beginning. Because it's a DX, Your Honor, it's at the beginning. I apologize.
I see. Okay.
I see it.
All right, and do you recognize this as an article from the Apple website?
It's a support document. I don't recognize it myself, so I don't recall this document.
But you have no doubt that it's actually an App Store support document. It relates to App Store and privacy, correct?
Correct.
All right. I would seek to admit, Your Honor, DX4400.
Oh, that's it. Admitted.
Okay, and I want to go down to the small print under the two people who look like they're sort of shaking hands, and let's walk through together whether or not you're aware of these privacy policies. It says, we collect your personal information so that we can provide you the content you purchase, download, or want to update in the stores, which include App Store. And goes on.
Yeah.
Do you see that?
That's right.
And you would agree that that's one of the reasons why the information is collected, correct?
Yes.
And it says, underneath that, we also use information about your account, purchases, and downloads in the store to offer advertising to ensure that search ads in the App Store and ads in Apple News and stocks, where available, are relevant to you. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it goes on. It says you have choices with respect to this advertising as described below, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it says to help, in the next bullet, to help identify and prevent fraud, information about how you use your device including the approximate number of phone calls or emails you send and receive, will be used to compute a device trust score. Do you see that?
That's right.
And when you attempt to purchase, do you see that?
Yes.
The submissions are designed so Apple cannot learn the real values on your device. The scores are stored for a fixed time on our servers. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you know that fixed time is 10 years?
I do not know that.
Okay, well, we'll get there, okay? And it says, to find ways to improve the stores, we use information about your browsing, which means searching, right?
Well, again, this is on the store, right? Yes.
Purchases, right?
Yes.
Searches.
Yes.
Right? And downloads, right?
Right.
Okay. These records are stored with IP address, which is associated with the device, correct?
It's a location, but yes.
A random unique identifier, which means that a person's name might not be stored, but they might be associated with a hash of some sort, a series of numbers or letters of some sort.
Exactly, a random identifier.
Then underneath it says providing the stores. You see that?
I see that.
And it says we use your personal information to provide the services and features in the stores. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then improving the stores. Underneath that, it says to improve the experience in the stores, we collect information about your usage of the stores, including when you open or close a store, what content you search for, and the content you view and download. We also collect information about your device, such as the type of device, the version of your operating system, and the amount of free space on your device. And then it goes down a couple, and you see the indented bullets below that. User search data makes it possible for us to offer trending searches. Do you see that?
Yes.
And knowing what content you view or download makes it possible for us to offer personalized features like more games you might like. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and this is all consistent with what you understand the privacy policy to be, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it says, additionally, if you have popular Near Me enabled in location services, your iPhone will periodically send locations when and where you have purchased or used apps in an anonymous and encrypted form to Apple, and may then be used to offer geographically relevant apps in other Apple products. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And now, so Apple basically can follow you through location.
No, that this isn't about following you. As it says, it's able to
It can find you.
aggregate locations so that it knows, for example, to show you French apps in France.
It knows where you are.
I think that's a different interpretation. It's not what this is. It's not about tracking where you are.
But
it's about geographically relevant applications.
But it knows where you are. The phone can, if it's with you and location is on, it knows where you are, correct?
Yes, but there are strict terms to have on how much aggregated location data the team is able to provide these services with. It's not tracking where you are.
Now, let's look and see what a user can do with all of this information. So it says, a couple of paragraphs down, it's 1, 2, 3 paragraphs above sharing with third parties. It says, if you do not want to receive targeted ads, if you do not want to receive ads targeted to your interests from Apple's advertising platform, you can choose to enable limit ad tracking, which will opt out your Apple ID out of receiving such ads on devices where you are signed in with the same Apple ID. If you choose to limit ad tracking, you will still receive ads based on the search terms you entered. Do you see that?
Yes.
That means that Apple still collects all the data. You can just prevent getting the ads sent to you, doesn't it?
This paragraph is only about the search ad feature, not about where you set up, what information you provide and what is collected. That's independent of this point.
Okay, so we'll go to that in a moment. But basically what it's saying is you have a way to prevent getting ads, but there's nothing in here that suggests they're not going to collect it.
On this point about limiting ad tracking, yes.
Okay, now let's go. We talked about retention before. Let's go to the next page. and it's page number page 478 where it says retention. And it says, we retain personal information associated with your purchases and downloads on the store for the period specified by applicable laws relating to financial reporting, which vary by country. For most customers, by the way, there's a period after the word country, so unclear whether it's associated with this or not. For most customers, that requires at least a 10-year retention period. You see that?
Yes.
And that's consistent with your understanding, correct?
For purchases, yes.
Okay. So let's go to what information is actually collected, okay? And we can get there, I think. It takes a few steps, but bear with me, and I think we can do this live. The first thing we have to do in order, if a user wants to find out what's collected, take several steps. First, we're going to go into apple.com. Okay? You recognize this as the apple.com homepage?
Yes.
Okay? And then you have to actually sort of scroll down. This is how we're going to get to the transparency. And you see under Apple Values, you can see privacy.
Yes.
Okay, we can click on that. And then we have to scroll down. Okay. Scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling, keep scrolling. Scroll, scroll. Okay, now, the small print there that says, see how apps from Apple handle your data. Click on that. Okay. Now it says transparency is the best policy. Do you see that?
Yes.
Transparency meaning we're going to tell you what we do, but also meaning you can't control what we're going to do. Correct?
No, that doesn't necessarily. This is a transparency report that was created because we built in a privacy section in the App Store for all apps in the App Store so that every developer can share a preset set of privacy transparency with the user. And since not all of, we want to make one place on our web where Apple, all of Apple's apps, both what are on the store and what are built into your device, have the same information we share with everyone as well. So this is the privacy panel in the App Store being now represented for all Apple apps too. And that's what this page is about.
And there's no opt-out for this information. There's no button a user can push to opt out of this collection, correct?
And that's not part of this privacy information, and it isn't on the App Store for any app either.
Okay, all right. Let's go to App Store first and find out what they collect about you. Let's do it from we can do it from the PX 1978. Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 1978.
No objection?
No, I'm just looking for the document in our binder here. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, we'll go to the App Store. Let's look at the information that is linked to you. It includes contact information, correct?
Yes.
I won't go through all of it. Purchases, correct?
Yes.
Search history, correct?
Yes.
Financial information, correct?
Yes.
And user content, correct?
Yes.
And that's got like the picture, photograph,
No.
icon. What's the user content little icon mean?
That's when you put in ratings and reviews on apps in the App Store. That's user-generated content.
Okay. So it collects that. And it also
has
collects
to have it. It's how you display it.
user usage data.
Yes.
Okay. And identifiers, whatever that means, correct?
Yes, those are the random identifiers you were reading about earlier.
And that just means that it associates some information with every person, but it just doesn't have your name, correct?
It's more than that. It's a random identifier that can protect user privacy.
Okay. Well, they can always reassociate it back.
Not always. It depends on how it's implemented.
You don't really know, do you?
I know it's possible to both do that and not do that. It depends on how it's implemented.
You don't know which way it's done at Apple, do you?
I don't know which this one is that you're asking about is specifically about.
Right. Okay. Let's go to Apple Books. Let's find out what Apple Books does. Apple Books also tracks your purchases, your financial information, your contact information.
And I'm going to slow you down again.
Your user content, your search history, your identifiers. Correct?
Yes.
All right, let's go to Apple Music. Apple Music tracks your purchases, your financial information, your location, your contact information, user content, your search history, identifiers, etc. Apple News tracks your purchases, your financial information, your contact information, your identifiers. Apple Podcasts tracks your financial information, user content, identifiers. Apple TV tracks your purchases, your financial information, your contact information, your search history, identifiers. And Apple Wallet tracks your financial information, your location, your user content, identifiers, and other data.
And again, I'm not sure if there's a question in any of this.
I'll do the question. Is this all consistent with your understanding of the information disclosed on the privacy or transparency of the apps in the Apple apps in the App Store?
I disagree with your use of the word trackedness. That's not how we define tracked and what it means. So I don't think it's appropriate to say any of this is tracking. But
let me just ask this question. Is this information consistent with what you understand about the transparency and privacy of the Apple apps in the App Store?
Absolutely.
All right. These things to you constitute Apple's commitment to privacy. Is that right?
This and more. This is not all of what we've done.
All right. A lot of information, wouldn't you agree?
No, I wouldn't agree.
Okay. Now, you're aware that Apple gets paid for the App Store in many different ways, correct?
I believe there are a number of ways we earn revenue.
You don't get paid the only way that Apple gets paid is not through IAP. That is not like your sole source of revenue in the App Store, correct?
Correct.
Because you get some amount from the developer license, correct?
Well, that's, again, the developer program. It's not directly related to any transactions or any apps in the App Store directly.
Well, but there's no real P&L for the App Store, so it comes into the coffers based upon developing apps, correct?
It's all part of Apple's P&L, yes.
Right, okay. I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. If it's coming in, then it gets to...
I'm sorry, I never understood that analogy and metaphor.
You get money from the developer program license agreement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if there's an enterprise program that's entered into, you get paid for that too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you also get paid for commissions for IAP under certain circumstances, correct?
Yes.
And you also get paid for the sale of apps, a commission for the sale of apps, correct?
Paid apps for download, yes.
Right. You also get paid for search advertising, correct?
Yes.
All right. And search advertising, as we've looked at, makes lots of money, correct?
Haven't commented on the amount. I believe that's confidential information.
Well, we looked at a press release, then we backed out of the press release that it had to be at least $20-something million plus as of 2017, correct?
I believe that was in a document somewhere, yes.
That was in the press release, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't anything confidential. So Apple added to the ways in which it gets paid in the App Store over time, right? We'll take it one at a time. Originally, there was no IAP, correct?
Correct.
And then IAP was implemented in 2009, correct?
Yes.
And Apple started to get 30% commissions at that point, correct?
Yes.
And then in 2011, Apple added another way to get paid, which was subscriptions, correct?
Yes.
And then Apple also then added search advertising, correct?
Yes.
And then along the way, Apple has also added programs such as the Apple Arcade with its subscription-based game site, correct?
Yes.
And it partnered with many of the game apps that were already that's okay. that were already in the App Store, as well as some others,
No,
and put some of them together?
no, that isn't how we did it.
Some of the apps that were in the App Store went into the Apple Arcade, correct?
No, and we launched it with 100 games, and all 100 games were brand new.
But since that time, a number of the games that were in the Apple App Store went into the Apple Arcade, correct?
Yes, we've added a few categories into it, yes.
Yes. And now Apple has just announced podcasts, correct, and subscriptions for podcasts, correct?
Yes, but that has nothing to do with the App Store.
But it has to do with iTunes, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And there's no app? There isn't an Apple Podcast app?
There is on your iPhone.
Now, you're familiar with the phrase flash report, aren't you?
I believe so.
And you receive flash reports that set forth revenues generated by search ads on a regular basis, correct?
Yes.
All right. And if you turn to in your binder to PX2366, we will not put it up. I believe it's subject to sealing. Are you with me at PX2366?
Yes,
And you are copied on this document?
I am.
All right. And it's a document that relates to search ads Q4 FY20 flash report?
Yes.
All right. It's for a 1 week period, correct?
I believe so.
September 11th to September 17th, correct?
Yes.
Now, do not say the number, but it says to Eddie and Phil, correct?
Yes.
All right. Then it's got a reference to the amount that search ads generated in this flash period, which is this 1 week period, correct?
Yes.
And you see that number there?
I do.
All right. And you know what that M, don't say it out loud, but you know, well,
You just
you
did.
get it. You understand that this information would be true and correct, right?
I believe so.
All right. And do you have any reason to believe that September 11th to September 17th was an unusual period of time?
I do not know if it was.
Nothing about that period of time sticks out in your mind as unusual, correct?
Nothing at this moment, no.
Let's turn our attention for a moment to IAP. You
Do you want
testified.
that in evidence?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you want that in evidence? 2366.
You'd like to move it to evidence, Your Honor?
Yeah, I think so. And it's sealed, no objection?
No objection, just no on the ceiling.
It will not go in the box.
It's admitted.
You testified quite a bit yesterday about IAP, correct, Mr.
Yes.
Mitchell? Yeah. And you're aware that IAP requires developers to choose a price from the price tier that Apple provides, correct?
Yes.
And the price tiers are in denominations of 99 cents, correct?
In the U.S., yes.
And so if a developer wanted to offer an in-app purchase for less than 99 cents, they can't do so, correct?
Correct.
Well, other than for free, right?
Oh, thank you. I always
Other than for free, yes. They're 0 to 99, and they can't choose anything other. They can't choose from 1 cent to 98 cents, correct?
For the IAP purchase, again, we've talked about intermediary currencies as well.
Okay. And is PX2202 in evidence?
But we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, I was asking my team if PX2202 was in evidence.
2202. Don't show it.
Okay. Can you turn your binder, Mr. Schiller, to PX2202, please?
Yes.
And tell me whether or not this chart reflects a list of price tiers available for developers for in-app purchases.
It looks like that, yes.
All right. We would seek to admit, Your Honor, PX2202.
No objection.
My first page says it's withheld for privilege.
That, I believe, was the first page, not the content of the pricing tiers, as I understand it.
So the pricing tiers are not sealed, correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, it's admitted.
Now, yesterday you testified that there was no ability to make an in-app purchase before IAP. Do you recall that?
Correct.
Okay. And you testified to that at page 2774 of the transcript. You were asked a straight-up question, and you said no, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you know Mr. Forstall, correct?
I did.
And Mr. Forstall was at Apple at the time that IAP was launched, correct?
Yes.
All right. And I want to know whether or not you would agree with the following clip by Mr. Forstall. Let's play clip 2, please.
We discussed earlier that there were some apps on the App Store prior to the release of IAP that were using their own payment mechanisms for different kinds of purchases made in the app, correct?
Correct.
And some of those then needed to switch over to IAP once IAP was released, correct?
At some time frame.
Now, do you agree with Mr. Forstall that there was an ability to have some in-app purchases before the launch of IAP?
I don't agree with that.
You sure?
As sure as I can recall, yes.
Now, yesterday you also testified that app subscriptions were not available until 2011. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that was incorrect, wasn't it?
No, I'm sorry, I know what you mean. That's my recollection.
Okay, so let's just take it in pieces. Do you recall that before Apple launched its subscription program in 2011, there were apps that actually offered subscriptions?
Again, what I recall, and I think I said this yesterday, is that apps, before we launched our subscription feature, had non-recurring subscriptions using IAP on the App Store. I do recall those. Those existed. People called them subscriptions, but they weren't the subscription features we launched with recurring subscriptions. That's what I recall.
Well, what you said yesterday was, and let's turn to subscriptions, could users purchase subscriptions through the App Store when it first launched? Answer, no. There wasn't anything else that you said about it, right?
I thought we would discuss that, but again, we had these recurring subscriptions. There were no recurring subscriptions before we launched that feature. IAP lets you one-time buy something. I thought I talked about Major League Baseball as an example, where with the Major League Baseball app, you could have...
Well, I just wanted to cut to the chase, which is before 2011, could an app developer offer a subscription, not using IAP, however they did it, through whatever mechanism they got paid or whether it was for free, could they offer a subscription?
I don't recall any developers being able to offer subscriptions other than with IAP.
Okay, so let's go through some documents. Because if they could offer subscriptions before 2011, that would mean that when you put your program in place in 2011, you increased the cost to developers because you were implementing a program that then began to charge them 30% on their subscriptions when they hadn't previously had to pay that, correct? That's what it would mean.
I don't believe we allowed the ability to pay for any good or digital good or service on the App Store without going through the App Store at any time. So I'm not sure what you're referring to.
Okay. Well, let's first look at your press release for when you announced digital subscriptions, and I have to hand these up. It's DX3060 for identification. do you recognize DX3060 as the press release for the launch of Apple's subscription service for the App Store?
Yes.
Your Honor, we would move into evidence DX3060.
No objection.
Now, at the bottom of the page, on the first page of this document, it says publishers, right towards the bottom right there, publishers in the middle must provide, right there, their own authentication process inside the app for subscriptions that have signed up outside of the app. However, Apple does require that if a publisher chooses to sell a digital subscription separately outside of the app, that same subscription offer must be made at the same price or less to customers who wish to subscribe from within the app. That's suggesting, isn't it, sir, that there were publishers who had previously provided subscriptions outside of the app.
But this is just saying what we've always said, which is developers could sell content and services on their website, and our rules have been okay with that. It's about what's allowed in the app.
Okay, well, let's try a different one. Let's try one from 2010. And this is PX108 for identification.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this document, Mr. Schiller, as a business record of Apple's?
It sure looks like an email from Mr. Shoemaker.
Okay. And Mr. Shoemaker was who? In 2010, what position did he hold?
He was in charge of the app review.
Okay. Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX108.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted. Now, here in the first paragraph, it says, in connection with the IAP transition plan for books, it says, the one change is regarding periodical subscriptions found in Zinio, Nook, and Kobo. That's periodical subscriptions found in. And it says, according to Phil, that'd probably be you. Do you understand it to be you?
It could be.
I mean, Philip Shoemaker used to go by Philip, and you used to go by Phil to keep you guys separate, correct?
I don't know if people actually did that, but it could have been either one of us.
Okay, so according to Phil, we should move over to IAP for that content immediately. Do you see that?
I see that.
Okay. And this does suggest that in 2010, there were periodical subscriptions found.
Or it means that they were doing something against the rules, and it was found that they were doing something against the rules.
Well, there was no rule yet, right, on subscriptions until 2011, right?
The rule from the day we opened the store was all digital purchases within apps or with apps at all in the App Store need to use our payment model. That's what has always been the rule from the beginning.
All right, let's try another one. We'll try PX1849.
Thank you.
Now, if we go to the press release, he said,
What press release?
I'm sorry, I was just saying a note, Your Honor. I was just sort of reading this note. DX3060, that press release that I handed up earlier on the App Store launching the subscription service is dated February 15th, 2011, correct? correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, the document I've just handed you, which is PX1849, is dated February 10th, a few days before that, 2011, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this is a document from you to Mr. Q, dated February 10th, 2011, correct?
It looks like that.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX1849.
No objection.
All right, and in this document, which is before the announcement of the subscription service, towards the bottom, it says, the third bullet up, anyone offering a subscription service, e.g. WSJ, which I take, do you understand that as a Wall Street Journal, perhaps?
Yes.
Okay. Hulu, Rhapsody, Pandora, etc., will need to add our new subscription billing within the app and remove all links to their web signups by, and then there's some X's, probably for a date to be filled in, correct?
That's right.
Doesn't that suggest to you, sir, that you fully understood that there were, in fact, subscription services that were being offered before Apple's own subscription program was announced on February 15th, 2011?
Again, not in any apps. This is on their websites, which they can continue to use, and that this point is specifically about whether a link is allowed, and that's all it's about.
So what you were doing was you were going to charge people who had never chosen to make a subscription available within the app. You were now going to require it. If they had an app and they offered a subscription elsewhere, they now had to bring it within the app, and you were going to charge them 30%. That's what you're saying.
No. These developers...
No, if it's no, it's no. So I have it wrong.
But still have the reader rule, and they do not have to charge in the app.
Doesn't it seem, sir, that there were subscriptions that existed in the world that the App Store didn't get a piece of before February 15th, 2011, with entities that had apps on the App Store, yes?
Yes, and that continued
after February 15th, 2011, Apple began to charge those same entities 30%.
No.
Okay. That's your answer. Okay, let's go on. Now, let's talk about the 30% commission for a moment. You would agree with me that in connection with determining what that commission would be for in-app purchases, Apple did not consider costs.
Correct.
It didn't consider the cost of tools, for instance, correct?
Correct.
Don't most businesses, when they're setting a price, consider cost of the goods sold?
Again, not when you're running it as one large P&L. You don't do that. Again, these are features of a product.
Okay. And similarly, you would agree with me that in connection with the commission that would be paid for in-app purchases, you're unaware of the cost of services being taken into consideration, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that when Apple set the commission to 30%, it did not analyze the cost of development of APIs for iOS, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that when Apple decided to drop the commission for renewals of subscriptions to 15%, it did that simply because it was simple to just cut it in half.
Yes, that's one reason.
Okay. Don't most companies have to look at how much it costs them when they want to cut their price?
Again, not if you're running it as one large P&L. That's a different way of measuring it.
And not when you're a monopolist getting monopoly profits either, right?
I don't agree with that.
Now, let's talk about third-party payment methods. Yesterday you were asked about separate demand for Apple's IoT. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said Apple had never been asked by anybody to license its IoT, correct?
That's right. I don't recall ever being asked for that.
But Apple's also known not to license its software, correct?
Yes.
So it's not surprising that nobody's going to come to Apple to ask for a license that they know you're not going to give, correct?
Not true. There are many business deals we've done with companies around technologies where it makes sense.
You've never licensed iOS.
Not iOS, no.
Okay. And IAP is within the ecosystem of iOS, correct?
It's a feature of the App Store.
And you've never licensed Apple OS, correct?
Yes, we did once a long time ago.
You haven't, at present, you don't currently license Apple OS, correct?
That's right.
Now, you're aware that in August 2020, Epic introduced an alternative payment method in its Fortnite app, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that there are other third-party platforms that they themselves have come up with their own alternative payment processing systems that they would like to include in apps, correct?
Yes.
And some of them want to just license their IAP or their alternative payment processing system to others, correct?
I don't know that.
PayPal. You know PayPal, correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure they're trying to license their payment model to others. I don't know.
Are you aware of PayPal? Apple uses PayPal as part of its back end, correct?
That's right.
And a lot of companies on the web use PayPal, correct?
Yes.
It's not unreasonable to assume that PayPal would want to grow its business and offer its services to those who might want to use PayPal, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're not aware of any analysis within Apple that indicated that Epic's payment system that it introduced in August of 2020 had any security vulnerabilities that risk the iPhone, correct?
I don't recall an analysis of that, no.
And as I said, you're aware that there are third parties who've also themselves attempted to submit apps or have submitted apps with alternative payment processing systems, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if those alternative payment processing methods related to an app that was selling digital consumable content, then the app would be rejected, correct?
If it's content that's digital and consumed on our devices.
But you're not aware, are you, sir, of any studies that have ever looked at any of the payment methods that were submitted by these third parties relating to digital consumable items to determine whether or not those third-party payment methods introduced security vulnerabilities to the iPhone, correct?
I'm not aware of a study like that.
And you don't recall a single security analysis of a third-party payment method for digital goods, do you?
I have not read a security analysis of those things.
Apple does, however, allow apps that are selling physical goods to use alternative payment processing methods, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you're not aware, though, are you, of any analysis within Apple that has examined whether or not these alternative payment processing methods utilized by sellers of physical goods have introduced security vulnerabilities into the iPhone, correct?
I'm not aware of an analysis like that.
And you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there have been times when developers that had apps in the App Store and had their own payment processing system had to then change over to IAP, correct?
I'm aware of a few that there have been apps that have violated the terms, and we've had to work with them to try to get them in line with the guidelines, yes.
And one of the ways you've worked with them is to try to sometimes you've given them some time to come into compliance, correct?
Depending on the situation, yes.
All right. And you're not aware of any security issues that were introduced by any of those apps, which for whatever short period of time had an alternative payment processing system in their app, that any security issues that they introduced into an iOS device, correct?
Correct.
And you're not aware, are you? Let me strike that. What's wrong? You are aware, are you not, that one of the results of IAP is that Apple actually has the customer information for the customers that have entered into the IAP transactions.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Apple has not done any consumer survey relating to whether consumers prefer to have Apple have their private information rather than a third party, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree that developers have told you that from time to time they don't want to pay the 30% commission, correct?
I've heard that, yes.
And you would also agree that some developers have taken the position that they don't have the margin to support the 30% commission, correct?
Yes.
So let's change topics again. You're aware, are you not, of a number of instances in which stores, app stores, were rejected by Apple pursuant to the App Review guidelines for being stores within stores?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
No, I do not.
Do you consider that output reducing?
I do not know.
It can't be output enhancing.
I'm sorry, I thought you meant by reducing, getting fewer over time. Is that what you meant?
Fewer apps on the App Store as a result of not allowing stores within stores. That's output reducing.
Oh, no, I do not know if that's the case or not.
Okay. But when stores within stores are rejected, those apps don't go on to the App Store, correct?
I haven't looked to see whether they do or don't, so I can't say.
You would assume if they're rejected that if the process is working correctly, it wouldn't go on, correct?
No, again, the apps within the stores themselves can choose to be on the App Store. I haven't tracked whether apps within stores, sorry, that's a cursor, gets onto the App Store.
Okay, so I only want to talk about stores for the moment, okay. Not whatever the number of apps is that could be within a store.
Okay.
If a store is not submits an app and wants to get onto the App Store, and there have been instances like that, right?
Yes.
Epic Game Store is one, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't allow the store onto the App Store, that reduces the number of apps on the App Store, correct? It does not increase it, at least.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also know that you've rejected stores within stores that are not game stores, correct?
Yes.
For instance, you're not surprised, are you, that a store called Knowledge Rocks, a music, educating, and technology store, was rejected by Apple for being a store within a store, correct?
I don't recall ever hearing about that one, and so I don't know what that is.
Let's turn to PX2194, please. Can I have it on the screen? Not under any kind of screen. Can you see, Mr. Schiller, that this is an email from you to Mr. Akamoto dated September 5th, 2013?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. And if you read down, do you see that there's an email to Mr. Cook from an individual dated September 4th, 2013?
Yes.
All right, Your Honor, I would offer PX2194.
No objection.
And do you see that the email at least suggests that this individual has in the second paragraph, we've been originally rejected in May as our in-app store was too similar to Apple's own app store, and immediately redesigned our store, fine-tuning it to the published guidelines. Since resubmitting the application in June, we've been rejected again for the same reason, although our team has made the utmost effort to differentiate our store from Apple's own. Do you see that?
Yes, but I don't believe this is about an app store within the App Store.
Okay. It's 2013, and you think you got a clear memory of it?
I'm just telling what I'm reading right here.
Okay. Now, you've also rejected, or are you familiar with an app called WeChat?
Yes.
What's WeChat?
It's a large, I call it a social network platform. It's many more things than that.
And do you know that WeChat was rejected for being a store within a store?
Yes.
Now, you understand, don't you, that the store within a store guideline would prohibit the Sesame Street store from being on the App Store. If there was going to be a Sesame Street store that had cartoons and memorabilia and different kinds of knowledge and preschool workbooks for kids, that couldn't be on the App Store, right?
No, everything you just described can be on the App Store. If they have memorabilia and workbooks and all those things are allowed.
How about a workbook store? And then next to that would be a cartoon store. And next to that would be another, like maybe a character store. And it's all collected underneath something called Sesame Street.
I don't know that that's against any rule.
So a store within a store can collect multiple stores within an app.
We have many stores within stores. They're just not apps and games. So we have bookstores, we have music stores, we have movie stores, we have physical goods stores, including memorabilia. So we have many cartoon bookstores and comic book stores. There are many kinds of stores.
All those stores have an array of content that you buy from that store. They don't have themselves a series of apps that you can download from that store. That's the difference, correct?
Again, yes, the App Store is an app store.
So
all other stores
my point is, if Sesame Street, something that was branded Sesame Street, was an app, and inside that app was a series of other apps, an app that was separately just obtained from a third party, from Tallahassee, relating to kindergarten workbooks. And then there was another store from somebody off in Timbuktu that had to do with characters, cartoon characters. And these are all separate apps.
Again,
separate apps.
Because you said workbooks and cartoons, and then you said apps.
I'm saying they're all apps.
Okay.
Can a store actually be in the App Store if it itself contains other apps?
As you know, no, we do not allow stores in the stores for apps.
3 minutes.
What's that?
I said 3 minutes. That's how you look at the clock.
All right. Now, we talked a fair amount about the app review process, correct?
Yes.
And you know that one of the things that the human side of the app review process is supposed to stop is copycat apps, correct? And you would expect, wouldn't you, that at least for really major apps that exist, that there would be some attempt to try to catch them before they go up on the App Store, correct?
And there is, yes.
Okay. Let me hand up a document that we have marked for identification as PX1883. Do you recognize PX1883 as some apps that are within the App Store?
I do not know if all these apps in the App Store. If you tell me that that's where you got it from, that would help.
You're familiar with the Minecraft app, correct?
Yes.
And this appears to be a page from the App Store, correct?
It does appear to be.
And the little blue ad is the kind of signifier that there might be some advertising by Minecraft from time to time.
That may be a search ad from Microsoft Minecraft team.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX1883.
No objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, and you're familiar with Minecraft, aren't you?
Yes,
Minecraft is a very popular building game.
it is.
It's a game that has a creation aspect where there are people who create worlds, correct?
Yes.
Sort of like the creative mode in Fortnite, correct?
I'm not the one to make that comparison. I'm not familiar enough with both of them to say whether they're the same or not.
I thought yesterday you said you played Fortnite quite a lot.
I did. I played it in Battle Royale mode almost all the time.
You never did creative mode?
No, I didn't find it interesting.
You didn't find, how about Party Royale?
Not really, no.
No? What was your avatar? What was your costume?
There was a...
Banana? Was it
no. I used two predominantly. There was a rogue agent one that the Fortnite team had done as a promotion for a holiday promotion on the App Store. So I used that one, and then there was a New England Patriots player that I'm a New England Patriots fan, and so I'm happy to wear that.
Okay, I understand that we are now at a breaking point.
Was there something you want to just do quickly with this, or you'll start it again?
I'll start up again later, Your Honor, afterwards.
Okay. Let's go ahead and stand in recess for 40 minutes. And recess till 1:15. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the witnesses understand, the parties are present. Ms. Forrest, you are at PX 1883. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schiller, PX 1883 appears to be a document that lists several games. Would you agree with me? It's this, actually, it's the loose one. I have another copy if it's easier for you.
I'm sorry. Yes, if you have another copy, that'd be great.
Yeah,
At
I
least
can do that.
getting. Oh, I have it. Never mind. Sorry, I have it.
There's a lot of paper floating around it.
It's okay. I apologize.
You would agree with me that some of the apps that appear after the Minecraft app are quite similar and might be characterized by some as copycat apps.
It's possible. We'd have to look further than just this to be sure.
All right. And but it's possible that these are copycat apps that have made it through, correct?
It's possible.
All right. And from time to time, I think you told us before lunch, copycat apps still do make their way through the process.
Yes.
And you're aware that from time to time, a number of different kinds of apps that shouldn't make their way through the app review process do, in fact, make their way through.
Yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that, changing topics, that in 2019 there was a leak of Fortnite content, correct?
Yes, I recall that.
Okay. And you can turn in your book, if you would, please, to PX 2273. All right. And do you see that you are one of the addressees of that email?
Yes.
All right. And the topic of the email is Forbes. Apple's App Store may have just leaked Fortnite's new map for Chapter 2. Do you see that?
Yes, I don't think that title's correct, but I see that title.
Okay. You have no doubt that you received this email on or about October 11th, 2019, do you?
I do not doubt that.
Your Honor, we would move the admission of PX 2273.
No objection.
All right. And you, on the second page of this document, Mr. Schiller, before we leave it, you see that an individual from Epic indicates, quote, "We have suffered a major blow to the unveiling of our next season. There were concerns about a leak coming from Apple in the lead up to the season, and those fears ended up being substantiated. Media damage alone is significant." Do you see that?
I see that. That's fair. Yeah.
If I could just note, I believe on this exhibit, not all of the email addresses were redacted, and I would ask before it's posted that be done.
Absolutely, Your Honor. That should be occur in every case. We agree. Now, let's go back to something that we talked about just before the break.
And just so that I know, the last pages of these documents seem to be misprinted. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor. That's the form in which we received it during the production. The portion that I was most interested in was the portion before that, and so we didn't have any deep concerns about the remainder. So we just gave the entire document in the form in which it was received.
Okay, thank you.
Let me go back, if I could, for the moment, Mr. Schiller, to something that we talked about with regard to TikTok, Instagram, and Reddit. You remember that conversation earlier before the break?
Yes, I do.
And you know that TikTok is available on the App Store, and we looked at a screenshot that showed that, correct?
Yes.
And you know that the Instagram app is available on the App Store, and we looked at a screenshot in that regard as well, correct?
Yes.
And you know that Reddit is also an app available on the App Store, and we looked at a screenshot in that regard as well, correct?
Yes, we did.
So if a user had downloaded the native app of any one of those three, they would have then had that native app on their iPhone, correct?
Yes.
And they would have been able to access the content then of those apps, correct?
Yes.
Let's talk again about the timing of when in-app purchasing was first available to a app developer. And I want to separate out two things. So I want to make sure that we're clear on this. The App Store came out in 2008, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, Apple sold apps or apps were free, and Apple had a mechanism to get paid for those apps, correct?
Yes.
And the mechanism often was via credit card, for instance, of the purchaser, correct?
That would be part of the payment method the user sets up with the App Store, yes.
And that worked perfectly well, correct?
Nothing worked perfectly well, I wouldn't say that.
It worked fine.
It worked.
Okay. You were able to generate revenue with the credit card payment method.
That's part of what Apple's commerce system does, is generate payments through credit card transactions.
Okay. And then you learned at some point in time, during the period of time between 2008 and 2009, that there were developers who were offering game levels and other kinds of in-app purchases, correct?
No. What we showed was in 2008, there was a presentation I was given about what game developers were doing on other platforms and their interest in in-app purchase as a new model, as well as subscriptions.
So let me show you a document that has been marked for identification as PX897. And this is part of the stipulation, Your Honor, which the parties, I believe, have finalized, but I don't think it's actually been signed. At least that's my understanding. Now, PX897 has Mr. Forstall as the addressee, correct?
Yes.
And we listened to the testimony of Mr. Forstall earlier today, correct?
Yes.
And in that testimony, Mr. Forstall indicated that it was his understanding that IAP had occurred, that there had been in-app purchases that developers had done prior to the launch of Apple's implementation of IAP, correct?
I heard him say that, yes.
And you disagreed with that, correct?
Yes, I did.
Now, you see in this email here, which is dated January 30th, 2008, there is an indication that there are developers who are distributing games and selling levels, etc. already.
I see that it says that the customer purchases the app on the website and then gets an activation key that there's some way that they may be able to enter it into the app. So the purchase isn't happening in the app, it's happening on a website, is what this seems to refer to. That's what it says.
Okay, but you don't doubt that that happened, correct?
I don't know. I didn't receive this, and it says potential, and it says it looks like. So there's nothing definitive in here.
So let's just take the example that you have just suggested, which is that there's a developer who has an app, and it's before IAP has been launched, and that developer wants to offer an additional game level. You would agree with me that there were instances where a user could go someplace to acquire that additional game level through a purchase.
No, I don't agree this is factual and accurate. I just see that this email says it's potential, and there may be one instance of it, but it isn't validated in this, and I wasn't included in this, so I can't speak to it directly.
Who was Mr. Forstall in January of 2008? What was his position?
Senior Vice President of Software Engineering.
The Senior Vice President of Software Engineering.
Yes.
And that's the same position that Mr. Federighi currently occupies, correct?
Yes.
It's essentially the head engineer for all of Apple, correct?
He's the head of the software engineering team.
That's a very high position, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in this, well, Your Honor, I offer PX 897 as a business record. Well, it's subject to a stipulation that has not been entered yet, so I think I ought to proceed this way.
No objection.
No objection, no.
Admitted.
Now, in terms of this email, you would agree with me that there is at least discussion of between Apple personnel of a possible leak in the system, and that is described as on the second page. Many games have a healthy aftermarket in additional game levels, enhanced graphics for in-game activities, and other data up to and including completely new games that can be created from an installed base game engine, many for a fee, right?
Exactly, and it continues. Some developers
It
want this to be
continues, and
iPhone.
my question was exactly, I'm not going to sort of leave you hanging. Get to the punchline. Some developers will want this for their iPhone apps, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, it was, however, the case that there was a healthy aftermarket in additional game levels. You would agree with me that occurred at that time?
I don't know what healthy means based on the knowledge we had at the time of, there was some use case for it, absolutely. How big it was, I don't know, and it definitely was not on iPhone.
Do you have any reason to believe that there was a way in which developers could not have offered additional game levels on their iPhone? Was there some sort of technical or other prohibition that prevented developers from offering in-app purchases prior to 2009?
Yes.
What was the prohibition?
It was, back then our guideline number was 11.1. The numbers changed around 2016. It says that basically all purchases need to happen through the App Store, and you can't use other mechanisms to add features or functionality. That was a rule from the moment we started the App Store. So they were not allowed to, and that was something App Review was supposed to review for and keep from being on the store.
And that's exactly why there was a leak in the system referred to in PX 897, right? Because what was happening was Apple at that point in time only had set up purchasing for the app and had not yet set up purchasing for the in-game opportunities. So that was exactly the leak, correct?
No, that's the potential leak that is being proposed.
If your answer is no, it's no.
Okay, thank you.
It's interesting that, well, I won't comment on that. Okay, so let's go on to another piece, which is, you would agree with me that in connection with the enterprise program, in which individuals within an enterprise can download their apps directly onto their iPhone, right? That you were unaware of any security issues that have been introduced onto an iOS device by virtue of that download, correct?
I'm not sure if when we talked about this previously that I agree that there's no security issue. I think the fraud that has happened around use of the enterprise program.
So let's just hold on for a second, because I was talking about, we went back and forth on this with the position. I'm talking about a security issue on the iOS device. I'm not talking about fraud with notarizations. I'm not talking about misuse of the enterprise program in some other way. I'm talking about the fact that the enterprise program allows third-party downloads directly onto an iPhone when it's done appropriately, correct?
Yes.
And it doesn't require going to the App Store, correct?
Correct.
That's one of the times that Apple actually allows a third party to do a direct download onto the iPhone, correct?
Yes.
And what I was talking about at your deposition, what we went back and forth on, was whether or not you were aware of any security issues on the device itself that had been introduced as a result of that direct download? And your answer was no, correct?
I'm not aware of any exact security issues, just the potential, but not actual issues that I researched.
Okay. Now, let's talk about gaming consoles for a moment. You've never used a gaming console to make a phone call, have you?
No.
And you're unaware of anyone who's made a non-gaming related phone call on a console, correct?
Yeah, as long as we don't consider things like Skype and other tools like that.
A non-gaming, you're unaware of anyone who has made a non-gaming related call on a console, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you can't point to a single person who has ever used a console for a banking app, correct?
Correct.
And you're unaware of anyone who's ever utilized a gaming console to store their personal investment information, correct?
Other than, again, for purchases on the console that they need to make the financial information.
Now, you said yesterday that you game from time to time, correct?
Yes.
And you do driving games sometimes, correct?
That's one of the genres of games I like, yes.
And you're aware, aren't you, that the F1 driving game doesn't work very well on the phone, correct?
There is a F1 driving game on the phone that I think people like.
Well, in 2017, you didn't think the F1 driving game worked well on the phone, correct?
No, that was actually the F1 watching game for watching F1 races. An application, not game.
Let's turn to, why don't we just go straight to the document? TX2274.
I'm sorry?
TX2274, it's in the big binder. Do you see TX2274?
I do.
Okay. And this is from you, correct?
Yes.
And it's dated the 26th of November, 2017, correct?
It is.
All right, Your Honor, we seek to admit TX2274.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, and in the email dated November 25th, 2017 at 9:19 p.m., you write, in part, the experience of driving games on a phone or tablet isn't ideal. Parentheses, no wheel or controller, holding a small display, not a loudspeaker system, etc., close friends. And the business model is not what most users want for mobile games. And then it says, parentheses, and F1 sucks as a sport now anyway. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And above that, it says, a mobile racing sim, what's that, a simulation game?
Yes.
That users pay for up front isn't going to be popular, period. Not on iOS, not on Android, not on Switch either. Those were your words, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we spoke a moment ago about IAP, and you'd indicated that one of the issues with in-app purchases would have been that it would have violated in 2009 or 2008, the date of the email I showed you, it would have violated the guidelines, correct?
That's right.
The guidelines hadn't been published yet, correct? They weren't published until 2010, correct?
Exactly, yes.
So it would have been a secret guideline, correct?
No, not a secret. We would reject an app and tell the developer why, and we handled it that way.
The developer wouldn't have had any advance notice as to how to comply, correct?
Well, I do think we had advance notice. I think everything from Mr. Jobs' announcement about the payment model in the store.
Anybody was there any public notice that you're aware of that told developers they couldn't do in-app purchases?
We did have documents talking about the payment model of the App Store at the time, and it did not include that as an option.
It did not include that, did it?
As an option to do that.
All right, let me do one more document, which is 2057. You recognize what's been marked as 205, PX 2057, Mr. Schiller.
I see this is an email.
And it's an email that was written to you on the 6th of December, 2014, correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, we seek to admit PX 2057.
No objection.
Admitted.
All right, and do you see that in the second to last paragraph it states from an individual who had written to you, actually to Mr. Cook. It doesn't have his, it has his email address, but it's to Mr. Cook. The following: the guidelines are vague. Why not just allow users to decide what they want on their devices? Use app review to keep our malware, security risks, offensive material, etc. But there is no reason to filter out useful extensions. Do you see that?
I see that.
All right. And he goes on and he says, certainly it's put me off even considering touching WatchKit. That was for the watch apps?
Yes.
Okay. The review process is just too broken and arbitrary to invest any more of my time into this. Do you see that?
Yes.
And there's an emoji that's sort of a sad face, correct?
I see that.
Okay. Yesterday you testified that Apple did not allow search ads for Apple products. Do you remember that?
That Apple applications don't take out search ads is what I believe the rule is.
Okay, so the testimony on transcript page 2819 is you were asked by the court, how do I know that Apple is fairly competing in that same market for search? Does Apple just not compete? And you said, that's right. We do not allow search ads from Apple's products. Do you see that?
Yes.
But you would agree with me that the algorithm that's in place for Apple actually preferences Apple's products to make them the number one return, correct?
I do not agree.
Let me show you what's been marked for identification as 1854. Recognize PX 1854 as a series of printouts from the App Store?
Yes.
Your Honor, we move to admit PX 1854.
No objection.
No objection.
Admitted.
And you see that for the word books on the first page of PX 1854, the first return is a paid search return, correct? And that's not Apple, correct?
That's right.
But Apple, in fact, comes up as the second entry, which is the first algorithmic entry, right? The first organic entry.
Exactly.
All right. And on the next page of which is actually, I'm sorry, these are all marked separately. PX 1855, Your Honor, I would ask if we could admit that one as well.
Admitted. And 1856.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. For PX 1855, you'll see that under music, Apple Music also comes up as the first organic result, correct?
That's right.
And if we look at PX 1856, Apple News comes up as the first organic result, correct?
Yes.
Apple has changed the algorithm, hasn't it, that relates to the search and preferences its own apps, does it not?
No.
It's just by chance that Apple happens to come up as the first organic search result.
It's not by chance. It's by an algorithm that looks at the term to match the closest name of an app, looks at popularity. It looks at many factors. I think there's 42 variables that the algorithm looks at to try to give the user the best likelihood of finding what they're trying to find. 42
different factors, correct?
That's right.
And popularity is only one, correct?
It's one. I don't know the ranking. They're relatively different to each other.
You don't know the weighting?
I do not.
Okay. Now, Your Honor, subject to, we have a document to work out which is going to occur in the ordinary course. There was a clawback of the document that had been handed up earlier that had the metadata attached. During lunch, that was, we received a letter that asserted privilege over that. We'll take that up in the ordinary course between the parties and do it very quickly, obviously. but we need to resolve that. We haven't had a chance to meet and confer on the privilege basis. And for the record, I just wanted to let the court know that the first clip that we played today was from Mr. Q, and it was from page 126.
It doesn't matter because she transcribed it.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I pass the witness at this time.
Okay. I tend not to, my court reporters tend to transcribe when they're very small. It's just when we get into very long colloquies or if it's a video, not a testimony and a deposition. And I take it the document 1902 that was, you weren't going to ask questions on that given Judge Hickson's ruling, is that right?
That is correct, Your Honor. There was a portion of it that we were allowed to question on. However, that is similar to something else that I already had used.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Dorn, you may proceed when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. My first glib comment in trial about being glad to hear that the binder was missing numbered as 1 of 2, and it turned out to be one of about 6. So I just need a moment here. Hello, Mr. Schiller.
Good afternoon.
And why don't we take the first few points just in reverse order? And you were just asked about not search ads, but rather the search algorithms in the App Store. And you were shown 3 examples where Apple native apps came up after a search ad. You recall seeing that?
Yes.
And can you explain a bit more why you believe that occurred, or rather how the search function works within the App Store that would lead to that result?
Yes. I know from many meetings with the search ads team that they have only one goal: to help the customer find what they're most looking for. That is their goal with their algorithms. Their algorithms use the name of the app, the name of the developer, popularity, among other factors. What's most interesting about those 3 apps is something that surprised me. I learned from the search ad team. A surprisingly large number of people use search to launch apps on their phone. They'll type in the name of an app they have on their phone and click the button that says open. It's not yet. It's open because it's already in the device. And so that also contributes to the ranking higher of apps showing up in search that you already have on your phone, because actually that's what a large percentage of users are trying to do. Surprising to me that that's what happens, but it does.
And are the algorithms rigged in any way to favor Apple native apps?
No, they are not.
So these 3 examples, are they a fair sample of what would happen for broader app searches?
No, they are not.
And so you were also shown a lease document, which is PX 0897 from January 30th, 2008. The one related to the discussion around this was about the early days of in-app purchases or in-app features. Do you have that document there?
One moment, and I'll get that out. It's one of the lease documents.
It is. It would have been one of the last ones, I believe.
It was, but I haven't collated my documents up here as well as I should have.
And it was Exhibit 897, if that's helpful.
897.
The one about the leak in the system.
The red line is potential distribution alternative.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, thank you very much.
Sure, of course. And you now have that in front of you, sir? I do. All right, and the date of this email is January 30th, 2008, correct? It is. And you recall that yesterday we looked at Exhibit DX0888, which was the December 2008 deck? That's right. And you see that this email is copied to Mr. Ron Okamoto, correct? Yes. And was it Mr. Okamoto that provided you with the deck, which was Exhibit 0888? He was. And that was 12 months later, correct? Yes. And at that time, in-app purchases was being recognized as something that could add value for the App Store and also for developers, correct? Yes. And you're not on this email, are you? I am not. In fact, the note at the top is from Jaws to Scott, and it says, if this is accurate, it sounds like we'll have to make sure our terms don't allow this. Do you see that? Yes. And as of January 30th, 2008, as of January 30th, 2008, did the App Store exist? No, not yet. And from day one, did the App Store's terms not allow IAP purchases? They did not. And they were ultimately allowed in 2009, correct? Yes. You also were asked about the ability to do paid downloads using a credit card. And I just want to make sure I understood the question and your testimony. Were paid download transactions simply a credit card transaction, or was this put through the broader commerce engine of Apple? Correct. You did not use your credit card directly. You set up your payment method, whether it's a credit card or something else, in your Apple account that you use for the store, and then you use the commerce engine of the App Store to make those purchases. And was that the same commerce engine to which the IAP APIs were added in 2009? Yes. Probably the most important question of the day, sir, is are there any iOS driving games you do like? Yes. And can you name that or those? I think perhaps the best one would be Real Racing from EA. They've done a pretty remarkable job at their modeling and the physics in that game. And do things like the Taptic Engine come into play in that game? Yes, and gyroscope and other controls. Thank you. You were also questioned about the enterprise program and whether or not there were security issues related to the enterprise program. Do you remember that? Yes. Can you remind us, please, what the qualifications or what the requirements are for participation in the enterprise program? We work with large-scale corporations. We vet them. We give them a special security key to allow them to download to their devices. They need to sign an agreement that the applications they want to distribute are only to their employees and contractors for their internal use and never out to consumers in the wild. And it's a program to basically trust a large corporation is not going to violate the security and privacy of their own employees. And do employees of large corporations often have company-purchased devices? Yes. And thank you, sir. And are you aware of where there have been abuses of the enterprise program? Yes. And can you describe one or two of those? We have found cases where either employees of a company have, unbeknownst to their employer, sold or given away their keys for rogue sites to then set up distribution of pirated software. And we've seen actual malware attacks created by stores that have used an enterprise key to get their software onto a user's device, and unbeknownst to the users, try to perpetrate malware attacks. And is that of concern to Apple? Great concern. And has Apple ever considered tightening restrictions on the enterprise program as a result? We have been tightening the program, trying to reduce the risk of that as much as possible. And so one of the last documents you were shown, and it's in the large binder, was PX2057. Yeah. And this is a December 6th, 2014 email from, well, the top one is from Mr. Shoemaker to you with the subject being Ray disappointed. Do you see that? Yes. And the email at the bottom of this two-email string is from a developer, correct? It is. That's not an internal Apple email? No, it is not. And he says, in the second paragraph from the bottom, the developer says, the guidelines are vague. Why not just allow users to decide what they want on their devices? Use App Review to keep out malware, security risks, offensive material, etc., but there's no reason to filter out useful extensions. Do you see that? I do. So this developer had no problem with App Review as a concept, correct? Correct. And Mr. Cook forwarded this email to you, correct? Yes. And you, in turn, forwarded it to Mr. Shoemaker, correct? I did. And what was his response to you? We will reach out to him. So upon receipt of this complaint, you had Mr. Shoemaker reach out to this developer, correct? That's right. And just to be clear, we keep up with this developer. So, A, it's great getting feedback like this. I love getting complaints because we make things better. But this is a developer making an extension to a keyboard. So it wasn't a regular app you download. We added the ability for developers to extend the functionality of the iPhone. And you could change out not only the standard keyboard that shows up when you type, but you could put applications in those keyboards. And our engineering team had asked us to be very careful what developers start to do to change up the user's keyboards. There should be only appropriate things that make sense in the keyboard. And so this developer was deciding to put a calculator in place of your keyboard. Maybe it's a good idea, maybe it's not. But this extension was the discussion. We didn't like the rejection for that, and the team followed up with him to try to help him get on the App Store with something appropriate. It's about a keyboard extension. And was that in violation of the App Review guidelines? Yeah. It was for appropriateness use of the API, and it's another case where, in this case, our engineers asked App Review to manage the use of this API, which was human review. In the longer term, we actually increased the uses of this keyboard extension because we were advocating for our developers that we think they have some good ideas and do more with it than was originally defined by the engineering team. You also were asked about a leak of Fortnite art in 2019. Do you recall that? Yes. Do you recall that Apple actually identified a fake Fortnite knockoff in 2019 as well? Yes.
Objection to the form, Your Honor. Reading.
Counterfeit was the word I was struggling for there, Your Honor, so I picked three others. Let me try again. Mr. Schiller, do you recall that Apple identified a counterfeit Fortnite game in 2019?
Objection.
It's reading.
Has Apple ever identified counterfeit Fortnite games? Yes, we have. And do you recall the name of any of those games?
They were variants of the Fortnite name. I don't remember the exact term.
And during what step in the process were those counterfeit games identified?
Through App Review.
And were they prevented from getting onto the App Store?
Yes.
Mr. Schiller, you were shown a lot of news articles about various investigations. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And has the Coalition for App Fairness played any role in terms of appearing or testifying in those investigations?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation.
Yeah, it's a pretty broad-based question. Some of these he was familiar with, and others he was not.
Fair enough, Your Honor. And first of all, sir, do you know if any of the Coalition for App Fairness members testified before Congress in the recent hearings?
Yes.
And what Coalition for App Fairness members testified at those hearings?
Spotify did, and Tile did, and Match did.
And do you know whether any of the Coalition App Fairness members have been strong advocates before the EU against Apple?
I certainly have heard of Spotify and Match, both strong advocates in front of the EU about Apple.
And has Epic complained to the EU about Apple?
I believe they have.
And you were shown a document regarding a Russian investigation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were discussing a law that was passed in Russia. And can you please describe what that legislation was?
It required that smartphone makers pre-install or offer for free and offer at time of setup a list of Russian apps as defined by the government to encourage the Russian users to download Russian apps.
And did that have anything to do with eliminating app review?
No.
Did that legislation require that Apple permit third-party apps into iOS?
No.
Did that legislation require that developers be permitted to place stores within the App Store?
No.
And by the way, Mr. Schiller, do you question at all that the App Store has added to the bottom line for Apple?
No, I do not.
You were shown a rather extensive set of exhibits related to, I believe the search terms that counsel said were used were fetish and BBBM. Do you recall those?
I do.
And do you recall the nature of those specific apps?
Yes, we certainly looked at a number of photos of apps on the App Store.
And do any of those apps fall into the category for app review purposes of dating apps?
Yes.
Can you describe the dilemma or the tensions that you face in app review and dealing with apps such as that?
Yes. This is certainly always a difficult area for us, and I think for any app store today. There are categories of things that we do not want on our stores, like pornography, like objectionable sexist content that would be offensive to many of us. And when you have categories of apps, for example, dating apps, then what we find is a number of the developers will try to find where's the line. What can I get on the App Store? And so they'll try apps that have total nudity and get rejected. And they'll try apps that have less nudity and get rejected until they can find what's okay. And so as an app review team, we try to build a knowledge base and an understanding of where those lines are, but it's not an easy task.
And can you reject a dating app because you take personal exception to the nature of the people who are trying to meet there, if it otherwise fits your guidelines?
No, it would be inappropriate for us to put our personal feelings about what is the kind of dating app we like or don't like if it adheres to our rules.
You were also shown some apps, or the front pages of apps that came up under the search term, I believe it was porn. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And first of all, do the app guidelines prohibit nudity on the App Store?
Mostly. It's certainly allowed for example, for medical apps or appropriate education apps, just in that context.
And does the App Store prohibit pornography?
Yes.
And again, how do you, as the person in charge of the App Store, work with the tensions between what is and is not pornography?
Again, a very difficult topic to be black and white on. These things are, I think, for all of us, but to try to, again, set conditions for review, whether it comes to the display of genitalia, the context of which the images are in the context of the app. I believe is definitions around titillation and other things that I can't believe I even have to say in a court environment. But there are terminology and examples that are used to guide the teams to try to do a good job of that.
And so over lunch, I became the proud owner of Sex Positions 3D. And do you know whether, in fact, the figures in that app are fully clothed?
I do not. I would assume by our rules they are.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike.
Given that it's just an assumption, motion to strike is granted.
Mr. Schiller, if the app review guidelines are properly applied, should there be any nudity in an app that comes up under the search term porn?
There should not.
And the only way to know whether there is any nudity in the various apps for which you are shown the title page would be to actually open them and look. Is that fair?
Exactly.
And is that a part of the app review process, by the way?
It is.
Mr. Schiller, there was also discussion around TikTok. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Does TikTok have any guidelines about adult nudity and sexual activities?
Yes, I believe they do.
Your Honor, I would ask for permission to approach the witness with what is marked for identification as DX5568.
Yeah.
And Mr. Schiller, sir, if I could, first of all, do you recognize this to be TikTok community guidelines?
That's what it appears to be.
And please take a look at page 55DX5568.010. And do you see that, sir?
Yes.
And the heading at the top is adult nudity and sexual activities, correct?
Yes.
And the document states that we strive to create a platform that feels welcoming and safe. We do not allow nudity, pornography, or sexually explicit content on our platform. We also prohibit content depicting or supporting non-consensual sexual acts, the sharing of non-consensual intimate imagery, and adult sexual solicitation. Is that consistent with your understanding of TikTok's guidelines, sir?
Yes.
It then goes on under a subheading for sexual exploitation. Sexual exploitation is defined as any actual or attempted abuse of a position of vulnerability, power, or trust for sexual purposes, including profiting monetarily, socially, or politically from the sexual exploitation of another. We do not permit sexually exploitative content. Is that consistent with your understanding of TikTok's guidelines?
Yes.
The next subheading says, do not post, upload, stream, or share. And then there's a number of different entries, including anything that glorifies non-consensual sexual acts, that depict, solicit, promote, normalize, or glorify the sharing of non-consensual intimate imagery, content that depicts, normalizes, or glorifies sexual violence, and so forth. Is that consistent with your understanding of TikTok's guidelines?
Yes.
And then the next heading is for nudity and sexual activity involving adults, correct?
Yes.
And the guidelines state that nudity and sexual activity include content that is overtly revealing of breasts, genitals, anus, or buttocks, or behaviors that mimic, imply, or display sex acts, correct?
Yes.
And then below that is another subheading that says, do not post, upload, stream, or share, and states content that explicitly or implicitly depicts sexual activities, including erotic kissing, content that depicts sexual arousal, content that depicts a sexual fetish, conduct that depicts human genitalia, content that contains sexually explicit language for sexual gratification. Is that all consistent with your understanding of TikTok's community guidelines?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I would move into evidence Exhibit BX 5568.
No objection.
There was also a discussion about Reddit and Instagram. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So if I could ask you please to look at the app review guidelines, which are BX 2790. And specifically, if I could draw your attention, please, to guideline 1.2, user-generated content.
Yes.
And, sir, you're familiar with this guideline, aren't you?
Yes, I have to write it.
Let's review it, please. 1.2 states, apps with user-generated content present particular challenges, ranging from intellectual property infringement to anonymous bullying. To prevent abuse, apps with user-generated content or social networking services must include, and the first bullet point is, a method for filtering objectionable material from being posted to the app, correct?
Yes.
And does that apply to apps, native apps such as Reddit and Instagram?
It does.
It also requires a mechanism to report offensive content and timely responses to concerns, the ability to block abusive users from the service, and published contact information so users can easily reach the developer, correct?
Yes.
And are those guidelines enforced?
They are.
And if you turn over to the next page, which is 2790.4, the guideline goes on and states that apps with user-generated content or services that end up being primarily for pornographic content, here we go with the French word, charolais style experiences, objectification of real people, e.g. hot or not voting, making physical threats, or bullying do not belong on the App Store and they may be removed without notice. And is that guideline enforced?
It is, and it's chat roulette.
Thank you very much, sir. Canal, please. And if your app includes user-generated content from a web-based service, it may display incidental, mature, quote, NSFW, close quote, content, provided that the content is hidden by default and only displayed when the user turns it on via your website. Can you please explain that part of this guideline?
Yes. We have a number of social network environments like Reddit that have long existed with this not safe for work sections of their own user base that they moderate and create in safe areas for their users. When they want to come onto our app store, we tell them, well, we respect that what you're doing on the web is whatever you choose to do, but it opens the potential to violate our rules against pornography and other objectionable content. So it needs to be shown by default, not shown by default on iOS. And if the user chooses to change that on your website because that feature exists, then that's up to you and the user. But natively in the iPhone app, you don't change it there.
And how would a user change it if they chose to do so?
There are software switches on the websites of these services that allow them to do that if they meet their criteria for adult content.
And would they do that through the app, or would they have to go out to the website?
They have to go out to the website.
So they would have to leave the iOS website, go into the app, find the switch, turn off the default, then go back into the native app. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's what we call in this case friction. Is that right, sir?
Yes.
We were also shown a rather thick document. This was PX 101. It had a binder of its own.
Yes.
And sir, you mentioned that you were not familiar with this document. Is that correct?
I don't know that I still have this binder. We've cleaned up a bunch of them.
You can look at this one, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
And you know what this document is?
Yes, I recall seeing this now. Yes. This was a PDF file that was sent to me of the backup of the details of the processing guidelines that the app reviewers were using at this time in 2010.
And does the App Store continue to maintain backup to assist the app reviewers in enforcing the guidelines?
They do.
And is that part of the app reviewers training?
It is.
You were also asked some questions about privacy protection. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you weren't given the opportunity to answer a number of questions, so I'd like to provide you with that opportunity now. First of all, you were shown a number of things that talked about Apple collecting user data. Can you describe, please, the circumstances under which Apple creates and the purpose for which Apple gathers user data?
Well, as an example, there were a number pointed out. An example in the App Store, which I think is the most relevant here, the App Store needs to know if you've purchased an app, because later on when you go to the App Store, you don't want to have to pay for it again, and that would make users very unhappy. So we need to track that. There's also, as is mentioned in the terms that were read, tax purposes and accounting purposes, that information is required for. We need to know if you post a rating and review that's your rating and review, and be able to show it under the terms that you agree to let us show it to others, and on and on. There are a number of data sources required for the proper use and function of the App Store. That's the only reason to do that, is to help the users get the service they want to get.
And how is the user's private information protected when Apple collects it?
We have very strict guidelines at Apple internally about that protection of that data, security of that data, isolation of that data only to that service, and on and on. There's what we call the pillars of our internal privacy architecture.
And is that personal information visible to Apple employees?
It is not.
And how is that done?
That is done through encryption and protected servers and storage, and a number of methods that have been designed by our services engineering team. I'm not the expert of it, to make sure that no Apple employee has access to individual personal data.
And there was discussion about Apple tracking people. Does Apple track people?
No, and it's very important to have similar terminology, because in the industry of apps, the word tracking refers specifically to when a developer, whether it's Apple or any app developer, needs information from you to deliver a service. That's not tracking, that's just delivering the service. The tracking comes in when you sell or share that with another party, and that data leaves the use the user thought it was being used for, and then gets bought by data brokers or used for other purposes away from the company you thought you let have it. That's where the term tracking comes in. It's about the buying and sharing of data with other parties.
And if you were vacationing in Paris, I guess is the example that was used, how does tell us about the way in which the iPhone knows that an iPhone user is now vacationing in France?
So one of the features we've had for many years in the App Store is the idea that you want to find apps around you. Let's say you're on a vacation in Paris, and you open up the App Store. You might be interested in a French-English translation app. You might be interested in an app for visiting the Louvre. And so the ability to give you apps around where you are is a discovery feature for developers in Apple that makes sense for users.
And does your iPhone tell Apple or anyone else what street corner you're standing on in Paris?
No.
And how does that work?
Again, the data is anonymized. The data, much of it stays on device. The data is aggregated to gross areas like a major city or country so that it can properly give you what you need. It isn't about your individual location.
And when an iPhone user submits payment information, a credit card number to Apple, how is that information stored?
There is a payment processing system. Again, I'm not the expert of all that. That's part of the Commerce Engine, and it's stored there in a secure manner. And using technologies like our Apple Pay, we're even able to transact without your credit card number being shared with a vendor in order to make that transaction happen. So there's a bunch of processes around protecting user privacy with payment transactions.
And do any Apple employees have access to that information?
No.
Does Apple ever sell data?
No.
Does Apple ever share its data with data brokers?
No.
And to the extent that a user wishes to opt out of certain aspects of that data collection, can they do that?
Yes. One of the great regulations is in Europe for data protection that we apply worldwide to give the users, first of all, the ability to remove their data from services, and I think that's been a great advancement for the whole world. In addition, whenever you set up your iPhone and you set up new services, there are choices the user makes to whether to allow personal information to be used or not to personalize those services. And Apple requires of ourselves the same thing we do of all developers, to follow the same processes to ask for permission.
Thank you. And you testified briefly about something that the initials are ATT. Do I have that right?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's one of our newest privacy features called App Tracking Transparency.
And if Apple tracked you, would that trigger the App Tracking Transparency element of the iPhone?
Absolutely.
And what would the result of that be?
The general idea of App Tracking Transparency, and the keyword being tracking, is that if a developer, including Apple, wanted to share or sell your personal information with another party, they need to ask for permission before they do so. They can do it if the user gives permission.
Sir, if you could please look at, let me make sure I pick the right binder here first. If you could please look at your large binder that Ms. Forrest provided you, and within that exhibit PX842.
All right, I have that.
And if you could please take a moment to refamiliarize yourself with this document.
Yes, I see this document.
And you see that you're one of the participants in this email chain from December 2019. And at the bottom of that, at the bottom of page 1, Mr. Federighi writes, "Our primary strategy here is to eliminate the use of user-entered passwords, i.e. if the user does not know a password to enter into a phishing site, they can't be phished for it. We are doing this in 2 ways: password auto-generation and autofill in Safari, and sync via iCloud Keychain, and secondly, sign in with Apple." Do you see all that?
I do.
What was going on here? What was this initiative, if you will, in December of 2019?
This email begins with a news story that Tim Cook saw about phishing emails, which I think we all know is a scourge on the world. All the emails that we get that are spam that try to steal your information and get your logons from websites and services. And Tim is asking if there's something we can do that's competitive for Apple to be the best at helping stop phishing from spams from attacking our users. And Craig is responding with one of the best ways to do that is to actually do a good job of protecting people's passwords and making sure that those aren't easily given up to a phishing scam. Secondly, if we can have a way to set up your email with services where that your personal email is actually protected from the email used by that service to send you things, then that gives you control later on of those phishing attacks as well, because you can just change them and you don't have to change your own email, which is the sign-in with the Apple service. So it's about those features.
Thank you. And in the continuing on page 2, rather, you were showing the sentence in the paragraph that begins, as for providing. Do you see that? Yes. Or you were showing at least half of that. And it says, as for providing a long-term competitive advantage, while use of these features is likely to make our platform more sticky, the capabilities themselves are unlikely to be protectable differentiators. And then it goes on to say, heavy users of Chrome and the Google ecosystem, for instance, are likely to use the Google Password Manager. What did you understand Mr. Federighi to be telling you with that sentence?
He's simply pointing out that in terms of any advantages, users may like to use our platform because it helps to protect their password. But in truth, users of Google's ecosystem will also get some good password management features as well, and they'll be good at it too.
And by the way, did Apple put this initiative in whole or in part in place?
Yes.
And did it do that to stay competitive with Google and others?
It did it primarily because we're all worried about this security risk for all of us as users.
And when Mr. Federighi said that these features were likely to make our platform more sticky, what did you take him to mean?
Simply that if users are better protected from phishing scams on our systems, they're going to want to use our systems to help protect them.
And at the end of this paragraph, Mr. Federighi says again, on our devices, access to these logins will be protected by Face ID/Touch ID, but Google will offer some analogous capability, correct?
Yes.
I believe Ms. Forrest referred to this as the ultimate plan document. Assuming she's right, what was the plan here?
If there's any plan here, it's simply to come up with new features to help protect users from security and privacy scams.
You also got a few questions about iMessage. What is iMessage?
Can I just ask, can you use Google Password Manager on the iPhone?
You may. I honestly don't know. I haven't looked in the App Store to see if they've delivered a version. There are cross-platform platform managers. The most popular one is called 1Password, and it works on iOS and Android and Mac and other platforms.
What do you use?
I use both the 1Password as well as Apple's built-in password storage features.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Schiller, I was pivoting to iMessage. Can you please describe what that is?
iMessage is a communication service that Apple runs.
And is it something involved in the text messaging part of my phone?
Exactly, yes.
And so I've heard of SMS, and can you tell us what SMS is?
Sure. Short message system. It's a industry standard protocol for sending messages, primarily run by carriers, and they connect between different phone services. So I think we're all used to the idea that on your phone, even before smartphones, you could send a text message to your family and friends, and SMS is the format for doing that.
And does iPhone with iMessage, does it receive and is it capable of receiving and responding to SMS messages?
Yes.
And so what's so special about iMessage? What else does it do?
I think there's a lot of things special about it. The way it started was, built into the iPhone was an app called Messages. And Messages used SMS. Just as I described, you can send messages back and forth. The Messages app added a second protocol, Apple's iMessage service, that we run on our servers. And so when I message with someone else, the two devices connect with each other, and if they're different, it sends an SMS. And if they're both iPhone or Apple-related devices, then it will send an iMessage, and that gives added features. So to your question, we have features where you can do more advanced things with what we call memoji. They're 3D avatars of your face. So rather than just a smiley face emoji, you can send a more advanced memoji that's based on AR of your face. Or you could do what's called a slam and send your whole screen gets confetti if you want to give somebody a congratulations. There are a number of features that we've done unique for us in iMessage.
Is there an encryption element to it?
Yes, one of the benefits we were able to create with iMessage is complete end-to-end encryption for the users.
And with that encryption feature, can Apple access the contents of its users' iMessages?
No.
Because they're encrypted?
Exactly.
But there is no encryption with respect to the others?
SMS, I do not believe has any encryption. There may be some work just called on the wire over the air, but as it's stored, no.
And having learned this myself over the course of this case, how do you tell if you're receiving a message from an Android device or an iPhone?
The bubble that the message shows in is green if it's using SMS and blue if it's using iMessage, so the color is different.
And other than that, in terms of receiving the message that was sent, is there any difference?
For text messaging, no, it supports, the same kind of experience.
And if in a family, some people have Android phones and some people have iPhones, are they able to communicate through SMS messaging?
Sure.
Do you have a different protocol for iPads versus iPhones?
No, it's the same.
And why did Apple put the work in to create iMessage?
We thought it created an extra experience for our users that was unique and fun and better. So we wanted to create a unique feature for our customers who use our products.
If I could ask you, sir, please take a look now at PX2316, again in the large binder.
One more follow-up on that. Who were you competing with when you developed that?
When we were developing it, I think that it was BlackBerry Instant Messenger was the thing that was best known at the time as a messaging service unique to their devices.
Okay. Thanks.
And Mr. Schiller, I've asked you to look at 2316, PX.
Yes.
And this is an email from you to Steve Jobs on November 20th, 2009. Do you see that?
Yes.
And this is in response to an email from a third party, someone outside of the company, correct?
Yes.
And you write to Mr. Jobs, we'll investigate these two app complaints and resolve them. In the end, it all really comes down to whether we will ever open up the iPhone for developers to distribute apps on their own, bypassing our store. And then down at the bottom, and you were shown these sentences during your cross-examination, down at the bottom it says, also, it's very long and complicated, but I think there will come a time where we are better served to publish our guidelines. At least we would be more transparent and some of the issue would be reduced. Do you recall this document?
Yes.
Now, up at the top where you say, in the end, it all really comes down to whether we will ever open up the iPhone for developers to distribute apps on their own, bypassing our store. What were you thinking? What were you communicating here?
That there is no perfect system, that we're going to do our best to maintain safety for our users and a fair place for developers, and that there will always be something that takes longer than we like, or there's an accidental rejection that we need to re-review again. And unless you just want the developers to put whatever they want on the phone, that's a byproduct of trying to do a good job reviewing apps.
And did Apple ever consider, once the original plan had been put in place, or once the business model had been created, did Apple ever consider opening up the iPhone for developers to distribute apps on their own, bypassing your store?
No.
So I'd ask you to take a look, please, at Exhibit PX56A, which is toward the front of the same binder, and it was identified as the 2010 App Review Guidelines. Let me know when you're there. Yes, I am there. And second bullet point from the front of the first page, during cross-examination, you were shown if your app is rejected, we have a review board that you can appeal to. If you run to the press and crash us, it never helps. First of all, has this been in the guidelines any time recently? No. What was the purpose of this point?
Around the time that we were putting out this update to the guidelines, I recall we had a few incidents where some developers had decided to go to the press with complaints about app review, but their accounting of it was less accurate than I think it could have been, and all the facts weren't shared. And we decided that we did not want to ever get into a battle with developers in the press and say, no, that's not true, and we best just let it be. So Steve felt that it was a helpful thing to put in this writing that if you just run to the press and trash us, it's not going to help us get the job done and work together. That's what his intention was, what he asked me to put in the guidelines.
And how long did that provision remain in the guidelines?
Oh, I don't remember exactly how long. I know when we set up the guidelines in at least 2016 it was gone. It may have been gone before that.
Thank you. If I could ask you please now to turn to Exhibit TX0879. And this is another long ago and far away email from you to Mr. Forstall with a copy to Mr. Jobs, Mr. Joswiak, and Mr. Akamoto from August 2008. Do you see that? Yes. And again, you were asked to read the paragraph just below the large gap in the middle of the page. And you wrote, "You're right, Android will be completely open." And by the way, was this just about the time that, or shortly after Android came to market?
I think it might have been just before the then version of Android that was going to be like iPhone.
And so you're right, Android will be completely open. It will also be open source and may be free to handset makers to change and ship. And that's ended up being their business model, correct?
Yes.
And then you go on to say, I don't see how we can make anything like their license and business model. Do you recall having that thought back in 2008?
Sure.
And what was that thought? Can you embellish on that, please?
Just that we weren't going to put iOS into open source for other handset makers to make phones with our software.
And why didn't you want to do that?
Because these are the features of the iPhone. This is the operating system that created the whole experience that we thought would be unique to us and of value to our product.
If you could please take a look, sir, at PX0890, a bit further forward toward the back, if you will, of your binder.
Yes.
And PX0890 is an email from Steve Jobs to Scott Forstall with a copy to you, correct?
Yes.
And from June of 2008, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about this email, in which Mr. Jobs says, when they have contacts in their app, these are only the contacts on the iPhone and not a merge of contacts from Google, right? I think it would be a really bad idea for something that looks like contacts to have contacts not on that iPhone and could lead to people not using our contacts app at all. We may want to limit this in the license. You were asked about this on cross-examination, but not given an opportunity to explain. Can you describe what was being discussed in this email?
Yes. Well, there's a bunch of things going on. We were working with Google on our Maps application, so that's why we were meeting with the Google team on creating maps. And in addition to that, Google was beginning to make a number of applications on iPhone, and one of those applications was going to have contacts in it. And it's the first time we were met with the thought that you would end up with two contact apps on your phone, maybe one from Apple that was built into your phone and one from Google, and that when you went into one contact app, you might not see the contacts from the other, and that would be really a bad user experience. And so we had many discussions about what's right here, what do we do, and that was this is a brand new thought. Like, we hadn't thought when making the iPhone that there'd be another contacts app and these things wouldn't have the same contacts in them. And how is this resolved? Well, we let it go. There's many contacts apps you can have in the iPhone. There's no license limitation to that, and it's okay. It worked out great. So this was a thought, and you were kicking the idea around, but no limitation was put in place. Exactly. And if you could please take a look at TX0505. And this is an October 10th, 2008 email from Mr. Jobs to you. And the subject is Google working to target iPhone ad market. And Mr. Jobs wrote, actually, the more energy they devote to iPhone, the better. And the more dependent they are on our choices, the better. For example, we could choose to provide an ad API for developers using a Microsoft ad platform backend, and where would we will be then? Can you describe what's going on here? Well, again, early days here, brand new platform, brand new things happen that no one had ever seen. As you know, we allowed for developers to make money in their apps with advertising without Apple being involved at all. And this is the first news story saying, and Google's going to start to build an ad platform for developers for iPhone. And so this is discussion around this first realization and idea that Google will be doing that. And to the extent there is an issue here, how is it resolved? Nothing was done. Google made an app platform, and as did others. Apple did not create an API for that, and it just became the market we all know today. And has Google ever been dependent on the choices Apple makes? No. By the way, Mr. Forstall is on this email. Is Mr. Forstall with Apple any longer? No. How long ago did he leave the company? Sorry, I don't remember exactly. Was it 2016 or somewhere around there? Thank you. There was also some discussion around switching, and you may recall, sir, that the only topic around switching that you were asked about was movies. Do you remember that? Yes. Do you recall being asked about the difficulties of switching when it came to any other aspect of moving data or anything else over to an Android operating system device? No, I was not. And as to the movies, that would, as I understood the discussion, relate solely to movies that were actually purchased and downloaded. Was that what you were discussing with counsel? Yes, that's what we discussed. As opposed to anything that was streaming, such as Netflix or anything else like that. Correct. And as to those purchased movies, could they still be, after the move to an Android device, could they still be viewed on a PC through an App Store or Apple TV app? Sure, we have Apple TV available on other platforms for content you purchase through Apple. And that would include other Apple devices, correct? Yes. And would it also include Windows operating system PCs? Yes. You also had a discussion with counsel about subscriptions, and at least from my vantage point over here, the structure of the subscription program got a bit muddled for me, and so I was hoping we could clear that up. First of all, can you walk us through how from 2011 forward subscriptions work if the subscription is purchased through a publisher's website? If you purchase a subscription on a publisher's website, so you go to the New York Times and purchase a subscription there, you download the app on our device, you can get that subscription and consume that content, regardless of whether New York Times chooses or doesn't choose to offer in-app purchase or subscriptions in the app. And I'm sorry if I missed this, but can you then read it on your iPhone without Apple receiving any compensation? Yes, you can. And how does that work? Well, typically, these websites, when you set up your subscription, you set up an account, usually for your email address. And so when you load the app on your device, you put in your email address, and they give you access to the same content that you've already paid for.
And there's also discussion about what the subscription feature, when it was introduced, what additional or what service that provided to a publisher. Can you please describe kind of the before and after picture of the subscription initiative?
Yes. Before we officially launched subscriptions, you could subscribe for content within that purchase, but it was non-recurring. It was a one-time purchase, and then you'd have to purchase again. The big request from developers and of all types, games and as well as content, was to create a feature that was for recurring subscriptions. As a developer, you can set up your price points and say the user can pay for it on a weekly, a monthly, an annual basis, whatever your product is. And then when the user signs up, they get that recurring subscription. They get a notice from Apple, hey, you've now subscribed to this, here's how much you'll be billed. And then when it comes time for it to renew, let's say I did monthly. At the end of the month, I'm going to see another bill that says you're automatically renewed again. So you have awareness that you're going to get billed again, but it's now automatically renewing, which is what many developers like in the subscription program.
And I apologize. And you were asked some questions about the remedy being sought by Epic here. Have you read the injunction language that Epic has submitted to this court?
I did, back when that all occurred.
You mean back in the fall of 2020?
Yes.
Okay, I now mean, sir, have you reviewed the language drafted by Epic for the relief that it is seeking through this trial from the court?
No, I have not.
So you don't actually know what request they've made to this court, correct?
I do not.
Now, Ms. Forrest suggested to you that the relief being sought did not attempt to limit app review, correct?
Correct.
But she also suggested that the relief being sought would at least include having stores within stores, correct?
Yes.
And how would having stores within stores impact app review?
Well, clearly, if there's a store within a store, all the apps and services that are delivered through those stores are not reviewed by app review.
And so, in fact, it would eliminate app review to the extent that third parties decided to put stores within the app store. Is that fair?
And further, we've tried on every rule of the App Store to try to make rules that apply to all developers. So the part that when we keep talking about adding stores within stores, for me, it means a unbounded number of stores within stores, because if there's a rule that allows stores within stores, it allows every developer to be a store within a store if they choose to, because it applies to all developers, big and small. And so I don't know how this scales. I don't know how the idea of unreviewed apps within other apps in endless amount of times can be reviewed and managed.
And Ms. Forrest also asked you whether about what they wish to have or not have regarding IAP and whether it would remain in place, correct?
Correct.
And she suggested to you that perhaps third parties should be permitted to have their own payment mechanisms within the App Store, correct?
Yes.
And as a businessman, sir, do you have any objection to that?
Certainly, I have a number of issues with that idea.
What are your issues?
First, I do think users value the features we provide through in-app purchase that allow you to know what purchases have occurred, manage those purchases, cancel subscriptions, use Ask to Buy, use cancel controls, on and on. There's a number of features that all work because it all works and connects with that commerce engine. Secondly, it matters to all the Apple Care agents that handle refunds. We've got 5,000 agents. Users call looking for support for their refunds. If Apple actually didn't manage those transactions, it's just harder for us to support that as well. And we lose the ability to understand a number of the fraud vectors that our FAIR team manages to look for fraudulent credit cards, fraudulent transaction across applications. And so we'll just do a less good job for customers there as well. There are a number of ways that it certainly concerns me.
And sir, at the very beginning of cross-examination, you were shown various licenses from other developers that were disclosed within the iPhone documentation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
First of all, does Apple participate itself in any open source projects?
Yes.
Can you describe that, please?
Well, open source projects allow you to collaborate with the project creators on pieces of software. Many of them are Unix-based code repositories. They're server-based programs for managing large-scale deployments of software. That's what we see many of the projects we get involved in. Often you contribute back to those projects. It's not just one directional. You can provide changes and fixes back. So having a large company like an Apple or any other large company take part in a open source project means that there's a lot more bug fixing that can occur and support for that. Two of the projects that we ourselves run, and there's a number of them, have been brought up. Darwin, so that's the core operating system, is an open source project, but other companies can all build from that core operating system as well. And WebKit, which is the basis for our web browser, Safari, is an open source project. Google's Chrome built from some of the same source repositories from WebKit to make Chrome. And so it's a resource that we contribute back to, our engineers work on and share with others.
And we've seen examples of Apple's work in mechanical learning and in augmented reality. Does Apple participate in any kind of open source or I'll call it communal, for lack of a better term, research in those fields?
Absolutely. Our engineers are encouraged to publish papers and share some of the original research and finding. I know in particular the machine learning team has done a lot of work taking part in conferences and sharing the original research work they do with other machine learning researchers.
And to the extent Apple has received open source software or code from other developers, does it build and improve around that with its own technology and innovation?
Certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller. I pass the witness, Your Honor. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Just one last question, sir. And again, it's my turn, Your Honor, to say one more. I apologize for that. Mr. Schiller, in terms of, again, back to switching for a minute, in terms of moving movies purchased via Apple TV, can those be transferred out of that app or service through a third-party service?
There are a number of third parties, yes, that help users migrate some of the content, especially where their license allows it to.
And are you familiar with an entity called Movies Anywhere?
Yes, I've heard of it.
Okay. And can you tell me how that process works?
I haven't used it myself, so I don't want to pretend to be an expert on it. I've heard of it. I know it works, but I haven't used it.
Understood. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Your Honor.
Recall.
Your Honor, if it's acceptable, I'll hand up 3 documents at the same time, which I'll just use seriatim.
Okay.
And for the record, I have handed up for identification Plaintiff Exhibit 1818, Plaintiff Exhibit 1813, and Plaintiff Exhibit 1815. And we'll start, Mr. Schiller, with PX 1818 when you have had a chance to take a quick look at it. You see that it's a document addressed to you, among others, from Mr. Haun, Haun, dated 3rd of March, 2009?
Yes.
And do you see, you have no doubt that you received this?
I do not.
Your Honor, we would seek to admit PX 1818.
No objection.
Admitted.
Do you see that this 3 March 2009 document predates the announcement of the Apple IAP by a couple of weeks?
It does.
And do you see here in the first paragraph, it says Kindle Reader app for iPhone, iPod Touch is ready for release. Since they originally submitted, they've changed their app to mesh with our T's and C's. Do you understand that to be terms and conditions?
Yes.
And it says they've removed their in-app commerce. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then it talks about them going on and instead now go to Safari in the standard website for purchasing anything through Amazon. Do you see that?
I do.
Does that refresh your recollection that there was in fact in-app commerce opportunities that were available for certain apps in the App Store prior to IAP being formally launched by Apple later in March of that year?
No, that isn't what occurred here, and I'd be happy to expand it.
If it doesn't refresh your recollection, that's okay.
Oh, I have a perfect recollection of it. I'm just saying.
I'm going to go on to the next one. All right.
Lauren will give you an opportunity.
All right.
Thank you.
If it's of any importance to him. So PX 1813. Do you see this document?
Yes.
All right. You know who you know who Shane Pruden is?
Sean Pruden, yes.
Sean Pruden. And you also know who Mr. Akamoto is?
Yes.
All right. And you see this document is dated 9 February 2009?
I see that.
And both of those individuals were employees of Apple, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, Your Honor, we would offer PX 1813 as a business record.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Turn, if you would, please, to base number page 928 at the bottom. And you see second bullet from the top, it says Skyscape need to remove in-app commerce capabilities, working to have them change their model for providing medical reference. Do you see that?
I see that.
All right. And you see that the front of the document is dated 9 February 2009?
Yes.
Does this document refresh your recollection in any way that there were in-app commerce opportunities prior to the announcement by Apple in later November 2009 of their own IAP service?
No, I wasn't included on this, and I don't know what that commerce capability means.
Okay. Let's turn to PX 1815, which is dated 23 February 2009, and it's from Bob Borchers, Borchers, and he has an Apple email address. Do you see that?
Sure.
And it's to Mr. Josiak. Do you see that?
Yes.
And Mr. Forstall. Do you see that?
Yes.
All right. And do you see that on the first page, underneath Hi Bob, it says, Your Honor, I would offer PX 1815 as a business record.
No objection.
Admitted.
It says in the first page, PX 1815, it says, Hi Bob, I've not heard back. Ray, the exec proposal. On getting the revised Kindle app, they removed the in-app commerce. They were in final QA this weekend, and they found a bug, so they aren't ready to upload. Do you see that?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there was, in fact, in-app commerce opportunities available for developers prior to the launch of Apple's IAP in November of 2009?
No, I recall this differently than you're describing it.
All right. So as you sit here today, it's your testimony that there were not in-app commerce opportunities that developers availed themselves of in their own way prior to November 2009, mid-November.
For digital goods and services consumed on iPhone, yes.
All right. All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Sweeney, I've been waiting for 3 days to do that. I'm sorry, sir. And I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Schiller, if I could please direct your attention to exhibit number 1818.
Oh, actually, I don't feel so bad now about calling you Miss Dunn.
It didn't make much of an impression on me at the time, Your Honor. It was just fine. And do you have exhibit number 1818 in front of you? Yeah. And you mentioned that you recall this situation well. Do I have that right? That's correct. Can you please describe what was going on around the Kindle Reader in the spring of 2009?
Yes. Amazon had a device called the Kindle Reader, and for reading books and magazines. And we have always allowed in our App Store apps that allow the developer to sell digital content that isn't consumed on iPhone but consumed somewhere else on another device. Similar to we talked about with the Xbox app that lets you buy or play or stream games from your Xbox. There's another device, the Pebble Watch, that allowed you to buy apps on the phone to put on your Pebble Watch. In those cases, we don't take a commission because it's not being consumed on our product. That's just the view we've always set up from the beginning. When the Kindle app was put on the iPhone from Amazon, Amazon assured us that the purchase of books was for the Kindle, not for people to read on the iPhone. They didn't expect anybody to read books on an iPhone. And so that's why they put it in the store for that purpose, to buy books without commission to Apple to read on your Kindle. Later, people did start to read the books on the iPhone. And when that changed, then they started to become a concern for fairness to all other developers who, when they buy, when consumers buy digital content to consume on the device, need to use our commerce model. And so we told Amazon, now that you do have an app that users are starting to read on their iPhone, you need to follow the same rules as everyone else. This isn't just for putting on a Kindle. And so they changed, and that's where actually the reader rule came in, because they wanted a rule that said, all right, we'll buy it on the Kindle and consume it on the iPhone, different model, but we don't want to use your purchase methods to do it. So we said, again, we won't make a rule just for Amazon. We have to make a reader rule for any developer who wants to do the same thing. So that's what occurred during all of this.
And so to unpack that just a little bit, turning to kind of the original model, if you will, with Kindle.
Yes.
Was the idea that people would be purchasing Kindle books through the iOS app, but then reading them over on the Kindle?
Exactly.
And why, and did Apple expect to or request a commission on those transactions?
No.
Why not?
Because, again, the digital content is not being consumed by users of our products on our products.
And then subsequently, people began to read books on their iPhones. Is that right?
Exactly. And Amazon started to encourage it, which is fine, but they have to then follow the rules that all developers follow.
And how did the fact that Kindle readers, those who read on Kindle, began to read their books on their iPhone change the dynamic?
But then, to be fair to all developers, they need to use our same purchase models and apply the same commission.
And at that point, what did you tell Amazon had to happen?
They had to change the app to either not allow the reading of the books on the iPhone so that stays with consumption on the Kindle, or if they allow the reading, they have to use one of our rules for how that business model works.
And back here in Exhibit 1818 and also 1815 regarding discussions around Kindle in February and March 2009, what do you understand the references to in-app commerce to be?
Well, back then, they wanted to do something with in-app commerce, and there was no model yet, so they went to the reader rule, and that's what they had to do.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller.
Anything on that?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Earlier today, Mr. Schiller, you mentioned, or you were asked by Ms. Forrest about the new program for podcasts, and that was actually referenced in an article by The Economist recently with some other content issues. Could you then said, though, that it didn't relate to the App Store. Could you explain that to me?
Yes, simply, we were talking at that point about the different ways Apple makes money off the App Store. And the podcast service is a separate service from the App Store. So it isn't really related to the App Store in terms of our revenue business at all.
But if so, the people go to your App Store to download podcasts.
That's one way to get it, yes. If you can get it on your phone automatically in the beginning and download it, yes.
Okay. So, and you're going to allow them to have subscribers? And how do they subscribe if not through the App Store?
Through the app directly, you set up your same Apple account, you can pay for your podcasts.
And so how does that work logistically?
Logistically, you set up with Apple your Apple ID, your one account, and you put in the payment method, let's say your Visa credit card. You can use that Apple ID on the App Store to pay for apps. That's one model, one use of your Apple ID. You can also use your Apple ID in other Apple services, like podcasts, like Apple Music, like iCloud. You don't have to re-enter your credit card, so that same ID works there. You don't think of those as related businesses, but it is for the user one ID that works across all those things.
And with respect to the podcast, then, you're allowing subscriptions to happen, but they still have to go through your payment structure.
Yes, it's the same. Again, it's a payments engine that supports these businesses, yes.
Okay. Anything on that?
Nothing from Ethic, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You may step down, sir.
Thank you.
We're going to start the next witness. It's 3 o'clock.
My name is Michael Gerard Schmid. My last name is spelled S-C-H-M-I-D.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Srinivasan, good afternoon. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. And for the record, Jay Srinivasan of Apple. Good afternoon, Mr. Schmid. Can you please introduce yourself to the court? Sure. Good afternoon. My name is Mike Schmid. I'm the head of games business development for the App Store at Apple. And what is your current position at Apple? I'm sorry, when did you first take on that role at Apple? I took on this role in late summer 2019. And what are your responsibilities in your current position? Simply put, my team and I were the developer advocate internally at Apple and the Apple advocate externally to our developers, specifically games. And what was your role at Apple before your current one? I was on the developer marketing team. And when did you take on that role? August 2017. And and that's when you started at Apple? Correct. Okay. And can you briefly describe your background in the gaming industry before you joined Apple in August of 2017? Sure. So I began in the mobile games industry in late 2011 in a community management and customer service role. From there, I grew into a marketing role. I moved over to a mobile analytics a mobile analytics shop for a bit before then transitioning to lead a marketing team at a subsidiary of Wargaming called Dropforge Games. Followed that by Dropforge Games.
I followed that by my last studio before joining Apple, which was Ember Entertainment, where I led games marketing and business development.
And did you have occasion to work with Apple while you were working at these game development companies?
Quite frequently.
Okay. And what was that experience like?
It was a great experience. We would often pitch new games and show them to the business management team as well as the editorial team and the marketing teams at Apple. We would solicit feedback on ideas that we had for games. We'd have regular meetings and also meet them at industry events like Game Developer Conference in San Francisco.
And in your meetings with Apple, would they ask for your feedback on how they were doing?
They would often solicit feedback. They typically ended every meeting with that question, what can we be doing better as a platform? How can we better support you as a partner? Those kind of things.
Okay. And in your current role, you meet with game developers regularly, is that
correct?
Right? And is it your practice to solicit feedback from game developers today?
Absolutely. Similarly, we end every meeting, or we try to end every meeting with what can we be doing better? How can we be a better partner?
Okay. I want to show you an exhibit. I think we need to bring you a binder. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
It's a mercifully thin binder for you, Mr. Schmidt. If you could turn to Exhibit DX5552.
Okay.
Can you tell us what DX5552 is?
It is a screenshot of our developer portal on developer.apple.com. Specifically, this is part of the App Store microsite around choosing a category for your game or app submission.
And can you turn the page to pages 2 and 3 of DX5552?
Sure.
And there's a number of entries on the third page and about half of the second page. Can you tell the court what that is?
So these are all the categories you can choose when submitting your app on App Store Connect. They range from books to navigation to games to food and drink, sports, travel, weather, etc.
Okay. And does a developer get to make the decision as to which category to designate their app for?
They do.
Okay. And do you know, for example, what category of app Epic chose for Fortnite?
They chose games.
Okay. And on the App Store, are games treated differently than other apps in any way?
They are. They have an entirely separate tab where our editorial team can curate some of the best games. There's also a tab for apps where the apps editorial team curates some of the best apps. On the business management side, we're also split where we have games business development and apps business development.
Okay. And what about outside the App Store? In your experience in the games development world, do you have any views on whether games are treated differently than other apps?
They are. They're certainly a subset of technology games, but there's tons of specific places you go for games news or games industry news, or places like Twitch that are really just dedicated to the subculture of gaming.
Okay. And
So that I understand, of all these categories, you're saying all of the categories are in one bucket and games is a separate bucket?
Correct, Your Honor. I will say that there is a kids category where we put kids games specifically that are, age appropriate.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Proceed.
And can developers, and I'm talking about developers of all apps, not just games, can they reach iOS consumers through means other than the App Store?
Yes.
And what are some of those means?
So it ranges from consoles like PlayStation, Xbox, Switch. There's always PC and the many stores that are on PCs. There's the Android there's the Android platform with all of the Android marketplaces like Google Play, the Amazon App Store. And then there's even TV apps. There's many platforms for TV like Roku where streaming partners would put their app.
Okay, and what about non-game apps? Can you give me some examples of non-game apps that are available on multiple platforms?
Sure, apps like Yelp are available on the web, both mobile web, desktop web, as well as having a native app. There's apps like Hulu that are available on mobile. They're also available on desktop web and tons of TV platforms.
And now, how about game apps? Can you give us some examples of game apps that are available on various platforms?
Sure. Games like Candy Crush are available on Android, desktop web, as well as mobile, iOS on the App Store. Then there's also games like Hearthstone that are on Battle.net on PC, on Mac, on iOS, on Android. There's games like Rec Room that are available in VR, PC, and on mobile.
What is VR?
Sorry, virtual reality.
Okay. And is it common for the same developer to develop multiple apps for different platforms?
On the game side, it's very common. Some of our biggest game developers will have games on many different platforms. Sometimes those games are cross-platform. Sometimes they're specific to mobile or even exclusive to a console in certain cases. On the app side, same thing, except it's more typical that an app, for instance, like Yelp, would be the entity itself, the company, and the app would only be, one app, as opposed to a game developer that would have many games.
And you mentioned cross-platform. What is a cross-platform game in the way you use that term?
The way I use it, it would be a game that's accessible on multiple platforms. Ideally, it would be a game that would be the same exact game, parity across multiple platforms. There are other ways to interpret cross-platform, but that would be mine.
Okay. And can you give us some examples of a cross-platform game?
Sure. Hearthstone that I mentioned earlier is a great example. Another one would be Minecraft. That's very well known. It's available on almost every platform at this point. Certainly Roblox is a very popular cross-platform game.
And what about cross-wallet? Have you heard that? Do you use that term?
We do. We use it in a kind of similar way that we would use cross-platform. If we're explaining cross-platform, we would typically confirm that this game is also cross-wallet, which just means that the currency that you purchase in that game will transfer between platforms.
Okay. And can you give us some examples of games that have a cross-wallet aspect to them?
Fortnite certainly has cross-wallet capability where, if you purchase V-Bucks in one place, it would be accessible in another. Another good example would be Roblox. Roblox you can purchase on the web or a gift card or on the iOS device, and that transfers everywhere.
And do you have any sense of why the in-app currency cross-wallet games have become more prevalent?
So as games became more cross-platform, the wallet system or the in-app purchase system became prevalent because it allowed developers to control their entire economy across many different platforms and in many different regions. So rather than be tied to a platform's system of purchasing and pricing, they could kind of simplify it by making that intermediary currency available for purchase and then pricing things accordingly across all platforms as they wished.
And do all platforms, as far as you know, support cross-wallet functionality?
Most do. I believe there might be some exceptions on the console side. I'm not 100% certain, but more and more, certainly on the mobile side, both Android and iOS have had cross-wallet capabilities for a very long time.
This might be a good breaking point, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll stand in recess then. You're excused for the day.
Thank you.
We'll stand in recess until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
The recording has stopped.